Good morning. Well, I should say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your nighttime, right time DJ music. I'm going to get straight to the point. Nope. I don't got 15 minutes to rock this post. I got as long as I want. Since I got as long as I want, I might as well address a few things that's been going on here that I've noticed. Now, straight off, a lot of people going to say, hey, man, you a simp. What do you call that? Woman chaser. You idolize women. You are a cuck. You are this. You are that. Going to get a lot of hate mail because the main people that I'm going to be talking about today is you brothers, you black men. It's going around here knocking down black women simply because either one, you're not in a relationship. You had a bad relationship with your mom, your sister, or somebody, and YouTube allows you to have that what word am I looking for? That bit of isolation where you can speak your mind on a level that you really people not able to see you. So when you walk amongst black women and black men, they can't go and say, oh, there that guy is. Oh, there that guy is. What's up, just DeAndre? How you doing there, my man? Now, what I'm going to talk about, folks, is coming off the box is I've recently been associated with some of these YouTubers, as they call themselves, black YouTubers, both men and women. Going to their channels, sat back and listened, even got on a few channels and made some comments to a few of these guys. Yesterday in particular, what really made me want to, how do they say, make a post or comment about this. This is not unusual for me. I do this on my radio show every couple of days. So it's not unusual for me to sit back and observe and then make comment about something. Now, from what I've noticed in the past maybe month or 6-7 weeks or so that I've been sitting back and watching these men, as they call themselves on YouTube, is they're out of touch. They have lost their sense of value. So much so that they have sold themselves to this idea of believing that the worst thing on this planet is a black woman, and will go out of their way to preach that to anyone that listens. Now, I'm not going to use the old adage that your mama black, your sister black, because you already know that. Your wife is black in some cases. You already know that. Now, I'm going to be quite frank. This is not my radio show. There's only two kinds of women out there, folks. And I'm going to be even a little bit more open about it. There's only two kinds of pussy out there. The pussy that you're related to and the pussy that you're not related to. You have, minus your relatives, girls, you have a whole plethora of women to choose from. So how can some of you black YouTubers, some of you men get on these panels and say that there are no good black women? Garbage in, garbage out. Where you shopping at? If you shopping in the all shit bag, that's exactly what you're going to pull out. Some all shit. You leading down the road of regret. It might work out fine for you in the first couple of months, but sooner or later, especially if you're dealing with a person, that first 30 days that you're with that person should be able to tell you what kind of person they are, whether it's male or female. If he's a lazy man, 30 days, you're going to find out. If she's an unkept, unclean woman, if she's a lazy woman, 30 days, you can find out. It's up to you to decide whether you're going to stay in that relationship or not. And I find out from what I've been listening on to YouTube, that's what it seems to me, that a lot of these men have been in these relationships to where either the woman doesn't want them anymore, or there's some children involved and they got mad at the woman, or they got mad at the fact that they have to give up their money for child support and different things like that. So the only person they can lash out on YouTube is the woman that made them mad. So they go find a like-minded group. I'll say that again. They go find a like-minded group consisting of men and women to get into this bashing session. They're not talking about the whole of black women. They get on these panels to speak about the black woman that they're dealing with. They don't come at folks with this idea of how great the black woman is. Some of you folks act just like white folks. Some of you brothers act just like white folks. Listen to me again. Now, I'm going to bring up some examples. And again, I'm sure some of you folks are going to get on, find a way to get to my channel and try and attack me personally. Well, you know, before I even started broadcasting my radio station, I followed YouTube and I saw exactly what and what not to do. I see how people put out their personal information, and sooner or later, because they put their personal information out there for people to look at and to see, they that personal information that they put out is used against them, either their looks or their size. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name there. I hope I'm saying it right. Krellin, Mr. Gray, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Again, you know, when you put personal information out there, it's subject to someone coming back to you that don't like you later on and using it against you. If you're a heavy-set black man out there bashing women, what do you think is going to happen to you? If you're a light-skinned brother out there bashing dark women, what do you think is going to happen to you? You think these women are going to sit by idly and just allow you to talk about them any kind of way, post it on YouTube for the whole world to see and don't have a response to it? No, folks. Are there some ratchet women out there? You're damn skippy. There's some ratchet brothers out there. You're damn skippy. But there's the difference of finding common ground and getting on YouTube every day, making posts about a particular woman, a particular man. Like, that's the thing to do. I don't get the idea of focusing your whole idea on hating someone so much that you're willing to sell yourself. That's what it boils down to. Number one, for followers. Number two, for likes. Number two, three, for shares. And number four, for the monetary value of it. These content creators, some of them actually think that they own their page. You don't own it. YouTube will shut you down sooner or later. They absolutely positively will. They will shut you down, especially if you say something that they don't like, which is funny. Why a lot of these black YouTubers, content creators, only jump on black women. Because it's already in the news. It's already done in the news. So I don't see any difference between some of these, and I'm sorry if I offend some folks, but it's a lot of these millennials, as they call themselves. I would call out a few names, and some of you that might be tuned in a little bit later on, you might be able to identify some of these voices that you hear. Now, the only way to root out anarchy in our society is first you have to find them. After that, once you find them, you expose them. And you let population deal with them. There's no way as a black woman that I would go to some of these channels and listen to how they disparage black women and black people in general and don't share it with my cousins, my brothers, my sisters. Listen to what these clowns are saying here. Black woman speaks with some kind of intelligence. You got guys on there that will call them bitches, call them whores. And then you got black women in that same chat room applauding that. Where's your self-esteem, lady? Mind your business, lady. That's what you should be saying. Mind your business. There's no society out there that's free of drama. But we see it. We see it. We get a full dose of it on TV every day. We see it in the news. We see it how they treat our black children. We see how they treat our black women. And more importantly, we as black men see it. So how can you say you're going to be the leader of your community when you've fallen into the same trap as CNN, MSNBC, Fox News? That's what they do. They have a green light to disparage black folks. And YouTube is giving some of you folks that same green light. Now, I'm going to click over and I want you folks to hear this. First of all, I'm not going to mention their names, but this guy seems to understand where I'm coming from. He seems to understand that there is that don't need to be on YouTube, that don't need to be out there talking about black women, that don't need to be on any kind of public platform. If you listen to this and you hear your voice and you recognize it and you know I'm talking about you, first of all, I'm expecting you. I'm expecting you to come after me with the name of simp. I'm expecting you to come after me, try to look me up on YouTube. I'm expecting you to go to my channel or send some of your cronies there to try and disrupt what I'm doing, because that's what you guys do. You go to each other's channel and find, as someone, one of these guys said, a soft target, somebody that won't speak back to you, someone that'll allow you to bash them. I'm not that guy. Wrong motherfucker. Remember, the hell you bring to me is the hell that I will bring back to you threefold. Some of you folks out there, some of you millennial dudes, you still have to go where I already been. Until you walk a mile in my shoes, don't tell me what I can't teach you or what you can teach me. Now, of course, as a man, I know I can learn from anybody. But you can't learn anything from these bunch of cackling hens, because that's just what they sound like, a bunch of hens. I went to one particular show yesterday, and they were talking about the coronavirus. There was one young man on there that was saying it's a hoax. There was one brother on there saying that the black people shouldn't live in fear. And he actually thought he was right, so much so some of his other cronies that was on the panel was in 100 agreement with him. They hear one of their leaders speak about this, and they go back through their different channels and they disseminate that fucked up information, that fucked up way of thinking. Now, if you notice, folks, every once in a while I'll use some superlatives. They have to be, they should be well placed. But you go to some of these other channels, and that's all you hear. MF this, bitch that, nigga this. That's what you get when you go to some of these millennial channels that think they know everything. But here we go. Let's listen to this guy here first and see what a few things that he has to say. All right.
Now, y'all know we always got a celebrity timekeeper, right? And tonight, our celebrity timekeeper is the one and only B1 GOAT.
Lord.
Let me move.
Level 4, they go second. So if you are the against, you go first.
There we go. This is where it starts
All
at,
right.
folks. Listen to the gentleman.
All right.
Timekeeper. Timekeeper, you ready?
Ready to go?
Oh yeah, I'm on deck, man.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do.
Clock.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. For the last 7 months, I've seen this system shit trending the way it was trending, and you know, for the most part, I didn't have a problem with it until it started getting into a more disrespectful space. You know what I mean? What I mean by that is that these brothers have been coming into pro-black spaces, and you know, getting into a lot of back and forth and debates. So finally, I broke down one day about 2 weeks ago and actually went over to listen to these brothers talk. And going over there, I found out what the shit is really about. What the shit is really about. And I didn't troll, I didn't go in a chat room, I didn't start any arguments, I didn't kick any dirt. I just listened to those brothers talk. All right? So listen to them talk, I found out what this is really about. This is not about really building families or doing anything better for black men. This is about self-hate. All right? This is about self-hate, hatred of their community. And these guys literally want to create another demographic.
Now, that was just one guy. That's just one guy. So count me as number two. Count me as number two who sat back, didn't go into these chat rooms, as they call them, to try and troll people. I found out about it. Let me see what's going on. Let me see why these young men feel the way they do. Let me see why these young men are talking bad about each other. Let me see why these young men are disparaging black women the way they are. They didn't go on making any comments, didn't single anyone out, just sat back and listened, just like this young man did. And he came to the same conclusion that I did. This is not about creating a better community. This is not about helping the community. This is all about trashing your community. This is all about taking that black woman and running her through the mud as much as they possibly can. Again, I'll say this. Do we have some trifling ass women in our midst? Of course we do. Do we have some trifling men in our midst? Of course we do. Of course we do. That's society. That is in every society, whether it's black, white, brown, yellow, whatever. The oldest profession out there is prostitution, folks. Think about that. Now, in order for that prostitution to be the oldest profession, men would have to been buying cooch for a long time. I heard someone else in these conversations mention the fact that, okay, who created all this stuff? Who made strip clubs possible? Who put black women and black men in these strip clubs and these type environments? It seems to me that these millennial cats that get on here and disparage black life try and say that black women did it. Huh? When did that happen? I even heard one of these millennials say that black women owned slaves. And white women were docile during the slave times. Maybe he never heard of the Casual Killing Act. Maybe he never heard of that before. To where when the master or the overseer knocked up one of their slaves and the baby came out misunderstood, as I like to call them, half black, half white, don't know where they want to be. And for some reason or other, that of course, that white woman, that white married to the slave owner would do anything she possibly could to kill that reminder of how unfaithful her husband was. He out there slinging Peter to the black slaves. I can't have that running up into me. So for these millennials to say such things like that, this is like watching Fox News sometimes. You know you're getting bad information, but you still live it and you still listen to it. All these podcasts, all these different shows that pop up, they should be just like the grocery store, folks. You walk in there, get what you need, leave the bullshit on the shelf for somebody else to get. A lot of folks go to these stores and they take the bullshit home with them. Leave the good stuff right there. But let's listen to some more of this individual. Again, I won't name anyone out, so no one can come back at me and say I am singling you out. If it's your voice and you understand it and you hear your voice speaking, don't get mad at me. I'm only saying what a whole lot of other people are saying. You're doing too much, young man.
Before I went over there, I had the opportunity to read the tenets, and the tenets also backed that up. So a week ago or so, I went on a females panel, and I broke down the tenets, and the tenets are horrible. All right, even though I agree with tenet 5, you could apply that to the black society, but they won't apply tenet 5. We'll get into that a little later. But the bottom line is, when I went over to the channel to actually hear them talk to see what this is really, really about, how they talk about themselves, there was dudes over there just talking about black women all day. And if it wasn't talking about black women, they were talking about black people in a very negative way. They call them the shine bones and all this disrespectful shit. All right. And they talk also about coming into these spaces, mainly MOT and SKC, coming into these spaces just to troll. Now, I don't mind having a debate with anybody about ideas. This is YouTube. This is an arena of ideas. But in this arena of ideas, you're supposed to have a gentleman handshake, some good faith. And there's no good faith with these brothers. These brothers look down on black people, period. They don't want to be black no more. They want to create another demographic. And that's why I say, that's why spam is a fraud, because you're not really saving yourself if you practice miscegenation. You're not saving yourself. They bring up other cultures, other groups, even though one of the tenets talks against groupthink, but groupthink culture comes from groupthink. So everything they want from other people, they don't want to create for themselves. All right. Now, I'll never tell you to get with a ratchet whore. I'll never tell you to do no dumb shit like that.
Absolutely. I would never tell another man, man, you see that girl hanging out in the corner with all her ass out and the titties out there, man, you should go get that. That's that's your woman right there. I would never tell another brother to go and find the worst of us. But again, like I said, folks, garbage in, garbage out. If you know that you're choosing a woman that is in that type environment, what do you expect? The old adage, you can't change a hoe into a housewife, and you can't change a lazy man into a working man. If he's lazy by nature. If she's a hoe by nature. Like it or not. Again, I'll say this. Yes, we do have some low-hanging fruit in our society, but it's in theirs too. If you're going to point out the problem that we have and just leave it, you're not doing any good. Don't come to the table with problems and have no solutions. Don't walk into somebody else's broadcast spouting nastiness, sending nastygrams, and then after you leave that broadcast, go to another broadcast and start your own and continue that nastiness. Sorry, fellas, but that's what women do. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be a little bit above pettiness sometimes. Again, no disrespect to any woman. That's not my forte. I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm trying to point out. You folks are absolutely out of your damn mind when you get over here. I really want to call some of these names out, but in the interest of fairness, I won't. But again, for those of you that understand and have been around this, you'll know exactly whose voices they are. I was on a panel a couple of weeks ago where there was a lady in there talking about her job, how she does things, when she does things, what's the best angle of approach. This woman was a lawyer. Within 15 minutes, well, I'll even take that back. Within 10 minutes of this lady speaking, the millennial hit squad jumped on her. Even so much they jumped on her so bad that she even changed her way of thinking to appease them niggas in the room. And I've seen that happen a lot in a lot of these panels. Wait a minute, they jumping on me too hard. Except for there is one that someone sent me that she did not back down. She called this cat everything except a child of God. And yeah, I'm going to play it for you. But you know, as I was talking to someone the other day, you know, there's one thing that you can't beat. That's a smart black woman. Smart black woman got her stuff together in all facets of her life. She just don't walk down the street with some catch me, fuck me boots on and some tight jeans. Smart black woman don't do that. Smart black woman sits back and observes. Smart black women understand what it is to be submissive. And I'm not using that word again, submissive. Some of you folks, again, some of you millennials that use that word, you're using it wrong. You're using it as to disparage our black women. You're using it wrong to disparage some black men that stand up for the principles of our black women and our black children. You can't have it both ways. You can't go to white media and complain about what white media is doing to the black life and then turn around and get on another channel and say how bad black women are or how bad a black man is that stands up for it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Let me go over here, drop in here and say hello to a couple folks, and then we'll jump right on back into it. Hey there, Craig Harper, Char Willie, how you doing? Zero the Infinite, what's going on there? Mr. Gray, how you doing? Let's see, who else we got over in here? DeAndre, what's going on, my man? And if I'm missing anybody else that's down in there, I want to thank y'all so very much for stopping in. It's kind of like something I'll do maybe every Friday or whatever. Again, I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to point out what some of us are doing. And if it offends you or if it affects you, decide what side of the street that you're on. Go look in the mirror and ask yourself, is he talking about me? Is there something that I'm doing wrong? Stop selling out our black women and our black children and our black men for the all sake of likes and super chat money. You don't see any super chat around me. You can come to my radio station and listen for absolutely free. You can come to my YouTube page and my webpage and pick up anything you want for absolutely free. I don't need your money. I just need your ear from time to time. And I think that's what a lot of these millennials are. They find an easy way. They find out what's popular. In this case, opening up these little binge chat rooms so they can disparage black women at any cost. So much still calling them bitches, hoes. But let's listen to a little bit more of my man here. Again, I agree exactly with him, because I found it, what he's saying, I find to be absolute true. But we're going to go to another side of this, and there's going to be this guy that, folks, I guarantee you, if he went home and looked at his mama, he would hold his head down.
But you ain't got to leave your race over it, because all the behaviors you see in Black America, you're going to see in other groups of people, especially in America, especially white America, because they created all this shit. Everything we suffer from, we got it from Becky. Everything you can say about a black woman's behavior, you got it from Becky. Every black thing you say about a black man's behavior, we got it from Brad and them. We were forged in violence, in fuckery, in debauchery, sexual exploitation. We were forged in that. That's what the country was built on. But now all of that's going to be dumped on black people by black people. And that's illogical. Doesn't make any sense. If y'all guys want to go out and get your dick wet by other women, go ahead. No one's stopping you. No one's stopping none of these guys. But what I realize is this is now propaganda now. This is propaganda. They want to push this. These guys are trying to push an agenda. If black men were already saving themselves, or if they were already, well, I'm using their term, but they were already dating out, what's the fucking point of a movement if it was already happening? There's no point in movement. The point of their movement is to antagonize, to disrespect, to try to recruit, all right? Push a narrative and push a mindset, and they want to influence younger guys and other people to do the same. They're no different than the swirlers. They use the same rhetoric as the swirlers, the same logic as swirlers. You go to the swirler side and you see how the swirlers treat black women who still want to be with black men. They do the same goddamn thing. All right, on their side. Because if you don't believe their ideology, then somehow you're dumb, you're stupid, you're a retrograde, all that nonsense. And they put all of us in the same bucket, even though you got good black men over here who want to build the black community or rebuild the black community or build the black future. You got those black men are now somehow fucking what's the word they use? Shine bones and all these different terms they use. What's the term they use? Maggle, all that dumb shit, all this immature. She's supposed to be grown ass men using these Dr. Seuss terms.
Absolutely right. He is absolutely right.
We're trying to handle serious business, deal with a serious problem. I'm in the real world, in the world of men.
He is absolutely right. Again, if it came from your channel and I speak on it, sorry. But what is this business of this red pill, green pill shit? What is that about? You mean to tell me as a grown man, you letting a pill decide your fate? If I take this red pill, that means I'm better. That means that by swallowing this pill that I got from a movie, that's going to change my outlook. The red pill squad, where those who take the blue pill are submissive or don't know what they're talking about, let women walk over them. Again, folks, I say that there's too much of this bravado on because of that the idea of no one can see me. I can speak how I want to whom I want. You don't know where I live. You can't see me. So all you hear is my voice. This is my opinion. But in the meantime, how many of these guys do you really think go around black women talking like that without getting roasted? Nigga, who you talking to? What do you mean? Again, I'll stress this over and over and over. Do we have bad seeds in our communities? Of course we do. That's just not women. And like my man was saying, you know, these guys, they seek out these women that come on these programs, that come in these podcasts, that come into these live events, that speak positive about how they can help change black communities. And soon as they open their mouth, here comes the nasty grams. Straight from FTD. Fuck that. That's what happens. That's what I've noticed. Now I'm giving you the voices of what I've noticed. I've heard this. I've heard how a man or some of these men have literally got on here and tried to destroy a black woman, and in the very next turn ask you, y'all go ahead and donate to the super chat. So that's what you mean? Let me get as nasty as I can. In the meantime, send me some money for my nastiness. That's what you mean? Come on back to me.
I'm overseas working with different men of different races. And I'm also overseas working with black men of high caliber. We're talking about colonels, high officials in the government, engineers. And these brothers got black wives and they got black children. And what these guys are telling you is that it makes sense to help our race, is that they have mixed kids line up with our black kids, and they somehow are going to be, that's going to be good for our black kids, that they have mixed kids calling themselves black kids. But that's what miscegenation does. They still going to be called black in America. All right? So this whole SYBM shit is a fraud. It's a fallacy. It's nothing true to it. It's just a church these guys go to throw food at the screen and talk about white girls all day, flipping pictures of white girls all day. Shit I used to do with my homeboys. We used to look at magazines when we were teenagers. There's no save.
Again, I hate to keep interrupting that, but you know, as my man was speaking, I too have been around the world, and I understand what he's saying. I've been to some places where some black men have said, you know what, man, this is a good place to be. I got a black wife. I got my children are black, but we don't have to live under that stigma like that's in the United States of I'm lesser than a true man, that my wife has to bow down to folks, that my children have to live in fear by not living in the United States. I have never been called a nigger outside of this country, and I've been to several. I have never been called a nigger outside this country. And the only time I've been called a nigger, of course, has been by white men, and it's been by brothers or some sisters who don't like your opinion. We keep grabbing this word because we changed the ER to GA, try to make it sound better. That's what these guys are doing. It's part of their vernacular. It's part of their vocabulary now. But they're talking about going across these seas and finding these women to bring back. Well, I've been to the Philippines. I've been to these places where these women will tell these guys, yeah, oh, baby, I'm in love with you. Me love you long time. Da-da-da, da-da-da. And they get back to the States, and next thing you know, the wife is gone and the whole damn family's here. Meanwhile, he's over there trying to get back in the good graces of Black America. Ask OJ. You saw what happened to him. Ask Gayle King. You saw what happened to her. Ask Michael Jackson. Well, you can't ask Michael. You saw what happened to these folks when you try, I should say, to leave your identity behind. You can't do that. You were born black and you will be black until the day you leave this earth. That's the distinction. When you walk up to a white person, folks, you can't tell where they came from automatically. You can't say here, well, he's a white Irishman, a black, green Irishman or whatever. But when you walk up to a black man, there's no distinction. He's black. Give a damn where you came from. You're black. That's what they see. They don't see how much money you got. They don't see they don't see the luxuries of where you live. They can't tell how poor you are. They can tell you automatically you're black. And you would think as another black man that understands that you wouldn't be on these panels shooting your mouth off. Now, let's get to this next guy, because that's exactly what he does. He shoots his mouth off. And I'm trying to pull it up to where exactly, again, some of you folks might recognize his voice. I can't say if you will or you won't. Again, don't care if you understand who it is that's talking. But let me see if I can pull him up here. Yeah, I'm doing this off the muscle a little bit, so y'all have to forgive me. Okay. Let's see. Where is he? Let me play this right here, and let's see if this is where he speaks. Sorry about that, folks, because I get this together here, all right? Yeah, I'm doing this off the muscle, so, my bad. I think I found it. Is this it? Yep, here we go. Now listen to this guy.
You have to understand that you call me a coward in your strength. So when we talk about gentlemanly things, the first thing you don't do is call a person a coward unless you got proof. But see, you want to call me a coward even though that you have not actually held women to any type of account, but you want to hold men to the same type of account that you never held women to. You're trying to make us be cleanup men. You use all these terms to get in contact with the emotional mind of a woman. And most dudes out here who speak on the behalf of women. I don't speak on behalf of nobody but myself. I, sir, am going to make the best decision that I can based on the people who wants to come along with me due to their home training. I'm not waiting on rap music or R&B to actually make me the actual choice of these people. I'm gonna make those choices myself. If you care so much about the black race, why in the hell are you not here in this country helping these women with bunk beds, moving them into your house, sir? You're over in another man's patriarchy, doing the same thing that I was doing.
Now, does that make sense? I think the guy that was speaking earlier gave us a specific reason that why he was living outside of the country. Maybe he was in the military, or maybe his work took him over there. One has nothing to do with the other. And I noticed that's what a lot of things that lead up to. Some of these guys will find the smallest thing and dissect it as a aha moment. Aha, my nigga. You don't even live in the United States. So how can you say you got the best interests of black women in your pocket when you're living outside of the country? One has nothing to do with the other. What do you say? You can't care about black lives living outside of the country? If I remember correctly, if we all did our history a little bit, a lot of these entertainers back in the 60s and the 70s, they left the country to get better, to uplift Black America. So why can't this brother do it? Why fault him for working? Why fault him for raising his family outside the confines of the United States? White folks do it all the time.
You have to understand that this is not about self-hatred. This is about self-love. If women treated men who actually produce with self-love, we wouldn't be leaving this space. Most of these women, you never even held accountable for such actions. 20 million abortions, the outcome of boys. We're trying to...
Here we go. This guy, the gentleman talking right now, says it's the woman's fault about the 20 million abortions. Well, as I spoke with someone yesterday and said this, there was only one case of immaculate conception. So these women that's having these abortions have to be getting impregnated by somebody. So isn't some of that blame, isn't some of that, as they complain about, shouldn't that be placed at the feet of some men as well? I'm just asking. You see, folks, when you have an argument, you just can't put something out there and decide, well, you know what, I should say this. You got to think about what you're about to say, because somebody might come along and debunk what you're saying. Now, I think I just did that quite well with this young man right here. They're saying that black women are the cause of 20 million abortions. Well, they didn't get pregnant by themselves. Garbage in, garbage out. Say it again for reason. You can't blame somebody for the choice of the woman that you chose. You can't now come back and say, I got with this woman, things didn't work out, but while we was together, she got pregnant and she had an abortion. If she didn't tell you, that's one thing. But chances are it doesn't go like that. Chances are when you and this woman that you come on these channels and you blow up now, you want to disparage so much. Chances are y'all was raw. Y'all was in the raw. So you knew there was a possible chance, not unless you put your babies on the bed sheet, so to speak, or you wrapped it up, so to speak. You knew there was a chance that you could impregnate this woman. During those 15, 20, 30 minute throes of passion, did you ever think once, what's going to happen if this girl becomes pregnant? Is this a woman that I'm going to want to spend 18 years with, and vice versa? That woman should be saying, what will happen if I get pregnant? Is this the man that I want to spend the next 18 years of my life dealing with? If you got hesitation or the answer is no, somebody need to get up. Somebody need to get out. So to come back now and blame black women for the abortions that we have, we as black men are just as much at fault. Not unless they got you in the middle of the night, stuck a syringe up in you through your balls and stole your damn semen. Because first of all, you can't engage in this, and a woman can't engage in the sexual activity not unless she went out and bought it. A man has to be in the upright position for that. You ever try to put a wet noodle through an iron? Doesn't work, do it? Same principle. If that man is not stimulated, guess what? Virtually impossible for that sex act to happen. That would be a good time for some of these millennials to take charge of their manhood. That would be the optimal time. Hello to a few more folks that just dropped on off in the room there. Let's see who we got in here. Crew Reality, how you doing there, my man? I saw Chaos jump in earlier. How you doing, Chaos? And for all you folks that's hanging out there with me, again, we'll come back in a little bit, and I'll put the link down in here for any one of you folks that want to jump in on the conversation. You're more than welcome to. But give me a few more minutes and let me go ahead and finish with my man right here. This man right here.
Protect our decent black men by lead. The pro-black spaces is not a space for productive black men. We already know that. Never been a product for us. It's always been a product for people who emotionally kowtow to women, who need all types of help right now. I understand that, but they have not changed their choices toward black men. But for some reason, we are to sit here and act like of all these discussions that we have in this black space, that somehow they turned over a new leaf, that they're gonna pick different people. Let them starve, let them fail, let them sit on the sword that they actually decide to choose. White women didn't create 20 million abortions. White women didn't decide that black women should actually turn around and decide to use the government against the man. It's okay to hide behind white women when it's plausible, but this is an implausible system that you're trying to hide behind. It is very much okay to sit here and try to act like you are in another country trying to fight for women here domestically. You are living the SYSBM lifestyle your damn self.
What is this SYBM shit anyway? What is that? Is that another acronym that these guys use? I don't understand that. Somebody type that down in that room there for me. What is this SYBM shit? What is that?
They call us frauds. I guarantee you while you're over there, you're making better choices than the women that you chose to deal with. I was over there from 2014 to 2017, and it was very easy to get access to black women. I could have done it here, but I decided it was too risky. You need to understand that this is a free choice argument, not a person who's sat here and dealt with the free choices of others on purpose. You claim that you're in the real world, and somehow I am not in the real world, even though we work in the same industry. We get to choose where we work as people within the industry. You have to make sure that you're not actually calling me out for reasons that don't exist, that you're calling out for reasons that do exist. Propaganda is part of any war. The smiling faces of black men being with other people is the actual result of them and the choices that they made. If we would have had black women who made black men happy, they would be a part of those pictures.
Let me pause that then. Let me ask this young man a question. And I got this from the documentary series Hidden Colors. It's spoken best, but I forgot the doctor's name. But he said, do you think a society that raped your wife, killed your mama, killed your children, ripped you apart in front of your family, do you think they had your best interest at heart at any time? And this is the same thing. This is how some people look at these, I guess they call themselves men against black women. That's how exactly you look at it. The idea of you blaming black women for abortions. First of all, name me one abortion clinic that was created by a black woman. I would like to see one. I'll wait. Not only speaking to that, imagine the experiments that was performed on black women without their choice for hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't know if you folks again know who Henrietta Lacks is, but go look her up and see how her stem cells and her DNA was used to treat millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people. But her family did not receive any compensation for that till some 50 years later. And here we are, here today, we have a group of black men that will get on YouTube and tell you how bad black women are. I'll tell you how bad a brother is for sticking up for black women. Well, I can find you more examples of great black women than I can find of that trailer park trash that you were talking about. Again, is there low-hanging fruit in our midst? Of course there is. Absolutely, positively is. Am I making excuses for them? No. Let a hole be a hole, like Willie D said. She gonna be that. Leopard don't change their spots. But there's some for you folks out there, some of you millennials, and I'm calling you out. You guys can't see the forest for the trees. You're under this assumption that this black woman was put on this earth to destroy us. And that's what I hear from a lot of these folks. I even heard one guy said that there is no way that a black woman can convince him that she is greater than him. I don't think Michelle Obama would agree with that. I don't think Oprah Winfrey would agree with that. I don't think Aretha Franklin, if she was alive, would agree with that. I don't think Condoleezza Rice would agree with that. I don't understand it. So for those of you out there on this bandwagon of bashing black women, might be time to jump off. Might be time to mend the error of your ways, because sooner or later, just I said with OJ and all these other folks that tried to strip their identity away, eventually you're going to have to come back to the black folds. Ask Omarosa. She thought she was white for a minute until those black folks those white folks in the White House put her in check. White man, white woman, put her in check. She was one of those, also one of those black women, as I say, some of those black women that cheer on these guys, was all about Trump. If Trump farted, she could tell him what he had for breakfast. That's how far his ass she was. To me, I don't understand and don't get what it is about some of our culture that feel that the only way they can get better is to disparage another part of our culture. And that's what I'm seeing. That's what's happening right now on YouTube. You guys are getting paid from YouTube to basically free, to talk bad about Black America. Think about this. The same thing that's happening to black men out there in the streets now, as far as the police are concerned, is now happening to black women. We can call them out. Think about this. There was a black woman in the car with her small black child when Philando Castile was murdered in front of her. I didn't see Black Lives Matter standing up then. I didn't see any of you millennial men jumping up there and saying that was wrong. A lot of you said, well, maybe she had it coming. Maybe she should have just bowed down to the police and she wouldn't have been shot. What? Or she wouldn't have been taken to jail and they wouldn't have found her hung in the cell. That's the narrative that white supremacist America wants you to spout. For those of you guys that run around talking about this coronavirus is not real, that's the narrative that white America wants you to spout. And I'm not saying white America, I'm not saying the whole of white America, but y'all know who I'm talking about. It's too bad in this day and age that we have to put a disclaimer on everything we say. Now, of course, these two gentlemen, they go back and forth with each other about who's right and who's wrong. And so far, if you are of sound mind and if you hear anything, the second guy that you heard talking, how much sense was he making? You want to try some more?
Exclude black women. We exclude derelicts, male and female alike, along with the LGBT. This is not a movement for them. They already got their own movements that cover them. We are not working with people who have made these type of decisions in the past. We're working against being chosen by derelict women. This is about derelict women in the decision-making process and the actual things that we have going on in this so-called community. Most of the people who are commenting in your chat when you make these live streams, they're all women. Most of the women that I know who are actually feminine, they're actually taking care of their families. They're not on here on YouTube waiting for a man to promise them an actual guy who don't have enough sense to leave their ass alone.
Isn't that what you're doing? Isn't that what you're doing? Aren't you on YouTube? Preach. That's kind of preaching to the choir, isn't it? That's along with me. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? The difference between some conversations and other conversations is that that morality, that sense of value. It's easy to get online and talk shit about somebody. That's the easiest thing in the world, to talk bad about somebody, folks. I say this again. Yeah, in a lot of situations, you put 3 black women in a room together, they'll find something wrong. That depends if they are of that ratchet nature. But if you put 3 educated black women in a room, they'll come up with a solution. If you put 3 educated black men in a room, they'll come up with a solution. If you put 3 ignorant black men in a room, they'll come up with a problem and no way of addressing it, except for to spout off more obscenities. A lot of times when these folks use these obscene words, it goes to the lack of their being able to articulate what they mean or what they say. Falls back to the educational level. You know, the folks say, you know, you can go back to some of these houses and some of these men that grew up in these houses. I don't blame all single women. No, I don't. I blame those who allowed their children to believe that it was okay to talk bad about folks with no repercussions. Grown men do not sit around and air their grievances in public about women. We do that in our own time, in our barbershops, when we hang around our little groups. If one of us got a problem, man, my wife was this, man, my girlfriend was this, you know, and there's somebody going to be in that group and say, you know what, bro, they're either going to tell you the truth, whether it hurt or help you, or they're going to jump on the bag one, and that bitch ain't shit. Again, if you shopping in the bag of all shit, that's what you're going to pull out. If you shopping in the bag of greatness, that's what you're going to pull out. Have I shopped in the bag of all shit a couple times? Yep, sure did. And it might be the verse. There's some women out there that said about me that I shop in the bag of all shit. Yep, she probably will. That's the thing about it, is that I don't blame a particular person or a particular way of living on a failed relationship. I don't get on YouTube and talk bad about my ex-wife or my ex-girlfriend and equate it to the whole of black women. I don't get on YouTube and disparage my brother. I don't call him a simp. I don't call him a faggot. I don't call him some of the other words, a cuck. I don't call him that. I just tell my brother, man, you're a little bit misinformed. You know, we have that a lot of times you'll go back to way back when I first started doing this, you hear me talking about, and you'll see it in the movie, talking about the 80-20 thing. It's on both sides. That's on both sides. There's some women out there that got it going on, ladies and gentlemen. But when they get with this certain type guy, 3 months, 2 months, a year down the road, you'll hear him slowly complain about all that nigga want to do is sit on the couch and play Xbox. I'm living with another child. Only service that he's providing to me is the D. He doesn't help me financially. But when I walk in the house, I see him on YouTube. I see him on the Facebook. I see him on the Xbox or the, what is that other game stuff. So there was also another one of these panels that they were talking about video games instead of talking about the virus, instead of talking about what should we do to make our communities, as they say, white America say, make America great again. MBA is what I say, make black great again. Because we always have been. We're descendants of kings and queens until we got rudely snatched from some of our places, from our origins. Or should I say origins? Depends on what part of the world you live in. You know, understand what I'm saying. If you live in South Carolina, if I say orange, you know I mean orange. Hey there, Elizabeth, how you doing? But again, folks, you know, something has to change about this type of man. Again, I'm not trying to single anyone out, but if you hear your voice, if you should happen to listen to this clip and you hear your voice, don't get mad at me. Don't come at me. Because I'm a tooth chipper. Believe me, I've mastered the English language enough to where I could slay the dragon without laying a hand on you. Ain't got to speak about your mom. Let's listen to some more of, oops, almost said his name.
That's what you were here to do. Promise them the finish line of the race that they never ran. And you want to call yourself pro-black for doing so. It's crazy. You have to understand that you're going to have to show conclusive proof that these women have changed according to their 50-year track record of actually going against black men whenever possible. Kobe Bryant is the nearest reason right now. And every time we look at these actual people who claim to be pro-black, they're never actually defending productive black men and their legacy. They're actually sitting back while Charles Barkley and actual Steve Harvey speak for them.
That should be all you have. But listen, the same struggles, folks, that black men have been afforded in this country, it's not like the black woman hasn't endured. You know, some of us have that mentality of that black women weren't affected by slavery. Some of us have that mentality that the black woman owes us something. You got it reversed. We owe the black woman, we owe our black children. You can't be a man and stand up and say it's the woman's fault, and then revert to your local Bible and saying this text is this text is that. Because if you're going to be a leader, if you want to be that person that folks look up to, the last thing you should do is invoke a problem with no solution. The last thing you should do is find every black woman that you possibly can to talk shit on. Now, is there some cases to where what my man was saying is absolutely right? I hate the fact that Kobe passed, and that's how we're going to remember that man's legacy from what someone else said about him. Was Gayle King wrong about what she was saying? Absolutely right. Well, what about the other black woman that was across the room from her that defended Kobe Bryant? We forget about her. Forget about Lisa Leslie. We forgot about the good that she said about Kobe. Most of us want to dwell on the negative. I didn't know what I meant about it. I said what I had to say about it, and I left it alone. But again, some of these millennial cats will go from podcast to podcast, broadcast to broadcast with the same garbage. You cannot move into a new house, folks, and bring the same old dusty ass furniture with you. You haven't changed anything. The surroundings are still the same. You're still going to stub your toe on that coffee table that was in the last old house. You can't say that white America didn't have a role in what's happening to us, because they did. Remember, coming from those shores of Africa, our identity was automatically taken from us. So whose identity are we learning? Whose way of thinking it's being taught to us? Just as it was taught to black men, just as it was taught to black women. Maybe that's why black women go out and have their hair processed. Maybe that's why black men was going out having their hair processed, because we shot for inclusion. Maybe that's why folks realize that black men and black women they have so much resolve that when it's time for pressure, that they join any movement that we have to get their point across. Back in the 70s, back in the 60s and 70s, when we was going for racial equality, when they were sicking the dogs on us, when the temperature got a little bit cooler, who came out? The white women. They're burning bras and stuff like that. Here as of recently, when Kaepernick started complaining about police brutality, all of a sudden you saw an influx of white videos to where policemen was jumping on white folks. But you also saw that systematically throughout this history of this police force that was created to corral black folks anyway, hasn't changed. They say the police system, the police force is broken. It's not broken. It is what it is. It's working to perfection. It's doing exactly what it was created to do. Keep black men in check. Keep black women in check. Keep black women in check. So for the life of me, I can't understand how black people would get on a platform and disparage and dog each other. I don't get that. Again, some of you folks going to come at me, especially those of you that don't disagree. You're going to thumbs down the broadcast. You're going to try and seek out my pages and leave some kind of nasty grammar on there. Like I told you, I'm prepared for you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to just ignore you. That's the worst thing you can do to anyone, is ignore them. Now, if you come at me with a healthy debate, if you come at me with some logic and some reason, of course I'll sit down and talk with you. But what you're not going to do is jump on this channel and disparage anybody that looks like me. What you're not going to do is come on this channel and call a black woman a bitch. What you're not going to do is come on here and I got a guest that knows exactly what she or he is talking about, and because you in your feelings, that's not going to happen. I'm a tooth chipper. You have been warned. That's all I can tell you. Now, I'm going to go on to the next little clip here to have you folks understand and listen to this. Now, the other day, we were talking about the coronavirus. Well, they were talking about the coronavirus, and I just happened to go into the chat room there, to that live broadcast, sat back 15, 20 minutes, and I listened to what they had to say. The whole time I was there, it was nothing about name calling, utter chaos. You take a listen for yourself. You discern what was going on there.
You can walk in certain clinics for free now because they're like, we don't know who might have it. And the thing bad about it is we don't know the symptoms. So initially when Art was sick, I was worried for Art because Art was having breathing problems. I remember you were sick, Art. I was like, yo, I hope nothing's gonna happen to Art, because if you have susceptible breathing problems like myself, guess what? You are susceptible to this type of thing. It attacks the lungs. It makes it harder for you to breathe. You start coughing. Your lungs fill up with fluid. It's a slow way to go out. And we do not know any type of, so when they say there's a cure, that's another false lie. If somebody survived this, they could have literally have taken that person and pulled antibodies. To make a vaccine for a virus, it takes 1 year. It takes a year to cultivate. This thing this thing is steadily evolving. So it hasn't literally went into its final stage. When something goes into its final stage, then you can start cultivating. But it's not in its final stage, because I know y'all bring up something.
Listen, let me go ahead and interrupt that part of that conversation. See, that's what I mean about folks coming to a channel and disseminating bad information. First of all, if I'm sure that some of you folks know, a virus is just that, and especially if it's a new virus, no one's ever seen or heard it before. There is no known cure for it. There is no vaccine for it. Most viruses, or as one of those cold weather things, especially, and it came from the China. Most viruses, but in this case, right now, you have a case where there's a famous star that's in Australia, and then right now, this time in Australia, it's late summer. So that should tell you that this virus is not one of those that you can only include out and saying that it's only a wintertime thing, that people naturally get better from it. Yes, they do. There will be more people that die from the common flu than that will die from this new pandemic. I was about to use the word epidemic, but it's pandemic. 79 countries. And here we have some black men on a panel giving bad information. So much so that they'll question where some other information came from, just for the sake of argument. If someone clicked on a link and sent me something to say, hey, go check this out, take a listen to it, take a look at it, and get back to me and let me know what you think. I'm not going to attack the man in a public setting. I'll come back and debate with him. Hey, man, I didn't agree with that link that you sent me. And here's why. That don't happen in these things, folks.
SARS. Okay, so let's go off of that. Y'all know we talked about SARS.
Let me just say something really quick. I just want to clarify something for the folks listening. Just because you get well from something does not mean there was a cure that you received a cure for. They gave you a cure. They gave you a vaccine. Okay? So just because you overcame an illness does not mean someone gave you a cure. Just for clarification. So some people think that the fact that the overwhelming majority of people, over 97%, become better after contracting this virus, they think that means people are saying they came up with a cure. Nobody's saying that. There is no cure. But the overwhelming majority of people. Art, could you pull this?
It's saying that the site cannot be reached. So I'm trying to put that in there for you, but it's not.
Even these this current link I'm putting up there. That's information. Yeah, information is beautiful. That
it might be What's
your opinion on this information that Art has on?
Go ahead, read. What's the information?
I mean, can you see the screen that Art screen share? I mean, his Art's screen share. I apologize. Can you see it?
The majority of infections are mild.
The bulk of people recover, and it goes down. He can scroll down. I mean, this is raw. This data is updated every 24 hours.
And where's this cited? And where's this source from?
Information is it.
Could you show me where? Could you show me who put up the information, sir?
Exactly. Go to informationisgreat.net and look for yourself.
Informationisgreat.net.
Information is beautiful.net and look for yourself.
Okay, now question. I'm glad you put that up there, Preem. Now, Preem, if this information is true, why didn't the prompters on different news, and different other health channels literally put up this same information? Why didn't they pull this up?
The prompters. What are the prompters?
The people who go over and talk to the doctors and different other medical professionals. Why did they not pull up your same information? Why is it that you, the guy on YouTube, have information that the people that literally are in these positions, why didn't they do it? I mean,
well, let me answer that for you there, my man. First of all, you have the news cycle. You know, you have NBC, MSNBC, CBS, and all these, and not all these people are qualified to go and talk to these healthcare professionals, or they're not so much that they're qualified. They're on different parts of the news. Now, to me, if I had the choice of going to look up some information for myself in discerning whether it's true or not, I would much rather do that and wait till the 6 o'clock news to hear one person's opinion about what's going on, or two people, the host and the co-host. I think if I was trying to do the best thing I possibly can to keep my family out of any and all harm's way, I would want more than one opinion, because the weatherman, these same folks that you're talking about, will tell you there's no chance of rain tomorrow, and you wake up in the morning, it's pouring down. So it's all about where you get your information from sometimes. If you rely on the normal channels, you probably are a bit misinformed. Like, again, I use the people on Fox News. They actually thought that this disease was brought here by the Democrats to get Trump out of office. So basically, you're falling to that same track by asking that question, where is it true? Regardless of if it's true or not, don't be so quick to throw something out without even looking at the information first. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. To me, better live chicken than a dead duck. You will hear these guys later on. I mean, full argument, to where for 15 to 20 minutes, not anything was discussed about what's going to happen if this pandemic reaches some of our black neighborhoods. They're worrying about who's talking about it. Enough people are talking about it. Enough. Go and at least do some research for yourself. And then if there's someone that's giving you, first of all, why would another black man give you some bad information if he had nothing but, how do you say, what's the word I'm using? If he didn't have any respect for his people or you, of course he would give you some bum information.
So, have you even, are you debunking this without even looking at it, right? On this space, are you calling this false, fake news, fake information? This data that's updated every 24 hours, you don't even know the source of it.
Right. Oh, wait,
you don't even care to know the source of it.
You just said something. You said you don't know the source of it. Do you know the source?
No, you don't know the source. Do you care to know the source of this information? Don't worry about me.
Go ahead. No, okay, what is the source of it?
No, because I agree with this. Do you care to find out more information?
Go ahead. I'd like to know the source.
No, I'm saying, do you care? You don't have to care, bro. I mean, you're not my.
I'm asking you to tell me. Like, we're literally talking. We're trying to hurry up. Like, this is just a detractor right now. So I would like to hurry up and know the source.
Are you in the least bit interested? So much so that you would take the self-initiative to go to this site to look at it further, and to look at it.
Yeah. I'll check it out sometime. Now, where's the source?
No.
Information.
What I would like to do is I would like to circle back to you in another chat at another time, and then after you research these sources. No, after you have researched these sources, then
oh my God, this dude right here, man! Like, what the fuck, man?
You know what? We look at a Prophet of Thought. He has his materials. I see this as a debate between you two on Prophet of Thought's channel.
I am 100,000 million trillion % down on this topic. 100%.
I really do. You think that'll be a good? You mean, would you guys be willing to do that?
I will pay a fee.
Yeah, because I mean, this is worth listening to. I mean, I think this is very valuable. Between you two, whether it's factual,
it's not personal on my end. I just want the people to have the right information and to not be fear mongered, and just to have the accurate information. A couple of things can be right at the same time. One, this is serious. Two, motherfuckers gotta have a level goddamn head. They have to lead.
So now, are you gonna tell us where you get? Can you tell us? Now I got a question. Let me ask.
On the debate, I will. And again, you can tell Prophet of Thought I will pay a fee. I will pay a fee in order to debate this guy or anybody on this virus who thinks this is a doomsday on any of this data right here.
Yeah, because you guys can bring your information.
Exactly. Exactly.
I think that'd be valuable, man. What you think?
Preem, how valuable is this information there? Informationisbeautiful.com. What's
here it is again. It's the leader of the pack mentality over there. You hear one guy questioning the guy, so the other one wants to chime in. How valuable is this information? How valuable is it to you? Damn to me, because I've already been to the site. I already discerned what's good for me and what's not good for me, what's best for my family, what's not best for my family. Television, you would rather watch that. Break down the word television. It's telling you what they want you to watch. But when you go to the internet and look these things up, they can't tell you what to read and what not to read. Only you can place good or bad information in front of you. If you choose to go seek out bad information, you'll get it. If you choose to go seek out information that'll help you and your family survive this, you'll get it. If you choose to come on YouTube and argue with someone, you could do that too. As you can see, at every point that this man made so far, if he was saying, go to the site and check out for yourself, let's have a healthy debate on this. What's wrong with that? Absolutely nothing. But here comes the next question. Here you go.
Say this.
You will find out when me and BMT or me and you debate on Prophet of Thought series. Debate me on this. I'll pay.
Okay, I got a question. Let me ask you a question. Smooth. Can I ask you a question? Now, does anybody know how Wikipedia works? Does anybody know how Wikipedia works?
Yeah, let me go ahead and answer that for you. Well, Wikipedia, folks, for those of you that can remember, Wikipedia actually does replace the encyclopedia. Instead of having a hard copy of the encyclopedia in your house, for some of you that grew up in the 70s, you know exactly. Just about every black family had the World Book Encyclopedia, all 26 or all 27 volumes of it. And that's where we got our information at. So now, if you go back to those World Book encyclopedias, how much of that information is valuable today? Because a lot of it is absolutely wrong. Just by the people that made those encyclopedias. They were putting bad information in there and selling it to folks. They were telling us about our history through these encyclopedias. Well, here comes Wikipedia, to where not just anybody can go in there, folks, and put information and put it in. These folks have to do their research, and anything that's on Wikipedia is easy to debunk or diffuse. So basically, that's all it did. Wikipedia replaced the hard copy of the encyclopedia or the dictionary. It's a way. It's the lazy man's way of grabbing information. It is what it is.
Does anybody know that Wikipedia, you literally information in Wikipedia and change information, and you don't have to have no type of validation or any type of like experience or anything?
This is
now the question is, why is it that a lot of colleges don't want their students going to Wikipedia? Because they don't know if the information is proven or valid. Anybody can put anything in there. So when we asking, yo, who's the person, like what college, what person with a degree or doctorate or anything that literally made this,
no.
Why is there any kind of pushback?
No. Look, because don't stop being lazy. Find the information out yourself. I am convinced. I know the information. So much so I'm willing to debate you on Profit of Thought and pay. Send him a cash up a super chat for the privilege of debating you with facts, with data. Accept the challenge, brother. It's not personal. I'm not calling you any profane names. Accept the challenge.
Okay,
Let's
so
do
you
this
want
as
to
men.
debate the coronavirus. Okay, that's fine.
Debate you.
You want to debate me about the coronavirus.
Agree.
What would you call it?
This is how idiotic.
What would you call it? Like what would be the premise of the debate? Because what would it be like? Is it dangerous or will it pass? Or I mean, how would you be able to shape it so you'll be more linear when you're talking points?
Yep, excellent question.
I'm very curious about that.
Yeah, kind of frame it somehow like facts versus fiction, alt hype versus this, truth versus yeah.
People
I mean that may work. That's just one idea right there as far as how to go ahead and frame it.
Yeah, that might be an emergency debate, but this is going on. This is current, so I think this should be like soon as possible. In my opinion.
Jesus Christ, this is where we're at now. Okay.
What's the problem with it, brother? Don't you want the people to have the right information? Don't you want to have all of your information that debunks whatever it is that I've been talking about, right?
Yep, sure. To amuse the stupidity of okay, so I'll do it.
Wow. Why the name calling thing?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. One thing I noticed about this whole virus thing is it's generating a paranoia, response in certain people, and I only see it in certain people. I'm not saying no names, and I'm not pointing fingers, but I've been on a couple of panels today, and I've seen more than a few folks just lose it over this shit, screaming at other motherfuckers, just acting uncivil, and I'm like, what's really going on with these motherfuckers? Is it really over this virus, or is this situation just triggering something in them?
Exactly.
It's causing them to have this panic attack. This thing is where they lashing out at every damn body.
I got.
You know what I mean?
I just want to ask the question. If those who don't care about this virus, right? That's like a person who has a religious belief. but then the atheist goes out of their way to try to come at the person that has a religious belief of why they shouldn't believe. But the thing about it is, if y'all don't believe in the virus, then why are you here on the panel?
I'm lost.
No, that's pretty straightforward.
Believe in the what? Can you define believing in the virus? How do you mean, brother?
Well,
Believe
I'm saying that if you don't believe the virus is a problem, really, then I don't get it. Like, we're trying to actually like share information on how to deal with this virus.
You know what? Okay, can I just? Yes, sir.
No. Hang on. I listened to you. You brought up your little PowerPoint thing. I'm saying this. You already said it's not that big of a deal. So you said what you got to say. You're not going to talk to the press. You don't have nothing to really tell us. I mean, you don't got no kids or anything really to viably go off of.
Hold on.
So,
I said nobody said. Listen,
see, that's why I let that play for so long, folks. I wanted you folks to understand where this stuff leads up to. When you get onto these panels, and again, we're supposed to be grown men. We're supposed to be able to, as my man said earlier, have that handshake that you'll respect my opinion and I'll respect yours without name calling, without asking me what I do for a living, because what I do for a living has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. Whether I drive an Uber or whether I work in the kitchen, it has nothing to do with it. And again, that's the mentality of some of these millennial YouTubers that get on there and think that they can either, number one, attack black women, or number two, attack a black man for having a little bit of common knowledge to where, wait a minute, you're not going to get on a panel and act like you're smarter than me. I got to shut that down. I got to stop that. I can't have that. I know that's not going to happen. Again, I'm not pointing out anyone in particular. I'm not saying who's who, what's what. If you folks are out there and you recognize these voices, that's on you. But I'm just, as I say, it's sometimes you have to draw that line in the sand. What you're willing is you stand for nothing and fall for any damn thing. And that's what a lot of these, that's mentality of a lot of these, as they call themselves. Well, I don't know what this shit is, the manosphere. What is that? What is that about? I don't get that. I'm gonna want you folks to listen to a little bit more of this, and you're gonna hear one guy come in a little bit later on, actually saying that this coronavirus that we're all gonna have to deal with is a farce.
Here on the panel.
So it was directed. I said it wasn't serious. You're talking about I don't have no right to do that because you're claiming I said it wasn't serious, even though I just said. Once this is visible ahead, someone chat to the men, your father, your husband, your boyfriend, your significant others during these times. This is not even war.
This is not war.
Zero. You do not qualify to ask me a question right now, and that's no disrespect. Please. Okay,
my bad.
Yeah, because I don't even trust how you're gonna even. I don't even trust how your mind is gonna even take an answer right now at this point, brother.
You fellas mind. Hey, listen, no disrespect to anybody on this panel, but if I was someone that was coming to look for some information and I saw a panel consist this when you hear me speaking now, folks. Actually, this is actually when I just said, you know what, maybe a cooler head will prevail here. Maybe I'll go into the chat room and maybe diffuse the situation a little bit. I appreciate the host for allowing me to come on. I really do. Thank you. You know exactly who you are. As I said, I'm not going to mention any names here because I don't want anyone to have any hard feelings about when I come back to this particular podcast or live stream, that I want to be able to walk into there or be open to with welcome, not being jumped on. But this is what I had to say about the situation.
And to listen. And if all I heard was coming out of these black men was name calling, what you do, how you do, where did this information come from? How am I supposed to believe what you're saying? Do you think that anybody would really pay attention to you guys after 5 minutes of sitting here listening to you? Honestly, you guys are not talking about the coronavirus. You're talking about your personal feelings because someone said this about you or because somebody said that one about you. Let me one up him by saying something that might be derogatory to that person or this person, and it has nothing to do with this coronavirus. Believe it, ladies and gentlemen, this is serious. This is not an epidemic. This is a pandemic. That means it's worldwide, regardless of whether you got peanut butter, whether you got honey, or whether you got a $40 million home. It's going to affect you in one way or the other. If you don't contract the virus itself, guess what? Sooner or later, you might want to go to a bank. You might want to go to a hospital. You might want to go to a restaurant. You might even want to go see your friends. But this virus is going to dictate within the next 3 to 4 months until we get some warmer weather and knocks it out. This is going to dictate how everybody, even these people, even the people on this panel right here, how you're going to live today or tomorrow. So to sit here and argue like a bunch of cackling women and think somebody's going to pay attention to you guys, get real. Get real with yourself. If you say you got valuable information, put it out there. If you don't have anything to offer except an argument and some anarchy, go find somewhere else. Because there are some people here that really are trying to figure out what's going on. It really is.
I don't know if I should accept passengers right now in my Uber or not. Like, I'm literally at a standstill right now at the parking lot.
You're absolutely right.
That's what I'm saying, Smooth. Like, I've been trying to tell you, like, hey, man, like, my wife, literally, I just sent her too doggone go get stuff. Like, stuff is clearing out because nobody wants to chance it where they have to, what I'm saying, deal with people of the unknown. Like, my wife literally and she literally works this type of stuff. So I'm not here to play no games, bro. Like, I literally just came back from a community talk, and I literally just told y'all that I have a phone call from the school for a lot of kids that might not be going to school. You feel me? So I'm not trying to waste no time. Like, if I really just said, okay, I'm done, I'll go to my panel and talk about this. I can. I'm not here to argue. That's the case.
Okay, how many schools in your area that you know of that has closed? And just in your area?
All the districts.
Okay.
And that was as of 24. This is less than 24 hours, folks. Just the schools in this district. Now, if you go on to the news today, and you go to the Center for Disease Control's website, you will find out there's an ass of schools closing. You will find out that colleges are closing. You will find out that universities are closing. And so again, for these gentlemen, less than 24 hours ago to be in this chat room saying that this coronavirus is not real, that it's not going to affect you. That's what I mean about passing out bad information. If you don't have the right information, go look it up first. If you want to be on a panel like this, to where there's actual people out there that's listening to you, that might go back and fact check what you say, or might go back and look at some information that you gave, and you gave them the wrong information, that's not going to help the situation. The guy asked, should he go drive his Uber? Absolutely, positively not. Would you? Would you run into a burning building? Would you? If you know that you're in an area where there's confirmed clusters of this virus going around, would you be concerned about picking someone up? Nah, not me. Sorry, I'll wait. Better live chicken than dead duck. You contact the virus because you out there saying that you gotta get this money. Understand that. But you're not going to get no money when you're 6 feet under. You can't take it with you. Many men have tried throughout history. Many men have tried to take their wealth with them. Ask them pharaohs that. They buried the dog, they buried the gold, they buried their concubines and everything with them. Come to find out some 4,000 or 5,000 years later, we digging it up. So they couldn't take it with them, could they? Ask yourself that. I use that analogy for this. If you got good information, why would you take the old adage of I got my ball and I'm taking it home because y'all not letting me overrun the conversation, or you're not letting me choose my talking points. You're trying to overtalk me. You're trying to tell me something that's right and I don't agree with you. Sorry. Just because you can talk, that don't mean you're right. There's a lot of people out there who think because they cut their yard with a lawnmower call themselves landscapers. BS. You're just cutting grass. There's a difference between maintaining and just doing something at one time. Am I right? Now, that's enough of that. Well, actually, I'm going to play a little bit more of this, and then we're going to go to the coup de grace. I told you, a smart black woman will outsmart, will outtalk, and outthink damn near every black man that comes at her with some chaos or some anarchy. You're going to hear about that a little bit later, too. So, let's go into this. Let's finish this clip here a little bit.
So imagine that's just in your area. Just think about how many other schools are closed in New York, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee.
Go ahead and say that, baby. They have what?
I think about how many schools.
A couple of cases in Columbia, South Carolina, which is a couple of hours from where we stay at. So they're having people prepare, and people who are contracting this virus or whatever it may be, they are told to go to MUSC, which is a hospital, a big hospital down in downtown Charleston.
Don't want to disagree with the young lady, but yes, MUSC is a hospital, but it's also, listen to this, the Medical University of South Carolina. I'll say that again. The Medical University of South Carolina. Keyword, university. Are there some doctors there? Of course there is. It's like you going to, for some of us that went to your local college, or went to Alabama or Auburn, whatever, a lot of residencies going on there, you know, where people, after they finish the educational part of it, the testing part of it, then they come to the medical university for the practical. They actually get to watch doctors performing these type surgeries, or, you know, they have these think tank groups of how to better fight diseases and stuff like that. She is absolutely correct by pointing that out. But understand, folks, the Medical University of South Carolina is that. It is a training facility. It is just that.
Those who think they might, or they actually have little facilities, or
trying to go.
I really don't know. I mean, just because you get some information from the Center for Disease Control, that doesn't necessarily make it right. We hear the president get on TV every day and say this was contained. You can't tell those people that in New Rochelle, New York, there. You can't tell the people of that with the different clusters of 108, 109, 100 and people waking up the next morning with this virus. You can't tell them it's contained. You can't.
Right, but the thing is, so this is Jack Spade, folks. So one thing we got to try to do is, there was a gentleman in the chat. You know, we got to be realistic about what's actually occurring. I mean, the fear mongering is not helping us any. Yes, we're going to have people that are going to contract the virus, and as it was spoken on the panel so far, there are some people that's going to contract the virus. There are some people that's going to have mild symptoms. There's going to be people that's going to have the acute symptoms, and there's going to be some people that are going to pass away from the virus. You have to deal with the reality, and you have to deal with what's actually happening. The best thing for everyone to do is to practice the best practices as they can. Washing your hands. If you can stay away from large crowds, try to stay away from large crowds. Get your finances in order, because if you or your spouse, if anyone does have a spouse or anyone is living with a significant other, and one person ends up being out of work for 2, 3, 4 weeks, maybe a tad bit longer, the household can at least maintain it through the course of the other person making it through the illness. The fear mongering is not helping at all, and the spreading of misinformation is not helping at all. And this is my last point. I'm about to hand it over. Because we do have a global economy and we do have Americans, black, white, doesn't matter your race or ethnicity, that do travel abroad. Unfortunately, that is how the virus has ended up making its way into the United States. I was hoping that I would do a cruise before the end of this year. That has been canceled on my end because I don't want to increase my chances of contracting the virus. The occupation I do now, I do work around people who could end up contracting it, because where I work at, we have a lot of people who have traveled overseas for business and have come back. So with me, my biggest thing is trying my best to stay as healthy as possible, stay away from large crowds if I can, wash my hands, and just be mindful.
Right. And let me just touch on two quick points. As far as the health thing, again, this is my personal little thing. Everything he said as far as the precautions sports can take for the health, but stay hydrated, stay alkaline, stay positive, because you don't have to believe in the whole rabbit hole thing, but that vibration that we
see, that's what I mean, folks. When you're giving out good information, you heard those last two gentlemen speak, and they were on point. Absolutely on point. But as these two gentlemen are speaking, of course I'm on the page, so I'm looking at this. Here's some of the comments. I'm done with trying to educate every dog for himself. Blacks make it seem like you gotta kiss their ass to get across information. That's what I meant about the old mentality of taking my ball and going home. Nobody will listen to me. So let me go ahead and type something down in disparaging in the chat room. Matter of fact, let me just make some noise while the other guy's talking, and maybe I'll drown him out and people will start paying attention to me. In the meantime, these last two gentlemen that you heard speak was giving out some valuable information that somebody in that chat room could have used. Distraction is the method a lot of these cats use. Absolutely. Let's take away from what he's saying a little bit more.
Vibrate at. That's why they always say stress kills. More people die from stress and anxiety than anything else. So you can't accept the realities of the situation, but you want to make sure you don't want to get that vibration too low, because that's just going to compound. That anxiety is going to build up. And again, as guys who got other people, younger members of our families looking up to us, we sometimes you may have to walk that fine line, because you got to keep them calm too. You want to keep it real with them, but you have to keep them calm too. They can't see us faking. They can't see us waffling like that. So the brother who was talking about Uber, unfortunately, I think it's a wrap, because folks are going to be mindful of surfaces, especially surfaces that they don't control, and they're unaware of who else has been coming in contact with those surfaces, since they're now saying that this thing can stay on the surface for up to like hours. So I would honestly say you want to have a contingency plan. Just prepare for it to be a wrap in the near future for the next couple of months.
I just need it for the next 2-3 weeks, man. I'm planning to relocate and job opportunity and shit, really getting shit back in order. So this shit is really fucking up my plans to, get my finances in order, like Jack Spade just said. You know what I'm saying?
And really quick, anybody traveling? The brothers in my Columbia group, Columbia president just came out with something today. Columbia has a travel ban on several countries. United States is one of them. Anybody from the United States going to Colombia, and I anticipate it's gonna happen for all countries. As soon as you get there, they're gonna make you sign some paperwork, and they will quarantine you.
Here it is, folks. There's absolutely nowhere you can go right now that you will not be quarantined. It is what it is. So again, for some of these gentlemen to be down in this chat room, in this particular broadcast, it's not only in this one, it's other ones. It's just the one I just happened to be a part of yesterday. To act like this coronavirus isn't serious, isn't deadly. It absolutely is. So for you to be in a place where black people are congregating and gathering, looking for information, and you out there sowing the seeds of, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Wrong answer. My brothers, my sisters. The best places to get information from is for people that look like you, that think like you, that talk like you. We ask for this. We ask for a way that we can speak to ourselves. We ask for this idea of having our own media outlets. We've asked for white America not to report on black America. Because if you go back to the 80s, when you saw cops, the first thing you saw on TV at 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock was a 6 o'clock news showing you black men getting dragged down the street. And right after that 6 or 7 o'clock news went on, you got cops, bad boys, bad boys. They got our brothers in handcuffs, slamming them up against things. So I say to these young men that come into these chat rooms, use that same negative energy that you have to spend talking about our women and our men that for some reason or other, we feel it necessary to protect our culture. Don't call me a simp, because these women I don't know. Don't call me a cuck, because I haven't slept with any of these women. Don't call me a racist, because I'm not speaking on racial terminology. Don't call me a mama's boy, because I'm a grown man. Don't call me, what's that word that I like to use? Sambo. Oh, wait a minute, wrong word. Uncle Tom. Half these folks use that word Uncle Tom, that phrase Uncle Tom, and not understanding that they're using the wrong terminology. If you got one of these brothers or sisters out here that's on the white side of the world, that they agree with white America, they're not Uncle Toms. They're Sambos. Go look it up. Go look in your library, since some of us don't trust Wikipedia. Go to your library and look up Harriet Beecher Stowe. And look at the antagonist and the protagonist in that particular novel. See which is which. You got some of these millennials out here that will actually say that house niggas, house slaves, had it better than field slaves. To me, anybody that's in bondage got it any better than the other one. Again, we allow white America to dictate our history. And then when somebody from black America questions that, because some of us are so blind to the fact of this is what they've been putting out on so long, so it has to be right, that we rebel and we put this idea of, these folks don't know what they're talking about. Again, I'm sure somebody that will either listen to this broadcast or that is listening to it is in complete disagreement with me, because I'm probably talking about one of their friends. Well, I'm probably talking about a broadcast that they heard. All I can say is, I'll repeat this with fervor and passion. Be careful of the sleeping lion, because when he wake up, you can't put him back to sleep. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So be careful of what words you use to me. Be careful of the people that you attack that's around me. Because I am one of those guys that I will protect my culture at all means, even if it means just getting rid of folks like that I'm talking about, that compelled me to create this today. In the military, we call it fragging. You have to eliminate those that are in our midst. Think about this. Throughout history that our black leaders have been killed, it was usually a Yassa boss in the crowd. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Julio Chavez. It was in the crowd that reported back to the powers that be of what was going on. Infiltrated. So I liken that to the same thing that's going today. You're reporting back to the powers that be of how we can easily destroy Black America. All we need to do is send a few coins over to a few people, pop them in a super chat, get them to donate, and these fellas will say any damn thing that we want them to. How many channels have been shut down by YouTube because you've talked about Black people? Not too many. But you go over there talking bad about a white person, shut down with a quickness. Let's listen to a little more here.
It's the nurses who are going to have to decide who to treat first.
Exactly.
It is what it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying about shutting down. When I said shut down, I mean not completely. You're going to have the large companies that can absorb a suspension, like the NBA. If the NBA can survive a strike a couple of years ago, they can absorb a suspension for a short period of time. Disney World, a lot of the big companies, they will survive. Now, the companies itself will survive. That's not to say that the minimum wage workers or the above minimum wage workers will be able to do well, but I'm talking about the industries itself. They will survive.
And that's a little light at the end of the tunnel that I'm hearing. Not to get too political, but
absolutely, folks. That is some light at the end of the tunnel. But you have to think about this coronavirus. It really hasn't hit Black America yet. It really hasn't. You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of us in Black America, we don't travel. We don't travel outside of our comfort zones. We may take trips. We may go on excursions. But for the most part, we don't travel out of our comfort zones. And for us, for those of us that of Black America, that, you know, that we don't make a whole lot of money, that we rely on public transportation, that we rely on the government, we rely on clinics. Those are the first things that'll be eliminated. If you go all the way back to the Tuskegee experiments, think about this, folks. They injected syphilis in Black men and then released them in their communities to see how what Black communities, how they would fare against that. And doing through these panels, I hear none of that. I hear none of these gentlemen, as they call themselves, I hear none of them giving actual information. All I hear is a bunch of, where you work, what do you do for a living? There ain't no way you can tell me something. You're a bitch. I got so much so I've heard actual men talking about other men's wives. Now, would you do that if you was in front of that man? Probably not. The internet gives certain people some bravado. It most certainly does. And a lot of these folks, you know, again, I heard one of these guys on one of these channels say, you know, a lot of these folks, they hide behind who they are, because if you was to expose their real life, you expose them as being fakes and frauds. They out there showing us that they living on champagne money, but actually all they got is Kool-Aid money. Or they got somebody else's money. I'm just saying, you can't argue with facts. You can't argue with truth and reality. Hey there, DeAndre. How you doing there, my man? Good to have you. And let me see who else dropped in here. I get so carried away, I forget to drop in there. Hey, crew, what's going on? Nikki Lee. Thank you, all you folks, for tuning in and listening. But again, you know, I wouldn't really call this a rant. What I'm trying to do is get that information out there so you folks can know that there are some men and some women out there that don't have our best interests at heart. They will find everything possible to destroy Black culture. And they figure the low-hanging fruit is the Black woman. So let me make these channels up to go on from channel to channel, from post to post. I don't want, this is one time I'll drop a name. There's a lady that came into one of the chats that I was listening to. Her name is Sister George. Now, it seems like as soon as she came in the room, everybody was on her ass. I don't know what she did to those YouTubers. I don't know what she said to them. But it's obvious that they don't like her. And they make it known. So much so that they're going to create more posts about her. Well, I say about this, folks, if somebody talks about you that much, you really must have gotten up under their skin, and sometimes a positive way or in a negative way. So in this case, I'm speaking for myself. Some of you folks got under my skin in a negative way. And I'm sure that this lady, Sister George, and a few of these other ladies that I've seen already. I'm going to bring my man into the panel here just for a second. Here we go there. DeAndre.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Welcome to the show, my man. How you living? You want to holler at something right quick? Like, go right ahead.
Yeah. The thing that I was, because I'm over here in Japan, so it's they shut down schools like last month.
Mm-hmm.
So so my son, he was going to high school, and they just had the graduation, but none of the parents were invited.
Right. And do you think that was a smart move on the Japanese officials?
Yeah, because like here's the issue, right? The virus in America is going to spread.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's going to spread worse than it did in Asia. And the
Mm-hmm.
reason why is because Japan and China and all these other Asian countries other than Australia, they're authoritarian. And what
Right.
that means is if they tell you not to do something, most of the time people listen. And if you don't listen, they'll just shoot you dead in the street to make an example out of it. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely.
Right? There's nothing you can do about it. And even when people go out, even when people go out, they don't play. Now, you got to think about it, right? This is a country, right, where they dropped a bomb on it twice. Right, and they still kicking, right? You gotta understand, like there was a tsunami over here. I was here when it happened. I was actually working on the base, in the nuclear side, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a tsunami. The reactor went down. The radiation happened, and they act like that place did not exist. The people did not exist, and guess what? The people stayed over there too.
Right.
And took an L for the team. And they went to a group of men and they said, look, you ain't going to live very long, but we're going to compensate your family. But we need some people to go down there and shut this reactor off.
Right.
And you know what happened?
Volunteers.
That was 65 and over, that weren't even working no more, that retired from that company, that could barely stand up walking, put on their hard hats, kissed their families, and went down in that reactor and started shoveling nuclear waste out of it. Right?
Right.
See, the problem is that people, I saw a lot of this stuff about, black people got this thing about them where that we want to do things at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the thing that is saving us is that black people don't travel. They don't travel like that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. We really don't travel. Again, some of us do, we take the picnics, the whatchamacallit, and it's normally going to, your grandmother's house or your relative's house for the family reunion. Every once in a while, we're having family reunion someplace like the Bahamas or something like that. For the most part, we don't really travel outside the United States.
No, we don't. And shoot, we don't even really travel across the states unless we can drive there. Black people don't trust planes. They don't trust a lot of stuff. Right?
I know since 9/11, I haven't gotten on a plane and won't.
Yeah, it's and the crazy part about it is if you do the statistics, there are more car accidents than planes falling out the sky.
Absolutely, absolutely right. Air travel much safer. It is, but
for everybody is it's a different thing. Like if you don't need to travel, there's different ways of traveling and stuff like that. It's just not everybody's cup of tea. Now, with my family, they asked me, was I okay? Right? And I said, I appreciate it. I'm good. But are y'all going to be okay?
Right.
And they were like, what do you mean? I said, well, here's the issue, because they live in Baltimore. I said, here's the issue, right? It's not black folk. You know, black folk, you can just tell them something. If they see one person coughing, they'll back up off of, dip out, right? We don't even like to be around people that's sick in the first place. We don't go to hospitals first, right? You know what I'm saying? We'll pray to God, Allah, whoever, before we'll go to a hospital and get a checkup, right? We have this PTSD about anything medical or anything like that, right?
Right.
So
I think it's a well-deserved reservation from us.
Yeah, it is. Even though we damn near perfected the medical practices that are right. So
absolutely.
So the biggest thing is that the minorities is going to affect us at the low end of the spectrum, but the problem is that the help that's going to get to us by the end of the day is not going to be where it needs to be. And then because we'll do the denial or we'll be hypochondriacs, right? There's no, but this is human nature. Like, people don't understand this is human nature. Like, there was no toilet paper, tissues. Somebody in Japan put out like something that if you get the toilet paper, you'll be safe from the coronavirus. Guess what? They was in Costco's buying truckloads of toilet paper. Right? So all the toilet paper buying, all the rice being brought up, all the other stuff being brought up, that was someone in a country, right? That I'm standing in right now, and they said this. Now, here's the thing, and I'm gonna tell this to people, right? The little funky little mask that you go put over your face ain't going to stop nothing. Nothing. Actually, it's going to make it worse.
Yep.
Right? Because you can test how good that mask is. Get you a little spray bottle, take the mask, have it in your hand, and spray at least 1 foot from that mask with a little spray bottle. And if the back of that mask where your face would be at is wet, you can toss that mask in the trash can. If you ain't got one of them charcoal filters and a poofy suit, it ain't gonna help you.
Right.
Period. End of story.
Right, because this, folks, I mean, I understand that this is not a virus that you have to be in actual contact with someone, and you actually can breathe this.
Yes, it is a airborne virus. Like you was in the military, and I was in the military. We did the CBR stuff.
Exactly.
Right? And I was on a ship, right? So people don't understand what contained means and out of containment. Contained does not mean that people won't get infected. Contained means we just keep it in that area. Right?
That's it. Yeah, right. That's it. And if you go back, again, folks, we since a lot of us like to watch TV and we love to watch these movies. You go back to movies way back from the 70s. There was one called Soylent Green. You go back movie to I think the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. There was a movie called Outbreak. If you sit back and watch those movies, you'll get a general idea of what's going on.
Yeah. What was that last movie with Will Smith? The one where he was it was just him and the dog.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I can't think about it. I know the exact movie.
I would say I Am Legend. I think it's
I Am Legend. You're absolutely right. You saw what happened, folks. Those that was exposed to this virus, they mutated. But those who stayed out of the way, it wasn't very many of them. So I Am Legend and and all these different movies like that. Again, we don't like to admit it, but sometimes life does imitate art.
Yes, it does. And now, just to speak on this a little bit, because you know how they say, people don't like to read and don't like to understand things, right? And people like to look at headlines, but the bylines are actually where the facts are.
Right.
The headlines are sensationalized stuff to grab your attention, right? What they call it, quote unquote, now they call it clickbait, right?
Right.
But the Chinese government came out and said it was the U.S. Army's fault about this patient zero, right? That was there, right? Now, the place where this virus came from, originated from, was in an area of China where they do what the same thing the CDC does. Like the CDC is not there to help you against diseases. They're there to research the diseases, and it's a government form of weaponization.
Thank you.
Right? So the CDC does not have your best interest. They have the nation's best interest. You just happen to be a part of the CDC. Like people don't know a nation's biggest asset is its people until they no longer need that many people to run the nation.
Absolutely.
Right. So what you got to understand is this is the issue, right? America has a problem, right? Every nation in the country, everywhere has a problem. Why do you think these viruses keep popping up in China? Just like the viruses used to pop up in Europe. It's called overpopulation, right? If there are natural viruses, infections, that will happen, right? That will happen due to the fact of the matter of industrialization, right? China is going through an industrial portion where they are, doing this. So that is what it is, and and that's what a lot of things are. So this disease is coming about. Now, there's no mistake that it happened in the area that they was researching infectious diseases and doing whatever they were doing.
Absolutely. It's not a mistake, folks. It really isn't. They'll say it came from. They'll try and tell you that it came from a place where they were killing live food and stuff like that. Or of course, that's easy to believe.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna just say this, right? I've been around a lot of Asians, right? I've been living in Asia for like about 18 years.
Right. Wow.
Right? When they say that the virus came from some bats, Chinese people eat a lot of stuff, but I have never seen them deep fry bat.
Not me either.
Right?
Me, I'm sorry.
You literally have to, like, people don't even know what eats a bat, right? And the only thing on the planet that eats a bat is an owl. And an owl has to throw up stuff. They don't have buttholes. They have to throw it up.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's telling you something, then it's not a thing that you eat. It's a rat. It's a flying rat that you have to go and go find, right? So bats sleep upside down. They're nocturnal, right? If you go into a bat cave, people don't even know that the guano or the bat feces is an early form of gunpowder.
I see. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's an early form of gunpowder, sulfur, right? That's how you make old school sulfur.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but even with that, but there was a couple of things I wanted to let you know because you didn't know what SYSBM was.
Right. Please do explain that one to me.
SYSBM is called. Basically, it's the acronym for Save Yourself, Black Man. Right. Now,
save himself from what?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Before, when they came up with this movement, it was a movement, I guess, back in the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the movement was Save Yourself, Black Man, right? Basically, after the civil rights thing happened, all the, the Jesse Jacksons and the Al Sharptons, pretty much they made the money off of civil rights, off the backs of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Right.
Like that.
I get it. I get exactly what you're saying.
So with the brothers that were saying, well, okay, they're telling us to be black, to hate the white man and all of this, but behind closed doors, they're shaking their hands and they get paid.
Right.
right?
The same thing that Byron Allen was speaking about on I listened to one of his podcasts, and he was pretty much saying the same thing. You know, a lot of these black politicians, black preachers, and the powers that be, they're out in the forefront hollering about the stand together black people, but in the same breath, you're behind the scenes shaking the hand with folks like Comcast and all that, getting paid to put out a adverse message.
Exactly. So, just like that one brother that will be sitting up there with the bow tie, the brother from the Nation of Islam, but supposedly, and he will argue with the white supremacist kind of right-wing guy on Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
They will argue with each other, and then when something happened to the guy, he almost cried because he was like, "That's my brother," but y'all was arguing like cats and dogs. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was, like that time Archie Bunker met George Jefferson.
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Classic TV.
Classic TV. So with that, Save Yourself Black Man was like, look, no one's coming to save us, right? But we need to save ourselves so we can save our community by, like what Malcolm was saying, any means necessary. So if we got to travel out the country, if we got to go over here and, code switch, the code switching thing, we got to do whatever we got to do to assimilate in the white society, but get the tool bag for our people so we can survive. Do what every group of people did, like the Irish and the Italians, and I'm not going to say the other people because if you start saying them, they start smacking you down, right? Yeah. But like the Irish and the Italians and the Germans and the Turks, right? You know what I'm saying? And if you do that, and the Asians, right? If you do that and you get your enclave and take care of your people, then it's all worth it, right? But then what happened is this Save Yourself Black Man now has been bastardized into a new title, right? And what it really is, is it's the red pill rage, right? Right. Because they can't say that no more. Have you noticed that these MGTOW people are not on YouTube anymore?
Hey, yeah, I've noticed that.
Well, they got smacked down. The channels got destroyed.
So they come up with a new word for it.
Yeah, well, but red pill, right? And here's the thing: they talk bad about black women, but the whole red pill, blue pill thing was made and written by a black woman that wrote The Matrix.
Okay,
is right? People
isn't
don't.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah, it's a black woman that wrote The Matrix. So the red pill and the blue pill but there's another pill is called the black pill. But the red pill, right? The blue pill is you're in society. You're caught in the glitch. You're not. You're just following along what's going on, right? You want to be inside of it, right? And you want to do what you need to do, right? To just get by, right? You just want to be oblivious to what's going on. The red pill is you realize something ain't right. That this ain't right. Like we all have taken the red pill or jumped down a rabbit hole or opened up the eye or however way you want to call it, right?
Yes.
And this is what makes us knowledgeable because, like you said, Wikipedia, you don't use that. The Encyclopedia Britannicas and the 26 volumes or 27 volumes, or even if you're religious, you start looking into the Bible and realize that there's a whole bunch of stuff missing and it's so contradictory, right? It doesn't make sense to a lot of stuff.
Right.
Okay? So you start to research and understand things. And then that's where the rage part comes because you've been lied to your whole life, right? You haven't been told the truth, right? And then you get to the point where you get into a state where it's called red pill, where you're awoken, where you understand and you start to see things and start to research, but you're not angry anymore, right? Then if you get to the next level, this is this whole thought process of explaining it to the best of your ability without being off your rocker or something like that to regular folk, right?
Right.
And you go to the black pill, which is the amoral pragmatist portion of this, right? And the amoral pragmatist is that you see the world as how it is so you can change it to how you want it to be, right? So the problem is this, right? The people that are red pill raging aren't what they would call the Morpheuses or the Neos, right?
Right.
Or the oracles, which are the black pill. They're the ciphers, the ones that want to go back into the matrix, but they're discarded by it. Like if you think about a lot of these brothers when they start speaking, and I know you heard that that clip from that panel,
Mm-hmm.
you can hear the hurt that it's not that the brother is angry, it's that the brother's angry because he wasn't chosen by women he felt that was inferior to him.
You know, and I hate to say it there, Andre, but I get that too. I understand that, but you know, again, with any relationship, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and a lot of these fellas don't understand. It's like the bus stop. You stand there long enough, another bus will come along. Maybe it'll be a better ride this time.
Well, that would be the case, but here's the thing, right? If all your life, right, no one, you know, men tell men straight up, right? You know, your mother, your aunties, they're going to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they don't.
Of course, right. So, right. That's why I opened up my show with the premise of that. You know, there's two types of women out there. You know, those that you can sleep with and those that you can't. If you start from that premise right there, okay. First of all, a woman that you know that you out there looking to, you know, to have some type of relationship, basically falls around the women that your parents know, not unless you or your sister knows, not unless you get away from that.
Yeah, and that's absolutely correct, and that's why, like, because I had to ask a couple of them, right? Myself, I had to ask a couple of them, and I had a conversation with a couple of these brothers, and you know, and then there's a divide into that.
Mm-hmm.
DJ music is there's a divide, right? Because I asked the brother, I said, well, what about this brother and this brother, right? And he said, well, they're not living the lifestyle. They're just talking about it, but they don't actually are doing it. They don't have the women on the other side of the spectrum. I said, okay, well, let's discard them, because then if you're talking about something and you haven't done it, right, then you're everything that you're talking about is a hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't enacted, you know, it's the difference between philosophers and builders, right? The builders build, the philosophers philosophize, right? You know what I'm saying? So
right.
So then I'm talking to this brother. Okay, so you live the lifestyle, and we kind of basically got the same lifestyle, right? You know what I'm saying? But what's the difference between me and you, right? Because, you know, my wife, she's not black because I don't live in the U.S., right? You know, and I live in another country. So now I asked him, but why are you talking about your people like this? Like, why are you talking about our people like this? I don't care. Right? If I have a problem with a woman and she just happens to be black, I know, because I decided for whatever reason that I married a woman that is not black. I have lost the right to point out and critique that black woman, just pointing her out. So what I have to do is now I have to use new verbiage. And my verbiage is, well, some women do this. Some women do that. Right. Some men do this. Some men do that. Right? Even when I'm talking with my friends or, you know, off air, I still have that thing. Now, there's nuances that you have to deal with, right? Where, you know, that people don't even realize, right? The most ratchet child support taking women are white women. They take people to the cleaners for millions.
Could you say that again, please? Because we are, of course, again, folks always think that, you know, child support is only for black people. Yeah, it is when it comes to certain levels of child support. We are locked up quicker.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. People don't really realize, right, that white women are quicker to get child support. It's easier for them to get child support, and they get the most of it. Right?
Most of it, the lion's share, they absolutely do.
Now, if black people only account for 18% of the population, right? Then you take that 18% and then you break that down to another number of, let's just say, you break that down into another number of, let's just say 13%, right? And and then you take that number, and for every one black man, there are two black women, viable black men. What I mean, black men that are of working age, that are not in jail or nothing like that. There are two black women, right? For every one black man, right? There are 56 to 58% of the population is white. So for every one white man, there are 2 white women. So how can black women be getting more child support than any other woman in the United States? Those numbers do not compute on the spectrum because you're looking at statistics that's only gained to throw black people underneath the bus.
Under the bus. And sometimes backed up and ran over again to make sure they got you.
And then if I want to make sure that I drive a point home, if I'm talking about some Asian people, I need to get another Asian to co-sign what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's from that particular group. So people don't realize, like Tiger Woods. Look at Tiger Woods. His wife was the maid for one of his golf buddies, and she took a quarter of his wealth.
Okay. Tiger Woods is another one of these black men or African American men that realize sooner or later. Of course, listen, who you love is who you love.
Yeah.
But when you willingly, disrespect a certain culture, and then when you try to get back into the folds of that culture, you can't be mad at black culture for not accepting you right away.
Of course, it's a course thing, and it's a thing from, how should I say it? It's a thing where you have to understand your thing. You have to understand your position on certain things, right? Like people looked at Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and all these civil rights leaders, and when they would go to jail, but people didn't know that Harry Belafonte used to get them out of jail all the time.
All the time.
Right? Now, his wife wasn't black. She was white. But he knew his position. And this is where I go back to these guys right here, right? I'm around brothers over here all the time. We connect. We talk about certain things. We try to help these brothers acclimate over here, right? We try to get them and say, look, man, you're not them, right? You see how these enclave of people, you see how these Africans, they'll come over here, they'll marry a woman that's from this country, but they still have their culture. They still hang around their folk. Yeah, they might get into it, but you won't catch another Nigerian talking bad about another Nigerian outside of Nigeria.
Exactly. You're absolutely right.
Right? And if you do that, because I done seen one do that, they have been excommunicated. No matter how much money you have, they'll deal with you. They'll treat you like they treat everybody else because you have been excommunicated outside, right? And I've seen this happen, right? I've seen this happen. And over here, we tend to do that ourselves, right? Like we tend to do that ourselves. Like, without enclave of black folk, right? And we have our elders that make sure that they bring it to the point. Like, I done had brothers where we didn't have, it was a disagreement so bad, we done did it old school way, went in the back alley and blocked it off and let them duff it out.
So, unfortunately, sometimes, Dre, that's what you have to do. We didn't, back in the old school days, if you had a disagreement and it came to fisticuffs, that's what it was, fisticuffs. You didn't go out and shoot the brother.
Yeah, exactly. You don't do that, especially, and we didn't let nobody see it. We locked the door if we was in a bar or something like that, and then and that's enough. And we'd be like, all right, man, that's enough. You're doing too much, right? And then sit them down and y'all drink, and it is what it is. But this is where I realized that this is the pattern, right? And if you listen to them, and this is how you break this down, right? The ones, and when you said it's these millennials, right? Well, the problem is that these millennials are being led by these Gen Xers that are hearing the complaints from the boomers.
Okay.
Like, if you look at the age disparity, right? Look at the people with the top YouTube channels, right? Because if you are quote unquote a Gen Xer, you were born before 81. I was born in 81, right? And then, we know with the boomers and stuff like that, how that works. And if you look at the top YouTubers, right? If you look at the ones that speak on these platforms, that have a lot of people watching them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're over 38 years of age.
Wow. You know, to be quite honest with you, DeAndre, I really didn't notice that, but I'm glad you pointed that out to me, man. You know, again, you're right. There's maybe it's sometime when I say millennials, I need to add in a few of those other folks, huh?
Yeah, because they got to get their talking points from somewhere, right? Because they're not researching this stuff, right? Someone has to feed them this information and let them run wild, right? You know, like if we're looking at the symptoms, right? Like, you know, if a mother's walking through a store, be it whoever she is, right? But we kind of know who we talking about on this one, right?
Right.
Kids pulling down stuff and throwing stuff and flipping the cart. You like, that's a bad child, right? No, that's a bad parent. Right? So where do they come from, right? And then when you try to hold them accountable, you know what they say, music?
That's my child.
He's his own man. I can't make him do that or whatever. But you don't. But when did we not understand that socialization between men starts at the head with the elders? The elders keep the young warriors in line, right? The elders speak to the village leaders, and the village leaders keep the young warriors in line. You know, the elders don't speak directly to the young warriors, right? Because guess what? Even whatever the elder says, the young warrior will not be able to comprehend the actual message of what he's saying. Because
you're absolutely right.
Right?
You're absolutely right.
Did you used to watch the Kung Fu movies? Music?
Right. What's that with David Carradine?
With David Carradine. But you know, like the other ones, like with the actual Chinese people in it, right?
Yeah, you know, Bushido Blade and a few things like that. You know, as throughout my travels throughout the world, yeah, I did catch a few of them. I was never been into the karate flick kind of thing, not unless it was a Bruce Lee movie. But I think I know exactly right. I know exactly where you're going with this, though. Go right ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. I would watch Shaolin Into the 36 Chambers. It's a famous kung fu movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and it's the guy on there, and he wanted to get revenge and stuff for his family getting killed, yada yada, right? So he sneaks into the Shaolin Temple, right? He sneaks into the Shaolin Temple, right? And he gets to the point where he's mastered a lot of stuff through grit and determination because his revenge is the thing he needs to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they asked him, what chamber would you like to go to? Right? And he said, oh, I can pick any chamber. He said, yes, you can pick any chamber. He said, I'll go to the 36th one. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the elder that was taking him up there did not stop him. Right? He took him up there, and he just saw these old men with these long white beards, and they were just chanting the whole time, right? Just beating on the drum, right? And he came in there and he kept asking questions, right? He walked in there asking questions. They paid him no attention, but the head looked at him, right? Looked at him and told him to get out, right? He kept going. And then with the, you know, it's the movie, but he just moved his hand forward and pushed him out. And he got up and ran out of there. Now, the elder that brought him looked up at him, you know, at the head elder, bowed to him and walked out, right?
Right.
And because he wouldn't have understood, right? Like you know, when you were younger, grown folks are talking, right? Stay in a child's place. Right. And the problem is that a lot of these brothers are venting about their problem. And they're using this platform as therapy, right?
I would agree.
And these brothers that haven't even gotten to their age of actually dealing with women to that point, right? That are in this age of superficial, of the internet, of now, you know, back in the day, you only knew the woman on your block. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Yeah, like I'm from Baltimore. If I wanted to go a neighborhood down and talk to a girl, I had to make sure I had safe passage in there. Like I had
there and back.
Yeah, there and back, because men are not going to let you go from your neighborhood into their neighborhood, taking the best of who they're messing with. Even if the chick was below their standards, they're still going to chin check you.
Right. Still, and that's again, DeAndre. That's again, even in even in the nature society, even the lions do that. You're not just going to come in here and check up our chicks.
No, you're not. No, thank you. So why do these guys think that you're going to go to another country and do the same thing in a whole different system?
Right. That's impossible to do, isn't it?
It's possible. It's just you just have to get the cosign of the men, and they have to respect you, but you have to bring something to the table to trade barter services, right? So now men don't see, these young brothers don't understand that the men you're listening to made the wrong decisions. And instead of owning up that, yes, the system is flawed, the system is messed up. You know that since you're black. Right?
Yeah.
You walk out and people don't understand that the stuff that they're speaking. Remember the MGTOW stuff, the men's rights stuff, and all this other stuff?
You remember that?
Right? What I hear in my head is, I'm white. I'm a white man. Why is the system giving it to me? The system is supposed to give it to everyone else. This system was made to keep the minorities in check. No. You're the majority and you're at the bottom. They just let you believe the trick bag of that. Because if the minorities ain't getting married and they're not in the home and they figured it out, why don't you figure it out? Right? And somebody got to pay for this. And since your women, with the feminism and all the extra crap, decided they want to start getting all these resources, then you as the men got to pay for it one way or another. Right? I see this a lot. I see more. If I see more of these guys of these white men complaining, and these black men that had that situation happen to them, they came into this space and they started talking about it, right? But here's the thing where the manosphere actually originated from. So and this is why I guess you came late to it, so you don't understand the vitriol that they have for black women, and it's okay for them to do this, right? But, so the brother earlier mentioned about the swirlers and stuff like that. What happened was, it was these women that were on Facebook and social media, and they just went on this campaign, right? Black men ain't this. Remember, you was hearing this about 5-6 years ago, that black men ain't this, black men ain't that, from black women, right? Right? It was this movement that was ridiculous, right? So they got on these platforms, they got on YouTube, and they started making these stuff, right? And these brothers got together and they got tired of it and they wanted to combat that. And it was a war, right? It was kind of like World War II, right? Right? And what happened with that World War II thing, after the end, the men stood victorious, right? And we all know what happened after World War II, right? You know, everybody had to divide stuff up, and then it was the United States versus Russia in the Cold War, right?
Right.
We all know what happened after that. Well, that's what you're looking at right now. Because out of that, right, after the men smashed the women down to submission, then you had the rise of the Tariq Nasheeds and the Umar Johnsons and the conscious community, right? Because they knew they had to repair the black psyche, right? But then you still had these men that were still looking for blood because they wasn't satisfied, because once you get that conqueror's mentality, right, you want some more, right? And then
so you would be speaking of guys. I'm going to use this name drop. Like I used to when I first got aware of this, was a guy named Sotomayor, Tommy Sotomayor.
Yes. So now what he did was, and everybody that was surrounding him, because he was pro-black at the time. You keep forgetting this. He was in the conscious community, right? And you know how we treat pro-blackness and politics with black folk. It's like a religion, right? It's a religion, right? And that's another subject we need to get off of that. But we treat pro-blackness as a religion, and anybody can remove your pro-black card at any time.
Anytime.
Especially if you start gaining money off of it, right? You start making money, right? You know, and my thing is this: Donald Trump has a street named after him in one place, and that's New York. There's Martin Luther King Boulevards all
Everywhere.
over America.
Right.
And why don't they got money like Donald Trump? Why doesn't the King family, where the patriarch got murdered in front of millions of people known worldwide?
Millions.
Right,
man. I tell you what, it's so good, DeAndre, to have somebody that's speaking. That's exactly what I was speaking about earlier. A lot of the guys, they'll come on, channels like mine, on other channels, and instead of putting out that information that makes sense, that people can relate to and people can talk to, some valuable information. By now, if we were on a few other channels, we'd be arguing. Would you agree?
Yes, and see, that's the thing that we miss. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that we miss. You know what I mean, as black folk, right? I used to love seeing the Black Caucus debates, right? I used to listen to talk radio on AM station, not the FM station. They want us on the FM station, right? But the AM station, right? And my uncle would listen to it. And he was an architect in the city of Baltimore, and he would take me to work with him, and I would listen to it, right? And I would listen to it so much, and I would hear these brothers with different viewpoints, but it'd be always respectful. It would be a respectful dialogue, right? We don't all have to agree or disagree, and they would come from their different backgrounds. But this whole thing, right? This whole thing about the manosphere, the black manosphere, it's not what we call black YouTube. We need to change that narrative. That is just a sliver and a piece of what we quote unquote call black YouTube.
Right.
Right. And we need to bring this to light because there's division so well. Now, if these brothers are going to talk bad about black women and stuff like that, then instead of arguing with them, you know what I mean, or coming at them or running at them or stuff like that, then we put as much energy as to combat that narrative as possible and to get on code. And it can't be the women alone. It has to be the men because men have to protect what is right, right? And these brothers are hurt and they need to seek someone or talk to someone to get that out of them. Now, me myself, right? I can say this to a certain degree. Now, my esteemed brother Cerulean, he's more of the 1/3 policy generator when it comes to that.
Okay. Cerulean, you want to first let me introduce and say welcome to a few more people that joined the panel here. Cerulean, I hope I'm saying your name correctly there. How you doing, Mr. Gray? And of course, Classy Ruby over there. Well, thank y'all too for joining in. And Cerulean, I'll leave the mic open to you for a minute, man.
Oh, well, gratitude, and it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time.
Pleasure's mine.
I think Andre pretty much covered the vast majority of what's really going on in these YouTube streets. I mean, you hit on all cylinders early on when you pointed out the fact that they're doing this for money. What you're seeing with what I call these derelict Negro males is they're exploiting black folks' pain. They're exploiting, especially black men who have some perceived trauma from back yesteryear. I suspect because of whatever black woman or black girl didn't give them a pony in high school, and they bring that into adulthood, and now they're saying, okay, I want to make them pay for not giving me said pony.
Right.
Like, you rejected me in high school, and now I want to use my adulthood to take a dump on you.
Right. And YouTube gives them that platform that they can do it kind of on the anonymous basis, can't they?
Yeah. Well, yeah. See, the dominant society, they understand things like proxy war. They understand things like use your enemy against himself. and the media is just an extension of the white ethno state, an elitist white ethno state, right? Now you notice the people that they go at, people like Oprah, people like Gayle King, so forth and so on. Now, these women would not be as successful as they are without some white elite putting them in a position to where they have the opportunity to not only make billions, but reach billions of people. No smoke for them. Yet this is the way that the dominant society has always played us against the middle.
You're absolutely right, and not you cut you off there, my man. But how many of us know that Harvey Weinstein was sentenced to 23 years in jail?
Oh yeah,
yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, I was reading up on it.
That right. My point is the few of us that go out and get this information, but it's not publicized out there. But as soon as soon as Snoop Dogg did something, or as soon as some bad thing happened to Kobe, to where folks could literally attack him and his whole family, nobody jumped up at that and said, "No, that's the wrong thing to do." They had to get the ammunition from somewhere.
Well, see, white society understands that they don't throw even the lowest amongst them under the bus.
Right.
Even white society's deviants are not publicly lynched in the court of public opinion. See, I'm a true amoral pragmatist. I deal with reality as it is. I deal with the environment as it is. I am a firm adherent of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So if the Romans don't throw their own senators under the bus, their own governors under the bus, their own praetorians under the bus, we are to act the same way. We don't just throw even our deviants under the bus just because you want to earn a couple of dollars and you see that it's right now a popular theme. But see, white society is what made it a popular theme. You look at the news anytime 6 o'clock, between 6 and 9 o'clock, anytime before 6 o'clock, what you're going to see is videos on the news. Mainstream media is going to cover, a fireman rescued a doggy out of a sewer.
Right.
Yeah. And then 6 o'clock hits, that's when the nigga news starts happening, right?
Right.
Look at this. They're not saying it, but the translation will be, look at this Negro here.
Right. Coming up live at 6.
another nigga you should hate. We're just going to cover it. Be back in 5.
Exactly. And breaking news. We got a few more that we can talk about. But let's introduce this lovely lady to the panel here. Not to cut you there. Say your name for me one more time, man, because I'm bad with names.
It's Cerulean.
Cerulean. Thank you very much. Let's get Classy Ruby to chime in here for a minute.
Hello, first of all, thank you for having me, Music, and DeAndre and Cerulean, always a pleasure.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I look at this when I listen to, and I mean, everything that everyone has said up until this point, I 100% agree with. I just want to add in a little bit from, the women's perspective, because, there's been so much talk about, the women have been on this rampage for decades, and someone who's 22 is being blamed for something that happened 35 years ago because, somehow she was alive and present and, part of that movement. But, what I noticed is a lot of this has to do with that whole concept of victim and the victim blaming and the who's a bigger victim and pain. And I'm going to pour my pain out. And instead of hearing the pain, we hear the accusations and we respond to them. Instead of hearing the pain and wanting to respond to the pain, we want to just, start a war and see who's going to be able to blow each other up the best way. And what I've noticed is, what it comes down to, or we want to invalidate pain. We want to make the pain irrelevant. And, the more that you take women's emotions and tell them that, their feelings don't matter, that their feelings are irrelevant, that their feelings that make them illogical, that their feelings, and, it's everything is just this attack
based on their feelings, which is why they're doing half of what they're doing, which is why they're saying half of what they're saying. All of these things, it's just some surface bullshit for saying, I'm hurting. Someone tell me that it's okay for me to hurt, and then someone tell me how to get out of pain. And rather than have those solutions offered to us, rather than someone tell us, okay, fine, you know what, to get through the pain, you have to go through a little bit more, but eventually, you know what, you're going to start going up. What do we have? We just have people who are going to exploit that pain. On the women's side as well, you have the women who are out there to exploit other women's pain. And in that case, a lot of times it's not for financial gain, like when women are doing it, it's for validation, right? It's to not feel alone, and finally they get to be popular, and finally they can feel powerful because they have a bunch of other women who are hurting just like them, right? So, we've got the financial motivations, obviously, for the exploitation. But, there's a lot of other motivations that we've got for people exploiting all of this pain. And unless we can get out of perpetual victimhood and loving being in that perpetual victimhood, I don't really see these streets doing anything but getting worse over time.
Now, let me ask you, explain perpetual victimhood.
Okay, so you think about something terrible happens to you. So maybe your childhood was terrible. Maybe you have been assaulted. Something terrible happens to you. And you can, in the moment it's happening, you're a victim of this crime, or you're a victim of this terrible thing that happens. And then from there, you have choices you can make, right? So you can overcome, and you can be a survivor, and you can say, yeah, I went through that. You know what I mean? But I overcame it. I'm not going to sit there and let that hold me down. Or you could let it hold you down, and you can live forever in that pain, and how unfair it is that you went through that pain, and how that pain ruined your life because you can't move forward from that pain. And so, no matter what happens for the rest of your life, the reason why you can't accomplish anything, why you can't do better, why you can't work on yourself is all because of that pain. So you are perpetually a victim of circumstances, of something that happened to you, instead of someone who has survived and overcome something that's happened to you.
Right. So basically what you're saying is, after a while, they let that traumatic experience, or the fact that they broke up with their girlfriend or boyfriend, they let that control their life throughout the history of their lives, until they finally one day, saying, I guess enough is enough. I done been on the hurt train enough.
Exactly. And you let it define you. You let it define everything about you, right? Who are you? You're the old bitter bitch who, got broken up with 22 years ago. You're the old bitter bitch who got left at the altar. You're the old bitter bitch you let it define everything about you. And soon you don't even know who you are anymore. What do you actually like? You know what I mean? Who do you actually like? You don't know, because everything is about that pain.
Right. Either one of you two gentlemen want to expound on that a little further?
What Ruby's saying is absolutely correct. What I would like to point to is that the bigger issues, and this is where you were saying, music, is about the millennials, right? Because if you look at these millennials, they're taking from their elders. Okay, leave these women alone. These women ain't this, that, and the third. But most of these millennials, if you ask them a question of what are their interactions with these so-called thotty women, right? They can't tell you because they haven't had an interaction with them yet.
Right. Agreed.
Right. Because they don't even know the first thing about actually having a conversation or approaching the woman. It's like it's like this, right? It's like, hey, don't go down that street, right? Don't go down that street. Like, what's going on? Something bad is going to happen to you. Something bad happened to me. Every time I walk down that street, that way, something bad happened. Now, when did this happen? They don't tell you, right? They don't give you context. You think it happened yesterday, but it happened 15 years ago. Now, down the street, the whole neighborhood has changed. It done upgraded, but you done scared this young man of not exploring and going down the street, right? You know what I mean? It's giving him the tools to say, listen, you got to watch yourself with these types of women. All women aren't bad, but these are the warning signs, and it does not matter what type of women, or in my opinion of the women that I've dealt with, right? Because here's the thing. I do not like taking advice from failures.
A lot of people do. Good point, man. Good point. A lot of people do.
I don't Like, I don't
Good point.
understand how we have all these relationship advice people and they're not in relationships.
Let me jump in on that one. You know, again, you know, that guy, Steve Harvey, no disrespect to him and his craft, but who decided that he was the relationship guru? This man is divorced. What can you tell me about a good relationship when you run around cheating on your wife? What can you tell me?
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this, and this is just me, right? This is just me, right? Steve, people don't understand how Steve Harvey operates, right? Okay, so Steve Harvey never came up on the quote unquote what they call it the Chitlin circuit, right? The first time I saw Steve Harvey wasn't on Showtime at the Apollo; he was on Star Search.
Star Search, yes.
Right. So
you're absolutely right.
He went to Star Search. So how did he get on Showtime as the Apollo? Well, once again, and that debunks that SYSBM thing that they're doing now, is that, okay, Steve, we can't sell you because we've noticed, Steve, that your own people don't like you. So you got to go back to your own people, get them to like you, then we can sell you. You know what I mean?
Hence the Kings of Comedy tour.
Exactly. Hence the Kings of Comedy tour. Now, what do you see, right? Oh, he was everywhere, right? He was like a wrench, right? He looked like The Rock in every action film, right?
Right.
Right. Like, put him up there, you do your thing, your people love you. Okay, bam, right? Then when he made a misstep, when he messed up, right? At that, at that
right, the Miss Universe pageant or whatever. Right.
And that wasn't his fault. That was their fault. But he had to fall on the sword, right? Then what happened? He started losing this show and that show and whatever. But he did the morning show, right? That's was his way of connecting with his black folk and with his people. Just like the same thing about introducing Little Richard turns into Richard Pryor.
Right.
Right? Like people don't know about Richard Pryor prior to Richard Pryor, which was Little Richard.
Right.
Where Paul Mooney had to get him back in line, and Red Fox
absolutely
Ella Reese had to pull him back into the black side of things, right?
Exactly. Because one of the very first places that you see Richard Pryor on it was on the Tonight Show.
The Tonight Show, the Ed Sullivan Show, all these other things, right? So when you research and you understand this thing, why do people listen to Steve Harvey? Steve Harvey's not talking to white women. He's giving an insight to the psyche of the black man and black woman's relationship. See, here's the thing, right? Who did the white woman talk to about her relationship problems from the onset of slavery all the way up now? It was the mammy, quote unquote, black woman.
Mammy.
Because if this woman can have a family, raise her kids with the deck stacked against her, my problems can't be that much worse.
Man, please repeat that again. Thank you so very much. Please repeat that again.
If this woman with the deck stacked against her hold the whole family together, working in my house, smiling in my face, feeding my kids, my newborns that I can't breastfeed, right? And she is willing to give me advice to keep my marriage together when she should take it apart. What has this woman so strong? My problems couldn't be that bad. So guess what? Steve Harvey is the new black mammy.
Can anybody care to disagree with that?
No, that's
inside or outside, because I was looking for a way to define this guy. And remember, I said earlier in the show, at any age you can be taught something. Boy, I tell you what, old music got a lesson today, didn't he?
If you look, like, what's that other guy, Derek Jackson, that sits up there in his car and give relationship advice? If you look at any of these, if you notice, they're removing the women, right? Because if you look at it, right, you got the Derek Jackson. If you hearing it from a man's perspective, but they're not talking to the black woman, right? If you look at the people that follow them, right, that go on their comment section, I like to do research and get the psyche and get
Absolutely, I do. I read the comments first, and then I'll look at the video.
I'll look at the video. Like if I read an article and like I'll read the same subject matter in 4 different places, right? Then I'll read the comments, right? Then I'll read the replies to the comments, and that will tell you something about the temperature of society as you see it. And if you look at Derek Jackson, if you look at Steve Harvey, right, and if you look at all of this stuff, if you watch it, you'll see something. And the thing that you'll see is that most of the people that's in the audience are not just white women, Asian women, black women, people from the women from the Middle East, all of this stuff. You have some black women there, right? And because they need that diversity, right? And they'll always handpick a person to come up. Now, what people don't realize is a lot of those people that sit up there and ask questions, they're not real folk. They're actors. They're plants.
Yeah, right. Implants.
They're implants.
No disrespect.
They're there to drive a narrative. If you take time and they rotate them from show to show to get up there, they'll change their hair, they'll do a different camera angle. Like you said, music it's called television, right? It's the subversion tactic. It's the bar, right? This is the bar, the misinformation and things of that nature. So when people talk about a Steve Harvey and stuff, like what was Steve Harvey saying? Act like a lady, think like a man, right? Well, guess what? He's talking to black women. So if you're telling a black woman to act like a lady, that means she's what? Oh, not submissive. Okay. And to think like a man, but she's still masculine in her mindset. So you're still being controlled as a man. So you don't have that. So the talking part of this is he's talking to black women because you need to trick a man into getting into the hypergamy of the relationship. So then what a man is going to do, he's going to push back on that because first of all, bruh, you're messing up. But guess what he's doing? Everybody knows the best consumers are what? Women. Women consume more. They pay more. They buy more, right?
Absolutely.
He's selling to the female audience, but we all know that most of the population of the female audience are white women. Then by him doing this, what is he doing? He's pushing the feminist agenda. Right?
Getting deep. It's getting deep in here, folks.
Right? So he's by pushing the feminist agenda, and this is a black man saying this, and we already know that black women are super strong and they're not submissive and they don't listen to their men and they have masculine tendencies. What Steve Harvey is saying is right. So white women, pick up your bags and go do it. Right? Oh, by the way, here's some Me Too movement. We're going to have this black woman started, but we're going to take the credit for it and all the accolades and get paid for it as white women. See, what we have here is when you point it out and you understand it and you see where it's coming from, what do you do and internalize it? Now, the symptoms of the problem did not start with the millennials because Steve Harvey is a what?
He's
a boomer.
Yeah, he's a boomer, isn't he? And wasn't he born in wasn't he born in the early 60s?
Yeah, he's a boomer.
He's a boomer, right? So the symptoms is the millennials. A problem is the boomers.
Right. So let me see if I can get this right here, and we'll switch over to you guys over here and let you comment on this. Basically, what it's saying is some of the boomers are the cold. They're describing this. The millennials are trying to how do you say tell you about the symptoms, but they haven't got the idea of what the disease is yet.
Yes, and the problem is that a lot of the boomers, right? Yes, did feminism and welfare was the catalyst to start the problem with destroying the quote unquote black community and the black family, right? The nucleus, right? Well, that's policy. Like Brother Cerulean always says, that's policy. If you strip away the jobs from the men that protect your community, that provide, right? Then you give an incentive for women not to have men in their household to get this thing, and the men trying to be stand-up men go back and live with their mother, but still, you know what I mean? And now they're co-parenting, but he's outside the house, and then you make you make a classroom to prison pipeline, right? To have those men employed, pretty much slavery again, right?
Right.
You know, because they did this before when slaves were free, called child prisoners and stuff like that, right? You were loitering, so you go to jail and they work you to death. You know,
right?
With that big grave in Mississippi or something, or Texas or something like that, when they were breaking ground with an old prison.
Yeah, this was just recently, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was all those child slaves and all those slaves that were freed, and they round them up and put them in the jail, right? So if they've been doing this over and over again and whatever, right? Okay, you're only looking at the symptom because it affected you, right? Okay, if I get my brain together, right? If I'm smart, right? Then I get a good job, women will come to me, right? And they don't want the woman that has a brain, has a job. They want the woman of their dreams, which is the one with the big butt, the little waist, the big titties, and stuff like that, that pick the cool guy, right? You know what I'm saying? So what you're looking at is the Pookie Ray educated lame argument evolving, right? To no longer I can blame the men because men will hold me accountable and call me on my BS. I'm going to go at the women, right?
Right.
I'm going to go at the women, and then any man that comes out and step forward and try to shield them from it, oh, you're just enabling and not holding them accountable. Well, I did hold them accountable. I just didn't choose the woman that you want that won't choose you.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ruby, Cerulean, go right ahead, my man.
As a matter of fact, you know, I picked it up whenever you wanted Ruby to explain like the perpetual victimhood comment, right? Because black folk, every time we bring up our history in this country, constantly having to fight for our own humanity, what we get accused of is being perpetual victims.
Race baiters, right?
Yeah, race baiters, victimhood mentality,
right?
But in the field of psychology, to get over a trauma, you have to go back to the initial point of trauma.
Exactly.
And that's why we always address history. But I always thought it was interesting because I heard a prominent YouTuber say this very thing, and he's a black man. That they always concerned with the victimhood mentality, the victimhood narrative, yada yada yada. And yet there's a group that has been rising up, the so-called SYSBM, derelict Negro males, that have a different type of perpetual victimhood, as Ruby espoused earlier. Then that perpetual victimhood is, I wasn't chosen, so the community should burn.
You know, take my ball and go home mentality.
They're using these arguments that are, mind you, all symptoms, all symptoms of something that was caused, over 150 years ago.
But
let me ask, cumulative.
Let me ask you this one, man. As you said earlier, it's some victims as part of us being not so much as victims, but as they say, and as white community will ask us, why can't we forget that? It's not a point of we're not forgetting. It's the fact that it's so prevalent in front of us, where some people, like Ruby said, something traumatic happens into your life and you live that forever. But I think people don't understand there is a difference between what happened to us as a whole, as a society, that we shouldn't let go of, whereas something where it happened to you on a personal level, that maybe it's time to release that demon and move on.
Yeah, but when it comes to this specific kind of topic, one has to take priority over the other.
Okay.
And the more
And which
pressing,
one should it be?
The more pressing issue is the historical,
Right.
not the effect, right?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about welfare, right? They'll say, "Oh, black woman ain't shit because he chose welfare over a man," despite the fact that she paid for welfare.
Right.
You know, that's what civil rights was all about, was fighting against taxation without representation.
Right. It's one of the things that this country was founded over, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Taxation without representation. That's what started the American Revolution.
Right.
And now we hear, and black women are being thrown under the bus for taking advantage of a program they pay for. So they're advocating for taxation without representation.
Mm.
You want to know where white supremacy exists in these derelict Negroes? Is in their mind.
Mm.
Because we have been abused over and over again by this country, we have taken on the very proclivities as white society. And these talking points are the evidence of it.
I agree wholeheartedly. We have we have learned from the very book of the people that was trying to destroy us.
And that's basically what we're dealing with. Mind you, you hit on something earlier that I've been talking about for a while now. It's impossible to convict the black woman without convicting the black man. You cannot sit there and say, or try to beat down on black women for having 20 million abortions, but then we have to look at the 20 million men who didn't want to take care of those kids, or gave that woman the inclination that he was not going to be there for a kid he helped her create. So where those 20 million men that went derelict, that would have been abandoners otherwise.
Right.
But then they would be out here begging and asking people, don't pathologize black men, but look at your behavior as black men.
Right. We have our history. And for us, again, as you pointed out, and I pointed out, and I'll keep saying this, you cannot say that the black woman is 100% at fault for what's going on. You have we as men, me as a grown man, I have to take responsibility. If I was in a failed relationship, I got to look at some point in that relationship and say, what did I do to contribute this to fail? Was I not attentive enough? Did I not speak enough? Did I not provide enough?
And I was Naval Expedition, right? And there's a saying in Naval Expedition: there's no such thing as bad followers, only bad leadership. The only failure is that in leadership. And see, when you're looking at the black community, or when they're trying to criticize the black woman, now we have to examine the leadership. That's why it's impossible to convict a black woman.
Right. And we as black men want to say we're the leaders of our community. Am I right?
Yeah.
We are the man.
Notice while they advocate for going across to whatever community that they fall into, notice that they always have this idea that they're going to go to another man's country, right, and be a leader there.
Right. So, and let me jump on that. I want DeAndre to swing on that for a minute. Now, you live in a completely different country, DeAndre. When you first went to that country, were you accepted, or did you have to figure out a way to deal with the culture that was there?
Well, Mr. Ruley, he was over here too at one time. So, but when I came back to be here and live here myself, like, because, being in the military, they got to accept you because, the stick, right? So, even though they don't want to, they have to, right? because
right, especially in Japan, because you come from a country that dropped a bomb on them, so there is going to be some distrust.
There's going to be distrust, right?
There is no community in the world, right?
Yeah.
White, black, Asian, otherwise, to where you can go to and there not be an expectation of performance if you're American.
Yes. So so when I got over here, like when I came back over here and I start dealing in Japanese society, and I'm glad I stayed in the area that I was at because I didn't like what I saw. What I saw was for you to get fully accepted, right? These guys would assimilate into being what we would call pseudo Japanese, right? We got this saying called "You've been over here too long, bro." Fucking doing, right? You know what I'm saying? You acting like them,
right?
We say that a lot, right? To snap brothers out of stuff like that, right? Even white dudes say it to each other. Like white people say it to each other, and guess what? They're the first ones to assimilate because once they figure out their white privilege doesn't work. Matter of fact, Ruby, remember that interview we had with said lady, and she
damn
near cried.
Yep, I
She
know exactly
cried.
what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Let me answer this question down in the chat room over here. I'm not sure the Ebony Staff Network. You asked me a question. Why am I timing Mr. I'm cool? I don't understand what. Explain to me what you mean, because I think I'm letting everyone speak freely. Am I not, fellas, lady?
The Ebony Star Network, that is our esteemed brethren, Maximum Black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maximum, how you doing? Go right ahead, my man.
Yeah. So what happened was, this, we did an interview with her because she was a teacher and we was doing all the expats, me and this other brother, and we was having this conversation, and when we was sitting there having the conversation, she was talking about her experiences of certain stuff, like she couldn't get stuff done unless a Japanese person co-signed for her. And me and the interviewer was sitting up there, the brother, and we weren't batting an eyelash, right? Right. She was just riffing, just talking, but she was being very respectful for it. Now, we call it chair throwing, right? So Class Ruby in the comments, she threw the chair, but the chair needed to be thrown, right?
Okay.
And she asked, a certain question. I can't repeat it verbatim, but basically it made her basically had to realize, and she looked up and she got that epiphany, that aha moment.
Right.
This is how black people feel in America. Right? Where someone has to basically co-sign from you from that country, right? But black people are American, so why we white people are doing this to black folk? Because in Japan it's homogeneous, right? You know what I'm saying? It's their country, right? So she couldn't take it so much so that she's back in the States. Like right now. She left like 3 months later.
Mr. Gray, have you found that that's been pretty much your same experience as well, living abroad?
That was the experience in pretty much every country. And mind you, I've been to over 36 countries in the world.
Wow.
I lived in Japan a great deal of time. That is the experience because it is an authoritarian, patriarchal society. They are no respecters of persons outside of Japanese society. You will have to prove yourself in Japanese society.
Right.
You have a lot of guys that'll talk about going to Japan to find a wife. That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
In order for you to find a wife in Japan, you better have some male Japanese friends.
Right.
Because how you prove yourself is amongst men. And it is amongst ability, and it is amongst performance.
Right.
And they want to know that you perform. If you're going over there to find some sex, then having male Japanese friends is really non-factor.
Right.
and they don't respect you anyway. You know.
Yeah, for real.
No, really.
What Cerulean is saying is absolutely correct. And here's the thing. People keep forgetting this thing about marriage, right? In Western society, for some reason, people don't understand how marriage operates. Marriage is made to acquire wealth. Right? That's all it really is, right? Being in love with someone and building a family with someone, that is a caveat to an added business. Do you think these rich people, not these wealthy people, not these rich people, these wealthy people marry, right? Because they love each other? No, right? They marry because you got money, we got money, we want to join hands and continue to do this business. And by law, it's illegal for a wife to testify against her husband.
Say it again.
It is illegal for a wife to testify against her husband in a court of law, right?
Because it's a conflict of interest. Because she would have to, she would have to admit that she was part and parcel to whatever.
She was complicit in the whole thing that was going on.
Exactly. Like let me give you a perfect example, right? The couple, right? I think the Real Housewives of Jersey or something, right? They mobbed up. Everybody.
I know exactly. Right, and the husband went to jail.
No. They both went to jail, but the wife went first, came home, then the husband went to jail.
They got how did they manage that? You have to ask yourself.
We all know how they managed that, right?
Right.
But now the husband, he got deported. He's back in Italy, right? Because his visa, whatever. The wife divorces him soon as he comes out of jail and get deported, right? Now she's under flack because the daughters don't want nothing to do with it. Because what did she do? She violated the hypergamy code, the Italian code, their culture code.
Right.
Your man, you went to jail. Your man held down the fort. You came back from jail. He went to jail. He gets back, and you throw him underneath the bus and divorce him and try to take everything. Right? So now what this being said is their culture held her accountable. Now she's been ostracized by the culture to the point where the daughters don't want nothing to do with her, really. Right. So, so what we have to understand is this, right? Is we have to. What the problem is that we, as a culture of Black folk, we need to stop taking the talking points and shoveling down our throat the golden goose or the golden egg or whatever, right? We watched the Jeffersons, right? Now think about it. Yes, he had a deluxe apartment in the sky, right? Right? His neighbor that had no problem with him, he was a white man, but his wife was Black, right?
Yep.
Now, it was there. He had the mom, his mother was living with him, and his wife was there, and everything was cool. But what was his business? He owned dry cleaners.
Dry cleaners, and he was chasing Mr. Whittendale, trying to get his Mr. Whittendale's business.
Trying to get Mr. Whittendale's business, and he was competing with Mr. Whittendale over and trying to get his business over these dry cleaners, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, however way you make your money doesn't matter, right? It was legal, it was what it was, but he was keeping up with the damn Joneses.
Right.
Right? You got a deluxe apartment in the sky. You own this stuff. You in this neighborhood, and every episode, it was him fighting against Shay Whitey or whatever, right?
Shay Whitey, right?
Right. Now, let's move on to the next one, right? Okay, different strokes. It was a white man with a white daughter that adopted these two inner city downtrodden Black kids. Okay. Let's move on to Webster.
Okay.
What we get again?
He half midget.
Something wrong with him, right? The one that was right. Willis was athletic, he looked good, but he wasn't that smart.
Right.
right? Then you got Webster. He was smart. He a little midget. Something wrong with him. Gary Coleman, same thing. Something wrong with him, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Sherman Hemsley. He was short. He wasn't a
Yeah.
tall, prototypical thing, right? Right? Now, the next show that we get with some black people doing something is the Cosby Show.
Cosby's.
We got a
And that,
doctor and a lawyer.
that took a while.
That took a while. That took a while because before that it was Sanford and Son, and they ran the junkyard.
The junkyard, but we can even go back to Good Times. You know, I always listen to the song. Of course, we all do. In the last part of the song that says, "Ain't we lucky we got them? Good times."
Yeah, exactly. Right. You got JJ's talented. How did they get? But they got out the hood. How did they get out the hood? Because
the father had to die.
Yeah, married a football player that was injured, and he got back on the team, and they got out of there quick as they came. Right? It took us. Look, the father that died working. Right? JJ was about to go in the army, Vietnam, to make some money for his family. Right? Look at all of this. Right? And then the daughter saves the day by marrying a guy that if he didn't get injured, she would have never ran into him.
Yeah, right.
Right? But what did he do? He automatically assumed the patriarchy of the family. Right?
Right. You're absolutely right.
Right? And I've seen this. Now, have we seen this in the black dichotomy a long time? Right? Have we seen this in the black dichotomy where someone comes into the family, the men of the family, and they become the quote unquote bank?
Bank. Let's play big bank, take little bank.
They become the bank, right? They become the bank of the family. If there's any financial issues, if you are successful and you are a black man. Now, here's the crazy part, right? Here's the crazy part. And we got this thing about this, this matriarchy in the black family, right? Well, yes, you say that, but because the women will live longer than the men, but it is that dichotomy. So I've seen it in families, especially in black families, where if one of the aunts married an uncle and he got an education, he got some money, and he's good with his money, they become the family bank.
Right.
They, not
call your uncle, right. Call your uncle up in New York. See what he can do for you.
Yeah.
I mean, but you look at the theme song, "The Good Times." It is a very depressing song. Isn't it? It is a very depressing song.
Like, just looking out of the window, watching the asphalt grow. When does asphalt grow?
Never.
Anytime you meet a payment, good times.
Easy credit ripoff.
You need easy credit ripoff. Good times. Like not getting hassled, not getting hustled.
Right. Scratching and surviving. Right.
Yeah.
Like that is the bar for what a good time is.
No, thank you, Mr. Great. No, thank you. If that's what good times is involved in, I'm sure there's some young millennials and some young people out there saying, "Damn, if that was good times in the '70s, I'm glad I was born in the ’90s."
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this, but they were just showing you when the men took the bait for the great black migration from the South. Right. Up north, right? They were just showing you.
Well, great black migration was really two phases: the industrial jobs, industrial agriculture. Army Corps of Engineers confiscates like over 10 million acres of land. Most of that land came from the smaller black farms. These black folk were more spread out, which literally pushed them into the industrial centers.
Mm-hmm. Right? Exactly.
Then they industrialized the agriculture industry to produce more. They gave these huge contracts to people like Monsanto now that has been absorbed in the Bayer. Gave them farm equipment, right? Taught them how to use the farm. Army Corps of Engineers taught the industrial farmers how to use the equipment. Isn't that something? Now, this is the government doing this, but nobody has ever called that a handout. Nobody had ever called that welfare.
Absolutely. It's not called a handout except for when it's handed to people of color. Black and brown people becomes a handout. But when you handed it to white America, it becomes a hand up.
Mm-hmm. It's a stimulus package.
As a matter of fact, there was a book that was written about it. It was called when affirmative action was white. I forget who wrote the book, but it was a book that was called When Affirmative Action Was White. Talked about this. Like nobody ever called it welfare when the Army Corps of Engineers confiscated over 10 million acres of farmland to industrialize the agricultural industry, gave it to private corporations. Not only did they give them the land, but it was an expectation that they produce. So there's still an expectation to produce, but they got the land for free.
Mm.
They got tax exemption for 10 years while farming was industrialized. Army Corps of Engineers trained these industrial farmers how to use the equipment, gave them the equipment, and then taught them how to use it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then for 10 years, literally, Army Corps of Engineers, you could literally take your tractor, your big industrial tractor, to the nearest base and have it worked on for free by the Army.
Absolutely. And folks, none of this stuff that we're speaking of right now, these gentlemen, this young lady on the panel are speaking of, that you cannot go out and fact check. That's what the point I was saying earlier about a lot of these YouTube channels. They do spout and they give you a bunch of this thing but there's no factualness to it. There's no reality to it. It's just that they're in their feelings. Like these gentlemen on the panel today, I guarantee you everything that we spoke of, even so much to make light of it, even the Good Times theme song. Was I wrong? Is he wrong?
No. I'm gonna say this, right? This is how you know it's true. If they don't want to fact check.
Right. I ain't going there.
Go watch that song. Go watch the video of Michael Jackson with the Man in the Mirror, right? And they show several times they'll show the white farmers crying, right? And protesting in the 80s. You know why? Because the government cut the funding to what Cerulean is talking about right now.
That's right. And even and Willie Nelson, isn't that where he came up with the farm aid?
Yes, the farm aid. Yes. They had a whole telethon, and I remember it because I was mad I couldn't watch Sesame Street because it was on a 24-hour news cycle. Okay. They had all the channels, and then it stopped because that's when that space shuttle blew up.
Right.
With all the astronauts.
Matter of fact, USDA director back in the 70s, his name was Earl Butz. You can look him up. He's the guy that reorganized industrial farming. So we have to produce volume. And to produce volume, you have to arm the farmers with the latest high-tech equipment.
High-tech equipment, meaning the combines and the different things like that, where they're able to, go out in the fields and have these massive fields and all that. Even so much so, folks, that's why we have daylight savings time.
Yeah. And the funny part about it is people don't even know that. I think it's just the U.S. is the only ones that practice it.
Yes, we absolutely are.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Earl Butz in 1973 said that the only thing that black people, because most of the land that's being confiscated was from black folk. You got to remember there wasn't a huge Hispanic or South American population in America yet. And so what's this land coming from? It's coming from black folk.
Go and say that
Earl
again,
Buck,
please.
it was
Go
just
and say that
primarily
again.
black folk.
Okay, snatching land from who?
From black folk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Under eminent domain.
Of
Yep.
course. Say it again, because you guys be using these big words, and some of us might not be used to these terms. So when you say, I'm only kidding there, folks. Just making light of the situation. Understand
eminent domain.
Right. Understand what that is. That means the government can come in and seize your property and not give you a dime for it.
Under eminent domain, black folk was trying to hold on to the land, and they employed eminent domain, pushed those black folks out, and that was the second mass migration from the South.
Yeah, there it is.
Back in the 60s.
Want to say, let me speak to a few of the people down in the chat room. Again, I'm bad with names, so if I pronounce your name incorrectly, I do apologize. I think her name is Kifra. Thank you for joining us. Of course, my main man, Andre's in here with us. We got Mr. Gray in here with us. We got Classy Ruby. We've got Just As Shard in the background. Hey there, Poetic Kells. Ane Dolce, how you doing there? And there's a few other folks that's been back and forth throughout there. The Ebony Staff Network, thank you so very much. Zero the Infinite, all you folks that's chiming in and sitting down and then hearing grown folks discuss things, because that's how you do it, folks. We don't call each other's names.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in I think it was 1976, Earl Butz, who was the director of the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, he was asked to resign, right? Because he made a statement. So black folk were fighting back, but he made this statement. He said, "I tell you what the coloreds want. It's three things." He said, first, a tight pussy, second, loose shoes, and third, a warm place to shit. He actually said that.
Wow.
And
this is a government official.
A government official said that.
Okay.
This was while they were confiscating black folks' land.
Okay.
And he used that statement to justify eminent domain over this black farmland. They said, "Oh, all they want is a tight pussy, a warm place to shit, and loose shoes. Get them into the city, and they'll be fine." 3 years later, he's even asked him. 3 years later, it was a newly formed, what was called the Congressional Black Caucus, that was newly formed under Shirley Chisholm. And he literally told the State Department to go fuck themselves. This is a government official.
Right. But isn't that a lot of what's going on in today? Isn't Trump doing pretty much the same thing that was done back in the 70s?
Well, Trump's doing something a great deal worse, because Trump is on the outside, even though he's boisterous, he's fair seeming, right? And he'll do something as an insulting as tell black folk, well, what do you got to lose?
Got to lose.
Yeah.
And there's
like, what else you got to lose? So
right.
They're giving us an open admission that they've taken everything else from us. So
Thank you. And sometimes you don't need to work dog whistle to understand what he's talking about or what people are talking about, folks.
Well, it's like people don't realize it's like this, right? The best thing that could have ever happened is Trump becoming president, right? Because they rocked you to sleep with Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They rocked a lot of black folk to sleep, right? And what people don't realize is this, right? You can do anything in the world as a black person but become president of the United States. You can go to the moon, you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, you can be the greatest basketball player, you can be the GOAT Michael Jordan, right? The greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali, right? But you'll never be a president, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what? And see, we still haven't had a black president because Obama is an African American.
Right, he's biracial.
Yeah, he's an African American. He really is that. Right?
Right.
And unless you are an African American, you know what I'm saying, you don't have a black president, right? So here's the funny part about this is that what they basically said to you, you no longer have an excuse. It wasn't that you arrived. It's like, when does your freedom start? Your freedom doesn't start when you escape the plantation. Your freedom starts when you get to the north and you have to establish a lifestyle where you can feed and clothe and protect yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. Running doesn't don't make you free, does it?
Well, that's why it's BM.
Hey.
You know what
Well,
I'm
the
saying?
thing is that what I've always said is that saving yourself as a black man starts with saving your community.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have those. We only have neighborhoods. We don't have communities anymore, folks. We have neighborhoods. At one time we had communities, and you remember each time that the black person or a black community rose up and challenged the status quo, needless to say, it was got burnt to the ground. The very first bomb that was ever dropped by the plane in the United States of America was dropped against its own people.
Yeah, that was like when people don't realize. Oh, good. I'm sorry, Ruby. Good.
Sorry. I just wanted to say a couple things because see, the thing is, and I mean, someone literally did a stream yesterday, and it was all about zero-sum games, right? And I don't know if y'all know what a zero-sum game is. I mean, I'm sure you guys do, but I mean, for people listening, zero-sum game, it comes down to if you and I are in a zero-sum game, that means if I win, you lose, right? It's not that I win and you get and you don't change. No, if I win, you lose. That's how we see everything when it comes to relationships between black people, and that's why we don't have communities. That's why we don't really have functional marriages and relationships, because we see if I treat him well, if I do this nice thing for my man, then that means I lose something and he gains something. So I'm now -1. I don't see how me doing this thing for my man, cooking for him, taking that stress off of him inside of the house, is going to make him more productive at work tomorrow, which is going to get him that promotion, which means that our household overall is going to have more money so that I can afford to get those red bottoms I want. I can't see the way that overall me doing this good thing is not just for him, it's for me too. It's for my household. Right? I'm looking at it so selfishly and immediately. So if I make everything into a zero-sum game, then the only interactions I want are ones where I win and you lose, because I see it that if you win, I must be losing somehow. And sorry, go ahead.
Going back just a second, Ruby, when you said getting up and making breakfast and dinner for your man to make sure he goes out, wouldn't you say that some people would say that would call that being submissive?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's part of submission to your man, to the plan, right? Because the plan is, if my role is to take care of house and home, that includes cooking dinner or breakfast, lunch, dinner for my man, right? That includes, making sure his clothes are clean and ironing them.
But wait, Ruby, in order to even gauge that, you actually have to engage the women, do you not?
Absolutely.
Like you cannot get beyond step one. Or if you can't get beyond the initial courting with the intent of marriage, you're asking women who you have already espoused, or not you, but the derelict Negro males have already espoused, when we're not going to get married, but you asking for submission.
Yep. Yep.
That's exactly what I meant over there, and that brings it back almost full circle to exactly what I was talking about. It is, you have on one hand, as Mr. Gray would say, you have these guys out there demanding submission, but on the other hand, when these women give them to them, they don't understand the concept of it. They think submission means that they got an old girl tied up in the back room with her mouth gagged, barefoot and pregnant, so to speak.
What they think submission is, in short, they think submission is women kissing their ass.
Exactly.
Without any expectation of performance. And you haven't even shown that you're a productive man. You can tell a woman that you're a productive man until her ears bleed.
Right.
But until you show that you're a productive man. because what these derelict Negro males are espousing is the lack of being productive.
Yeah, absolutely. And one,
I want to pump and dump. I want to do this, and she should respect me and be submissive. Wait, you have already said that marriage is off the table.
right. So
Right.
why would I? Why would I?
Right.
You know,
I mean, and this is what. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go right ahead, Ruby.
I was going to say, this is what I say all the time, is that the submission leadership, it's basically it's a perpetual cycle. So if one side of it breaks down, the other side breaks down, because see, I'm going to submit to you. That involves me laying myself raw, vulnerable, bare, and entirely at your mercy, as far as you taking me and us and leading us to somewhere good and keeping us on that path. So if I'm going to trust you with it, that means you actually have to pick up those reins. That means you are picking up the reins, not just of leadership, not just of going to work every day, but of protecting and providing for me. So, and protecting is a lot of different things, right? It's not just, well, if a lion shows up at the house, I swear I'd protect you. Like, no, there's a lot more things to protection. And so if you're not going to do your role, I can't play my role. And vice versa. And if I'm not going to submit, you can't play your role. So it's literally, it's not a thing, well, I'll wait, and if you're going to do it, then maybe I'll do it later. No, we have to both be on par. Hey, you ready? I'm ready. All right, let's do it. And we both have to be playing our role for that to work.
Absolutely. You know, folks, I watch a lot of nature programs, and you can learn a lot from nature. You know, it's something as simple as these birds of paradise. You see that extravagant dance that they do? You see how he clears out that area for hoping for that one right female bird of paradise to come in and stay at his property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So a lot of times that's the same thing we got to look to is at men. You know, first of all, in order to attract the right female, you got to put the right thing out there.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage in, garbage out. Now, if you down at Harry's Tavern at 2:00 in the morning, what kind of woman you think you attracting?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's, listen, submission to them, right? Okay, so I'm going to be the translator, right? Submission, slavery, right? Submission equals slavery in their mindset, right? Because they think that the men, like, they think, okay, if I'm walking around with my wife, right, and it's culture, right? In Japanese culture, the women walk behind the men, right? Couple of steps behind them, right? Now, in our culture, that's weird, right? Because you want the woman to walk in front of you a little bit or right next to you so you can protect her as much as possible, right? You know, your woman doesn't walk curbside, right? The man is closer to the curb. Her purse is in between you and her, right? So why do Japanese men walk in front of their women? Well, the reason why Japanese men walk in front of their women is because usually a woman is not out in public without at least 2 or 3 men with her, right? So one man takes the front, another man is walking a little bit steps behind, and then there's a man on either side of her, right? So in their DNA culture, they know that because it's only honorable to attack from the front in the first place.
Anyway,
right? You don't attack from the back, right? Because they believe in honor so bad that if they dishonor themselves, they will commit suicide.
Absolutely.
Right?
Fall on the sword.
Fall on the sword, right? So now this is culture, right? So now you look at these guys, and like I said, if you're not providing, if you're not protecting, if you're not having a place, you know, if you're not giving a place for the woman to nest into, right? Then you will not be chosen, no matter how well you may do anything. Women, it's this, people keep forgetting. You can have all of this stuff, right? Like I'm in the entertainment industry. These artists, right? These artists are like, you hear about, okay, why is this dude with this type of chick, right? Why is this guy with this type of girl? Why is he? No, even because he's a famous artist or something, that's just his art. That's his talent. That has nothing to do with his actual personality.
Right.
Usually a guy in the crew that's bringing the girls to him, because most artists are introverts. People don't get that. They don't understand that. Why you think an artist has a crew and an entourage of people? You know what I'm saying? So people don't understand this dichotomy. Women can smell. It's like it's in there. It's like a sense. They can smell when you're weak.
Yeah.
They can feel
Absolutely. It. Absolutely. And we'll take full advantage of it.
Yes. You know what I mean?
And you can't blame a woman for doing that. You really can't.
But the problem is that these men are they can smell the weakness so much that they don't even think it's worth their time to take advantage of it. They're actually doing you a favor for not choosing you. Right? Because you haven't, like, the problem is, and I'm gonna say this, music, right? What's the worst thing that you've ever seen? And this is the thing I've seen, right? Being in the military. I've seen guys go into a bar that's a pseudo whorehouse, right? And their money isn't even good enough for the whore to take it.
Hey, you can't get laid in a whorehouse with $300 in your pocket. Ain't that something?
And that's what they're complaining about. That's their real complaint.
That's their complaint. That's what it boils down to.
Yes, because all these wonderful women out here, and they're only talking about the same type of woman. The single mother. The mother with babies by multiple men. She had so many abortions. She's the welfare Betty or whatever, right? Oh, I'm going to get me a Becky or a Ling Ling.
What it symbolizes is that they think that they are somehow better than these women, right? And what their delusion is that anybody or any female that they perceive themselves to be better than should just bow down. That's just not the case. And I said this over 3 years ago. What these guys are complaining about is the fact that they did everything society told them was the correct thing to do.
How to get a woman. And they still fail.
How to get a woman. And they still fail. Society told them you got to have a 6-figure job. Some of them went out and got 6-figure jobs. Society told them you got to have a college education. Some of them went out and got college education.
I got that.
Society told them that they had to be a hard worker. Matter of fact, they told them that since kindergarten.
I am that.
Some of them went out and they still work hard, right? And what these guys are getting mad at is the fact that they did everything that they thought that women wanted, and they're still relegated to being a dishwasher. There's a dishwasher. The dishwasher is the guy who has to wash the dishes that better men eat off of. That is who they are. It doesn't matter if they're a 6-figure dude, you're still a dishwasher.
You're still a dishwasher.
Doesn't matter if they're a college educated dude, you're still a dishwasher.
No, let me go ahead. Go ahead, my man. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Because society told them this is what women want. You know, and they do this in college. Say, look, you can get this college degree, you're going to make $250,000 more than a person that never had a college degree, right? In college, they tell them, especially dudes, that you're going to be the best of the best. You're going to be the leaders of society. But what they don't tell them is that more than a third of them will be unemployed at least 4 years beyond college.
And in debt.
And in debt, it doesn't tell them that 2/3 of them will be debt slaves.
Right.
All the way until their 60s, and no woman really wants to deal with a guy laid down in debt, right?
Right. How am I paying for a student loan and I'm 50? Huh?
Well, let me ask you a question, right? What was that dude? The guy that got locked up, right? Called Prison Bay, right? He gets locked up, they put his mug shot up, right? And I'm looking at this guy's mug shot, right? Right? And he got all these tattoos, and these tattoos are gang tattoos, right? Right? And he gets out of jail and he gets a modeling contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now he's married to the heiress of Top Shop. He left his wife, and he's married to the heiress of Top Shop, right?
Well, the Rothschild heiress, yeah.
Yeah, right? This dude, right? Now you think about it. 2 years ago, he went to jail for possession of a controlled substance, right? Gets out of jail. Now, the weight that he was carrying on him was felony. Gets out of jail, right? Because his wife didn't post the bail, right? Gets out of jail, gets a contract, right? Wife leaves him. Well, he leaves his wife, and he marries the heiress of Top Shop, and she's pregnant, right? Now, you know how many of these educated guys that was told that if you get a job, you'll get a good woman are probably throwing stuff at the walls right now?
Mad as hell.
Right? Right? Because here's the thing, right? You can try all you want. And like they say, you can't teach 6'3", 240 pounds, and 8% body fat walking. You can't teach it. It's just genes, right? It's within you. Now, whether you use that talent to your best of your ability, that's on you, right? It's one of those things where you have to understand, and I guess the millennials with the older generation, right? Right? And the Gen Xers and all of this bullshit and these participation trophies are really screwing this younger generation up. Somebody got to hold the L. There has to be a winner and there has to be a loser, right? If you ain't first, you last, Ricky Bobby.
You know what? And that's true, but we have to understand, and here's the thing. What happened is, right, when everyone, especially people in our like mid-30s right now, we all got lied to so badly because, the internet boom happened just as we were hitting adulthood, and so everything we were taught is now null and void. So I understand the pain and the hurt, and there's frustration on a lot of levels, not just dating. But see, the thing is, what we have to understand is we have like biological drives, right? Those biological drives are independent of rational thought. Doesn't matter how rational you're trying to be about it. It comes down to when you are young and fertile, and as a woman, right? The most gorgeous specimen is the one you want to create babies with. Why? Because you look at him and you go, damn, I want my babies to look like that. That he has superior genetics. And so if I mix my genetics with his superior genetics, I'm going to create a baby with superior genetics, right? And then they get into their 30s, and they're starting to end their I want to keep making beautiful successful babies, and now it's about taking care of themselves and about life and whatever. And that's when you start looking for good providers, right? That's when you start looking for people who you settle down with, who will take care of you and your family and so on. And so sure, you'll give them a baby for their sake and whatever, and they're going to feel lucky, because if they're going to be mixing with your superior genes, well, lucky them. At least they get a baby or two that's cute out of the deal. And that's as terrible as what I just said, sounds to some guys. That is literally what it is. That's the evolutionary purpose of humans. So it doesn't matter. Your $100 million doesn't supersede underlying biological drives that evolved in us 10,000 years ago. It doesn't. Your $100 million does not make your genetics more attractive. And so in attractive genetics, we associate that with health, and we associate that with rigorousness. So as in, if your baby gets hit with different diseases and stuff in childhood, they're going to be able to survive and do well. Why? Because we know, for example, if your face is lopsided, you probably were sickly or got a major sickness as a small child. And so it kind of screwed with your development. These are true things, and we just automatically look for them in humans. This is what it comes down to. So it's unfortunate, but play your role. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. Play your role or choose within your category. That is to say that a woman in and around your number, if you're a 4 or 5 genetically, just from your looks and whatever, if you get a woman who's a 4 or 5, trust me, she'll be very happy with you. If you don't want that, if you want the 9 or 10 and you're a 4 or 5, then play your role. Wait until you're in your 30s, until she's in her 30s. She'll give you a baby and you take care of her and her kids. That's how it is.
And you know, Ruben, I will say this. I find, maybe I'm wrong for this, or maybe I'm just looking at it through rose-colored glasses. But you know, if you really start, and if you look at Major League Baseball, football, and basketball, you'll find out. I think that a lot of I want to throw my hands up with this, but I think a lot of white women understand that concept of exactly what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, because they still do it. They still do it in regular society, right? 4s are with 4s, 5s are with 5s, 7s are with 7s, 2s are with 2s, and they're okay with that. They get the best 2 they can get. They get the best 4 they can get, right? Like, because that's what they were genetically blessed with. And if they can luck out and they can get someone who's, you know, several things above them, they understand that means there's going to be sacrifices they're going to have to make, like fidelity. You willing to sacrifice fidelity to have your babies with, you know, 9 genes when you're a 3? Shoot, well then do it, right? But you know there's always going to be that trade-off. So you want to accept reality or not.
Right. Gents? She left the speech on that one, didn't she?
I mean, that's reality, though. That's
damn it,
the
Ruby.
environment. That is the environment as it is. That is from classical to contemporary. That is the environment. That is reality as it is. That is the reality that the derelict Negro male does not want to accept.
Right.
Yeah. It happens in other. Can I point out that this is not just humans? It happens in a variety of animal species, even birds.
It sure does.
It does. That's what happens.
It absolutely does. It sure does. Even I keep using the lions because I watch a lot of that you know, Nature Channel. The lions, they, you know, the females, they run the pride. If the old male starts to get a little sickly or something like that, they start, you know what, we might not want to have no cubs right now.
Yeah. Because I'm like the genes, like, and people don't even, like, you know, people, if you look at just the environment that you're in, you know, certain things are the way they are because of people, right? Like, it's amazing how when people, like, they come to Asia, they have these misconceptions of a lot of things, right? Like, they'll, you know, and like they'll come to Japan and they're expecting either robots or people walking down the street with swords in their hand, right? And then they realize that you can't even talk to them because, you know, they don't stop and talk to you like out on the street. They going to work. They ain't got time for that. They do not have time for that. Like, they go to work. They don't care. They will walk to work. They will swim to work. They going to work. You know, and you know, and then they realize that the Asia that they thought that was perpetuated to them in the society of wherever their homeland is, like in Westernized society, isn't the Asia that's actually what it is, right?
No, it absolutely isn't, folks. I can tell you from my own personal experience of being in Japan itself. You know, once you get over there, it's the preconceived notion that you get before you get to these actual countries. You're in for a rude awakening when you go to Japan and think that your American dominance will be prevalent. These folks will tell you in a minute. Wait a minute, you're here now.
Yeah.
You're absolutely here. You're in Japan now, so that business of thinking Americans are superiority. What's that you wearing on? What's that you wearing on your wrist there? Doesn't that say made in Taiwan, or didn't that say made in Japan?
Yep, made in China. Like, it's crazy because it's this like, it took me a while when I started doing business. Is, you know, at the end of the day, right? Like I had a friend, maybe Japanese friend, 12 years ago. He introduced me to this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've done business the whole time for 12 years. So I stopped doing that part of the business, right? And I think like a few years ago, I introduced him to someone else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were into the business or whatever, right? So they did a whole bunch of business together, had nothing to do with me. I get a call from my friend from 12 years ago that I speak to maybe once or twice a year. We'll get together, whatever. And he told me that the guy that he introduced me to, that we've done business for so long, had a problem with the guy I introduced him with, too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, they've been doing business for 3-4 years. That don't have nothing to do with me, right?
Right.
Because I'm not in that. Like that has nothing to do with me, right? Right? But what happened was he said, well, in Japan, your reputation is everything. So even though I introduced you to him, every time y'all did good business, he would tell me. I was kept informed. So
Right.
he came and told me because I'm the originator of you telling him and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And then it clicked. That right there clicked in my head. And that was like, he's like, that's not a problem because they're being on code. He's still being held accountable because I'm not Japanese. No matter how
Right.
much business I do, I'm not them.
Right.
Right? And he still needs to be held accountable. We can do business
Right.
for 20 years and he's still going to be held accountable because he was if we wouldn't have had a problem if he never introduced it.
Right.
Or
Exactly. They hold you accountable.
they hold you accountable. So
Right.
what I had to do, right? I said, okay, I understand. And he said, okay, cool. So I had to call up my friend and say, yo, what happened? He said, well, man, he was moving too slow because of this. I said, yo, let me ask you a question. He said, what? I said, think about it. There are only 2 countries in the known world of history that we know of right now that have multiple times expelled white people out of their country.
Mm.
And Japan is one of them. They
One
have
of them.
no problem with closing off their borders and not giving no effing fucks about what you think. Think about that. We're on an island. Where are they going?
Where are they going?
So why are you in a rush? And he was like, damn, man. I said, yeah. So he said, how am I fix it? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to cut him in on the back end of the deal. You're going to explain your side, and whatever money that he was supposed to potentially make, you're going to pay him.
Right. And see, that's the thing, folks. One thing I do know about Japan. If say that like you caused the bullet train to slow down for some reason or the other. You're going from Hiroshima to Tokyo on the bullet, and you're that person that caused that plane to that train to break down. You're gonna end up losing some money.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The Minnesota is a thing. Like an accident or whatever, you run into somebody, especially if you're a foreigner. Like even if you speak the most perfect of Japanese, you're going to have a Japanese person validate you and basically take up for you. I've seen this
Right.
happen on many occasions. And white people that come over here, not just not just from America, because usually most Americans don't really travel over here like that. It's usually ones from the European countries like Germany and France
Right.
and Sweden. They catch hell. Like because they're used to having the upper hand. Like they don't know what white privilege is until it's taken away from them.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I mean? They don't know what it is. Like if you ask the person, you got white privilege. I ain't got no white privilege. All right,
What
well,
are you talking about?
Right.
Right.
You know what? A good point, and going back to that lady, right? So one of the statements that she had made was being scared of cops. She had never in her whole life been afraid of cops. When a cop car stops and it's close to her on the street, and she freezes and she's like, shit, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? And terrified that they're going to stop her. They're coming for her and they're going to throw her into this prison system she doesn't understand, throw away the key, and now she's screwed. Or, being afraid to, like, okay, some guy's harassing her, maybe some guy's following her, and she comes up to cops and she doesn't see them as her friend and her ally. I'm going to go to you and I'm going to say, hey, officer, I think I'm in trouble. Like, she won't do that. So it was this sudden thing that she didn't even understand. She did not understand that that's a privilege. That it's a privilege to think the cops are your friends and to not be scared of them and to not think, oh my God, I could have done nothing wrong, or not even meant to do something wrong, and that could be it for me. Today could be my last day or whatever. And she didn't think that until she was suddenly in Japan, where the cops aren't her best friends.
Right. Your white privilege, and it doesn't make a difference in a different country. Only place where white privilege has its reality is right here.
Yeah. No, and that's the crazy part, because they wasn't. And here's the thing, music. They wasn't running up beating her ass.
No.
Right. They was just asking her for ID. Right. You're a foreigner. We want to make sure your visa paperwork is straight, because there are a lot of you that overstay and think you're just going to stay up in this country and take up our resources. No.
Right.
Let me see your license. Let me see your visa. Right. And to a white person, what are you talking about? Like, I'm white, and like I had to, like, I think I was out. Me and my wife was out, right? And I told her, like, before we left the house, and I said, hey, I said, the kids are getting older. I said, yeah. All right. So I sat them down, right? And I sat them down, and I said, look, y'all teenagers now, but y'all don't look like teenagers, right? Because I did the test, right? It's the old school test, right? The old school test to see how old your kids are is I sent my oldest son at the time to the store. He was like 18, right? And he went to the store, and I said, hey, go get me go get me this bottle of Henny, right? And he came back with it. Okay, you need to walk around with your wallet and your driver's license. And driver's license and your ID and stuff. And I sat them all down. Y'all need to walk around with this. So while we're walking down the street, right? My wife is there. We're walking, whatever. Police comes up, right? Now the strange thing is, the police don't come up to me, right? Because we I live near a military town, right? Right? They came up to my kids, right? And they asked them, hey, do you have ID? So my wife stepped in and started talking to him in Japanese, right? Right? He bypassed her and started talking to them directly, right? I U-turned around and walked up to him. And then he looked at me, told me I was okay, right? I looked at them. They opened up their wallet, gave him the ID. He looked at it. Hey, okay, have a nice day. We're walking. She's irate. Why? I said, because they're not fucking Japanese.
Right.
I said, do they look Japanese?
Right.
I said, y'all understand now?
Right.
And they was like, well, Dad, why didn't they ask you? Because we're there's a base 5 blocks down the street, and they think I'm a part of the military. So you better not ask me shit.
Right. Exactly. Right? Absolutely.
But guess what? I'm not in the military no more. So, but he just assumed because I live down here, right? Now, do you see the difference? He's like, yes. I said, if we were somewhere else, not near the base, what would have happened? They would have asked you for your ID. Exactly. Why do you think I did not stop them? Because they had the right to ask you, but I wanted to teach you a lesson. Right?
Whereas as in Japan, they have purpose to ask you for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where here in the United States, it's the purpose that they ask you for is something completely different. They're not trying to identify whether you're here, especially in our cases as black men and black women, Of course, I was born in this country. Well, then again, sometimes it's hard to discern whether a black person was born in this country or not. But again, in Japan, there's a completely different set of rules. They ask you that for purpose, where here in our country, they ask you that for a different set of purposes, for you to identify yourself as a possibility to let me put you on this role of I might run back into you later on.
Yeah. Like, it's ruling can attest for this, right? In Japan, right? Like in the States, when the police are driving behind you, the only time they turn their lights on, right, is when they pulling you over.
Mm-hmm.
So for 3 weeks straight, I kept just pulling over to the side, and my wife was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "The police are behind me with the lights on." So the last time the police pulled up behind me, right, and walked up to me, say, "Sir, why are you stopping? Because you turn your lights on." And he was like, "Oh, we just do that in Japan. If we want you to stop, we'll say something through the thing and tell you to pull over." We just roll with the lights like that. That's what
right.
But that's just to let you know that we're behind you, and if we get a call, so you know that you can pull over and it's not an abrupt stop, so it's not an issue.
Right. Whereas in our country, if we see the blue lights behind us, oh Lord, I'm about to go to jail. Okay.
Right? Like, so it's differences. Like Japanese police are probably they're the most respectful you will ever see in your life. I've never, like, they have a rule. If they have to use their gun, they fail as a police officer.
Yes, and both of you guys that have been in Japan for a while, the Japanese police do not come to arrest you unless they have an ironclad case against you.
Yes.
They don't come get you.
Oh yeah.
If the Japanese police show up at your door, you did it.
Yeah. They have a 87% conviction rate. Right? So if you go into jail, they will watch you for 6 to 7 years with like, it'll be like, you like, how they get a camera in the house? Like, it won't be no R. Kelly and you getting off, right?
Right.
Yeah, and someone's asking in the chat, like, yes, they do. But here's the thing: Japanese people hate Chinese people more than anything.
And as Americans, it's hard for us to tell them apart.
Yeah, like, well, after you've been over here for a while, you can tell them apart.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell you what a Korean or a Chinese, like, people don't realize, like the most evilest woman in Asia is a Korean woman. A Korean woman is evil.
You know what's funny is that for all of the things that they say about black women, they don't. Black women don't got shit on Korean women or Filipino women.
Or mad Filipino women. She'll give you a butterfly. You butterfly Filipino if you want to, and think she won't come get you.
Man, look, listen. You know that white guy. All right, when that white guy, right? He shot up that country music thing, and they said he was rich, and his girlfriend left him. I said, I bet you it's a Filipino, and it popped up. She was a Filipino. I was like, yup, got him, got him. Right?
You mean
wow?
Yeah, got him. I already knew because listen. I'm gonna tell you like this, right? It's really has done seen it. I done seen one Filipino woman put her whole family in the post, right? So this is how it worked, right? Right. So we got these bars out here near the base, right? And they call kabas in Japanese, but we call them buy me drink bars, right? You go into the bar, right? You get a drink. Your drink is probably like $6, but the girl will come and sit next to you and talk to you, and she'll ask you to buy her a drink, right? And you buy her a drink, right? And then her drink is like $15, but she ain't drinking alcohol. She's drinking tea
or soda.
A soda, right? In a bottle or something that looks like alcohol, right?
Sure.
Then you buy these drinks, and then you got to pay this tab, right? Now, what these Filipino chicks to do is they'll get a dude. They usually get a dumb, dorky white dude, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Because I've heard Filipino women say this. She said, I will have sex with a black dude, but I won't marry you. And I was like, why? And they said, because the only women that can get money out of a black dude is a black woman. I ain't giving that shit. Right? So I was like, I don't understand, but I didn't understand, but I saw something and I got it, right? So what they do with the white dudes is they'll talk to them. They get the dorky white dude with no confidence whatsoever, right? Then they marry the dorky white dude, right? The dorky white dude, they say, oh, I need to send some money to my family, and I need to send $100, and this, and this, right? And then the dorky white dude was like, all right, cool. He get him money, but then he get tired one day, right? Because they cheap. Filipinos are cheap, right? No, you can't buy that. That is expensive. But we always send the money to your fucking family, right? Because the white dude is just gonna flip, right? Okay, we go visit my family. I show you. They go to the village, right? They get to the village. They bringing out this whole hog. They done thrown a whole festival for this white dude. Welcome him like he's
he's the king.
He's the king
around here,
right? Then they take him up to the family house, and then she says, "You see that plot of land? Because if you have helped my family, this whole village has flourished." No, we actually brought the whole village over the 5 years of her sending that money back, right? Right? Then he gets to stay in the family house, but that's actually his house because he paid for it, right? But then I want us to retire and live right here, right? But
but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that it's his house.
He doesn't know it's his house, right? Because he paid for it, but that's the family house. But he said, oh, okay. Did he tell his homeboys, right? Then she brings a cousin to stay with her that looks better than her, but the homeboy wants the cousin, right? So now we got white boy. Oh man, we gonna be brothers for real. You get to marry the cousin, yeah, bro, right? Next thing you know, they got a whole ship. 60% of the white dudes on the ship married the Filipinos.
Married the Filipinos.
Now they goes to the next ship. But guess what? They get some Filipinos to come over. Next thing you know, 15 years later, the mafia ran the whole base.
Okay.
Right? They in banking. Anything that's service. Right? You can't wash your drawers. You can't get hired. You can't get a bag of rice without a Filipino with their hands on it.
Okay.
Right? To the point where and then guess what? When the guy goes to retire, guess what she does? She divorces him because guess what happens? If you divorce a man that's in the military, before he hits his 20-year mark, you get automatically his benefits, regardless if you've been divorced or not. So guess what? He's getting 70% of his paycheck, 60% of his paycheck. So he's getting $3,000 almost a month. And then if he's getting VA benefits on top of that, he's going to sit around $4 to $5 grand. You in the third world country making $1,000 a month alone puts you as a 6-figure person. So if he got to pay her alimony while she done ducked off into the Philippines some fucking where, while her real husband that she married before she came there, that was up there welcoming you to the village, showing you everything, knowing you smashed on his wife, but he don't care because guess what? He's up there tuning up the other chicks to get smashed down and sent over to repeat the same process. See the trick bag?
I was just having this conversation with a friend of mine just the other day. These guys go over, especially these young kids that's in the military, have never been anywhere, never gone anywhere. They get on that freedom bird to go over to the Philippines or some of these exotic places. And these women, these Filipino women or these Japanese women, they see these soft targets coming at them. Ask them, this is your first time outside of the United States? Yeah. When did you would you go to school with? Yeah, I just graduated. Wait a minute, he ain't too bright.
Yep. You ain't been nowhere and ain't did nothing.
Nothing.
So, and these Filipino chicks and the Filipino, somebody said, yeah, the Filipino women will give a black dude money. They will give
all of
it. Yes. The people don't realize is that all of this SYSBM stuff comes from what these white dudes do. They go to these foreign countries tricking off their money. You know what I mean? Now, the brothers can only afford to buy stoves here, but the white dudes are buying whole villages and
Whole
restaurants.
villages.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They buying whole villages and stuff, right? And you see it time and time again. You see it. Like, matter of fact, the white women are doing the same thing.
Yeah. They have these shows out right now called the 90 Day Fiance or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go out and you go to this different country, you find this person, or they find you. In 90 days from there, you're married. You don't know anything about this woman. You keep sending one particular one. Someone sent me this clip of where he was sending this woman monies after monies after money.
Shout out to Caesar. You're talking about Caesar.
Black dude.
Yeah, that's exactly
like 40. Talking about a dude that sent that Ukrainian chick like
borrowed money from his boss. Right, borrowed money from his boss.
Oh man.
To send this chick money. And the thing about it is, he know he's being duped because she said she couldn't catch a plane because this thing is shut down and this is shut down. Okay, let me scratch in my head. Let me go and check and see if that's reality. He find out it's not reality, but instead of him saying, you know what, let me go ahead and cut my losses.
Nope.
He gets right on.
Like,
gets right on.
Like I told somebody, I said, look, man, like y'all have to, because a lot of these guys that's on here that's promoting this stuff, right? The people that actually live it, they get mad at us when we tell them.
Right.
Right. That's not true, right? Like I was told, right? I was told because they was talking about the tenets of this SYSBM thing, right? And they was saying, I was like, well, okay, if you're saying, okay, you married someone outside the race, okay, you kind of escape, the hood and stuff like that. I did that. I was born and raised in Baltimore, terrible place. Raised myself from 14, all that stuff. Joined the military, get the hell out of there. I haven't lived overseas. I haven't lived in the U.S. since I was 20. Okay, wow. I got that. They've been on 6 continents and hit so many countries. It's ridiculous. To cross the equator multiple times on a ship, flew everywhere. Okay, got it. So I asked, right? So would I be considered, because I got a family, I got a business, I live in another country, would I be considered SYSBM? And you know what was told to me?
Yeah.
No. I said, why? Because if you were in the U.S., you would be married to a black woman.
They know that fact's reality?
Yeah, listen, I didn't take offense to it. I actually took it as a compliment because you're saying that the only reason why I am not married to a black woman is because of the proximity, because there's not that many black women around me. So by the proximity. So if I was in the U.S., I would be married to a black woman. So that basically says that I am not a coon. Even though I am not married to a black woman, I am still considered a perpetuator of pro-blackness. Thank you for that compliment.
Right.
Thank you. I didn't take offense to it. But the people that told me this, right? I don't see no Becky's, Ling Lings, or Marias.
They don't have them?
They don't have them. They can't produce their one.
But they're still on their streams complaining about black women, but they don't even have Becky or Lulu.
Well, to be honest, these other groups of women, they don't really want them until they want them. Like, for instance, I was on a panel with a dude who's actually in my same state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about how black women say he's ugly, but white women say that he's handsome. And I'm breaking down the demographics of my state and saying, like, look, the reason why they tell you that is because, well, white women in this state are desperate. Yeesh. Why? Because we import more foreign nationals than any other state in the upper Midwest. We do. We have a huge a huge population of Somalians, Eritreans. When you go to take, for instance, South Minneapolis, you're more likely to see a white dude walking hand in hand with an Ethiopian or Somalian chick.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what you have is this overflow of these desperate white women that'll basically sleep with anything.
Right.
And you'll see them. They riding around with kids in high school, letting this kid, run their mama car into the ground just to be around the dude. Because what's happening with the white boys in high school?
Oh yeah,
well, white boys. Well, the white boys in high school, they dealing with the Somalian chick.
Right.
They dealing with the Latino chick. And so what's happening? This overflow of these white girls, and now you got all these dudes that are just taking turns running around with these little white girls, right? That they're running into the ground to such extent now when the white boys get a little older and they make it clear, because they do kind of get tired of the whole the dirty foot game, right? The dirty foot game is, I'm going to lead you on as long as I think that you could be productive, and I'm going to latch on to your whiteness. That's basically how Somalians, Eritreans, and whatnot play it.
Right.
And then they eventually get tired of that shit, and then they want to go back with their own women. But what's happening with their own women? They don't want to go back to their own women. Why? Because their own women are sleeping around with Pueblo, Jose, Tyrone, whoever will take them.
Right. Damn it, they draw the line at Tyrone. Come on now. Not Tyrone.
Like, I was gonna take you back after Jose, but God damn it, Tyrone.
Right. I can't do Tyrone. No.
That's a bridge too far, Becky.
Right. You done crossed the line, Miss Lady.
Look, you
have crossed the line.
You know what? Listen, if you like, and I don't know if you like, I go to the gym, right? I go to the gym, and you can see the shift, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I walk into the gym, I look over. Most people don't like doing leg day, but for the past 5 years, white women love leg day, boy. They be in there squatting, right? They be in there squat. And my homeboy said, man, you can tell the white chicks they like niggas. I was like, what you mean? I looked at her. What you mean? Look at her legs. She about to kick a hole in the wall with them legs.
Right. It pays to advertise, huh?
Right. I was like, you do got a point. He said, yeah, watch. And then we was waiting, and then she was waiting for somebody, and come a black dude walking up and say, I told you. I'm like, man, I owe you $20. Got this. Right? Like, because you can tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's this thing, right? Like, this whole, they understand it's something that's going on, right? Even now the white dudes is running after the thick white chicks now because of what? Right? Because they have to, because they gotta keep Tyrone and Leroy at bay.
Right. I hate to say this, but one of the guys on, I think this might have been on Sotomayor. He might have said this. I find it kind of funny. He said, "What's going to happen to black women? As soon as these white girls learn how to fry chicken, y'all in trouble. They already got the asses. They already got the money. So as soon as they learn how to fry chicken, that's it."
And if you're doing that, and this is what I say, like when someone said, oh, you're dating interracially. No, I'm dating interculturally. There's a difference. Because if you're dating a person just because of the way their skin color is, then they're like, you're screwed up in the head. Right? Now, people have their preferences, like height, weight, you know what I'm saying, face color of the face. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, some people like people with, like brown eyes or light color eyes. It's just what you're attracted to, right? But the way intercultural dating works is, if I'm, from Baltimore and I date a woman that's from New York, that's a whole different culture. Those women are totally different in the way that they move around and they act, right? Like, because of the environment in which they're in. You know what I'm saying? They have to be that way, not because something's wrong with you. It's that they have to be that way because of the city in which they live in, right? You know what I mean? If you go in certain parts of the South, the women are more conservative because of the area in which they live in, right? Like if you go to Cali, right? You know, most of the time, you know, the women, like especially if you talk about LA or something, you know, she's going down the boardwalk, you know what I mean, with a bikini top and you know, whatever, right? You know, where you wouldn't see that necessarily unless you was in Miami or someplace like that, right? Because
Right.
of the environment, right? That doesn't mean that the woman in the bikini top is no more of a hoe than a woman that's walking around looking like a Jehovah Witness with a dress all the way down to her ankle, right? We
Right.
know that not to be true.
Agreed.
So,
Right.
so this is where you're talking about the being culture, right? And in certain cultures, there's certain things and nuances that you get into. So, but the reason why I say that I date interculturally because I do not throw my women from my culture underneath the
Under the
bus.
bus. And that's the whole premise of what got me to start about this. There's too many of us, too many, and I say us, I mean men, because you know it is what it is. You know, it's another man recognizing that there's men out there that's throwing our women under the bus for 15 minutes of fame, basically what it boils down to.
Yeah, and the ones that perpetuate it, right? And here's the crazy part: there's a select few that are making money off of it. The rest
Right.
of them are venting about their problems, and you know what I mean. And the majority, they're not even dating. Period. Right.
Period.
Right. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something real. Don't no woman of another culture want a man of a culture that the women in this culture don't want.
Don't want. Don't want. No woman that I know of, whether it's black culture or whether it's Japanese culture, wants a bitchy ass effeminate man.
Nothing. Matter of
Nothing
fact,
whatsoever.
matter of fact, as men, we all know when we hit that dry spell, right? Right? Like when you hit that dry spell as a man, right? And this is if you were stupid not to go into cuffing season, cuffing. Right?
Mm.
There is such thing as cuffing season.
I know it starts in late September, ends up till about the end of beginning of March.
Exactly, right? So, you know, if you didn't keep one of them women on the tether, just as a friend, just as a we can just chill, you ain't getting nothing, right? If you
Nothing.
go completely dry, it's hard to get out the desert. But
Got to
once
take matters in your own hands.
like once you on, right? Like once you are on, you're on, right? No woman want a man that another woman don't want. You can be a dude where you just average, and if you walking down the street and you got a woman, another woman can see. She can sense it. It's like a
Yes,
hormone that gives off.
since we got a woman on the panel, what say you on that, Ruby?
As far as do we have like a sixth sense about it? Absolutely.
Yeah, is it that fact? What we're saying is that you know if a woman sees a not he doesn't even have to be you know a rich man or attractive man, but if a woman sees a bunch of other women congregating one around particular dude, does that pique her interest more?
When you're young and young-minded, yes.
Mm.
Right. So as you grow older and you're older-minded, you start to understand that you know, good men, the kind of high quality man and you know husband material doesn't have time to be flocking around a bunch of women just him, you know, feel like he's the big boss man. So, you know, because of that, not as much when you get older, but definitely when you're younger. When you're younger, that's why, you know, you've got the you know the popular guy. The popular guys are always surrounded by all the cheerleaders and all the most you know popular men and stuff, and there's like a few of them, and then that's kind of it. And then all the other guys are just hoping to God some girl will say hello, right? And that it's kind of that same thing. Yeah.
So invention of the wingman. Let me get that crust that's falling off over there. You got all of them. Let me pick up that one. Let me get that one.
Exactly. But you know what? The other thing is too, right, is when you think about it remember going back to that whole genetic thing I said, whereas when you're very young and you're newly fertile, like that, you're going so on basics as far as like, I want to mix your genes with mine. you know, and so it's all of those triggering points. So if all these women have already decided that, oh, his genes would make for good babies, then you want to get in on some of that too, right? And then as you get older, you're not just looking for a gene provider, you know, a sperm donor. You're looking for more than that. So yeah.
I guess that would be, you know, some women look beyond their own lives. They want their, you know, so-called their seed. And again, I like watching nature programs, and it seems to me that's what Mother Nature does. It kind of weeds out the undesirables and the one that's less fitted to carry on those stronger genes. Seems Mother Nature does that automatically. So we as humans, I think that's something that we take for granted sometimes. We don't look at when it comes to choosing mates. Who is the best mate for you to choose to make the best seed that will outlive you?
Exactly.
But see, I have a supposition, and this is what I think. I think that the men that women choose, they were meant to choose. Right, because procreation is anthropologically, procreation and relationship is two different things. Humans made the social contract to where, you know, marriage and procreation are tied together, right?
Invented by the European.
Well, it was there before the European. It was really just a way to organize the human resources, division of labor, and all of that. That way you can keep the men building, right? It was kind of their incentive. It was kind of the men's incentive. Oh, you work, you earn, then you get access to women. That's like historically been what the case was. That way you keep your male labor force productive and producing. But before humans enter a dynastic period, it was just you look good and you look good. Let's have babies together.
Right. And the thing about it is, I mean, I'm not an what's that, gynecologist by no stretch of the imagination. But correct me if I'm wrong. Women only women have a certain fertile cycle, and after that cycle is over with, they can't get pregnant until the next one.
Yeah, pretty much. So I mean, there are one-off scenarios and stuff, but for the most part, you've got about 7 to 10 days every month that you can get pregnant. And so, I mean, technically, if you sleep with a woman outside of that, since sperm can live, you know, inside of the vagina and inside of the, you know, I mean, you could technically sleep with her just outside of it, just before her fertile period and still get her pregnant. But yeah, pretty much that's it. And during that fertile period, they've done a lot of studies and stuff, and they've proven, for example, women are more attracted to testosterone traits that make someone more physically attractive, like, you know, all those genetic things we were talking about. They're more attractive to that every month during that period that they're ovulating. Right. And so again, it's like that animal brain kicks in every 10 days, and that's when a woman's most likely to cheat on you. That's when, like, it all has to do with that ovulation period and that animal brain kicking in to be like, yes, I want babies and I want them now.
Right. Fellas.
But yeah, I mean, that's the way society has always worked. Like for instance, nuclear family, right? You have derelict Negro males running around here saying, you know, we need to go back to the nuclear family. It's like the nuclear family is a knockoff GMO hog that literally hastened the degradation of society. Because what happened? Well, the natural family model is you not only do you have mother and father, but you also had grandmother, grandfather, uncles, aunties, all contributing to the rearing of the next generation.
Yeah.
So, in other words, your uncle, your older cousin, you know, your dad's brothers, right? They all acted as surrogate fathers.
Right. Understandable. Right.
Your grandma, you know, your aunties, your older female cousins and sisters, they all acted as surrogate mothers. That's the natural family model.
Right.
And because of that, human society had been able to advance to a dynastic period and had maintained that for like 300,000 years. The reason why it lasted so long is because it worked.
Right.
And then what happened? Human civilization got to a certain point to where we advanced technology to where we needed a new type of labor force, an industrial labor force, a mass productive labor force that can mass produce something so that everybody can have these tools, right?
Right.
And what did that do? Well, in order for that to work, you had to break down the natural family model to a nuclear family.
Right. Either by taking the women out of the home or keeping the father out of the home longer.
That way, I can get the next generation of debt slaves or industrial workers a lot faster.
Right.
Yeah. And
so I could get you to put your kids into the labor force at 14, 15.
Right. Right.
And then they're going to replace you whenever you're 55, 60.
Right.
And now I got your fresh, 17, 20-year-old that has some experience now, right?
Case in point of that, if you come to Charleston, South Carolina, go to the old slave markets. There's a particular portion of the slave market where it had the value of men and women at that time with slavery. And younger you were, if you were in that particular age group, you were worth this much. The females were worth this much. But the highest price that you would have to pay for those, as they say, young bucks, was those young bucks that were from the age of 14 to 35.
There you go.
Yeah.
That is when you have the most value as a man. Those are your producing years.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. And that's like and that dynamic that's really is talking about is true, right? It's and you see it customarily, you see it in Latino culture, you see it in Asian culture, you actually see it in European culture. And I'm talking about when I mean European culture, I'm talking about Italian, Spanish, Greek, that Mediterranean culture where the kids live with the family, right? Up until they get married. And then the oldest takes over the house.
Right.
So, like even in Asian culture, right? If you marry into the family, right, and you're the oldest, like it's the oldest that's married off, they have responsibility of taking care of the parents. So the oldest will then go buy a house, right? Will go buy the house, and the father will then spend the money, right? So the parents will put up half, the oldest will put up half, and then they'll live in the house together. But the house will be separated, right? There'll be a common living area, but the grandparents will live in their area of the house, and then the other area, like there will be a door where you can walk from one side to the other side, right?
Right.
But this keeps the wealth on the land of the family, and this reciprocates, right? And then there's a place for the family to always come, right? Always be, right? So, and
the homestead.
It's a homestead, right? So it's a family house, and if the land is split up between multiple people, right, on one homestead, then it's harder for said an outside entity to come and do eminent domain, right? Because you only going to get a piece of that land because you would have to do eminent domain for each piece of that land because
absolutely, you're absolutely right. Because again, and not going into too much of my personal life, but that's the very same thing that's happening now. Of course, both my parents have moved on. My grandfather's moved on, and they acquired some land, and in their course in life. So now it's at my siblings that that where the land that naturally goes over to the surviving family members. So now we're at this dilemma of having to worry about eminent domain because a part of where we grew up at is expanding. So now that's the one thing. If we split the land up amongst the surviving heirs, that means that they come in with eminent domain, that they can take a portion from each one of us.
Yeah, yeah. But if there's actually what you do is right, and this is a lot of things that we as black folk we kind of get on our high horse with our pride, right? Right? And this is how you do it. If you're not actively living on the land, you don't actually have a house on the land. The land is just sitting there. It's not being used. It was already zoned for industrial use, and you didn't rezone it, right? What you do is so they don't take it, right? You lease it out so they can build on top of it, but you still own the land, and they'll just have to pay you something for it, and then you just sit back.
You're absolutely right, Devil Man. You go with that 99-year lease. You know,
Yep.
how many of us live to be 99 years old? That takes care of a couple generations. You know, if like in my case or in my father's case, if he was decide to rent out his land and say he put a 99-year thing on it, that where any building that you put there, you know, it's basically, yeah, it's your building, but you can't take it with you.
Yeah. You got to tear it down when it's time for you to go. But the land, I'll lease it to you. You pay me some money, give me some cash up front for it, and bam. Right?
But see, these also cross over into business, right? Like, for instance, the stock market, right? You have your primary stockholders, and then you have shareholders. Now, primary stockholders usually sit on the board of said company or startup, right?
Absolutely, right.
And whenever they're issued out the stocks that they paid for, they have the ability to break those things down into shares. That makes it
Right.
harder for all the other board members to accumulate any solid, large
Wealth.
controlling piece.
Right. Exactly it.
And that's really what real estate is.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is, folks. I mean, again, you know, we started out this day with complaining about, you know, a certain section of our culture. But as you see, when like-minded folks get together, you see what happens. The negativity just gets on up out of the room. We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
If you're not coming up with solutions to the problems that you bring to the table, we'd rather you not be here.
Yeah, that's a fact. Getting out of the habit of always trying to address, you know, the derelict Negro males.
Right. And unfortunately, we have to.
They have nothing whatsoever to contribute. So once you realize what they are, is that they're just trying to exploit people's pain by being the next shock jockey, right? You got some of them, like a certain one whose name begins with O, who thinks he's going to be the next, you know, Tom Likas or the next Howard Stern. And what he's doing is exploiting these dudes who may have, in many cases, gone through some kind of trauma. As a matter of fact, that should be a statement, the trauma of rejection.
Right.
That's
what
really
it
the
is.
only trauma that they have.
That's exactly what it is. Okay, the woman that you went after don't want you. Go find another one. Don't come into one of these chat rooms and blow everybody up with your ideas of what you feel is right or what the black woman's wrong with. Because again, I'll say this to any black man that's an earshot of me. You cannot blame the fall of our society on black women alone. Especially when we are supposed to be the leaders of our society, and we do this and we say this and we say that, and we want these women to fall in line with us. When you're not the one that's doing right by her.
But that's not even the worst part of it, DJ Music.
Come on with it.
The worst part of it is this delusion that they did everything right, that they were perfect, they were flawless, they were unsullied. They have no hand in crafting the environment that the women literally have to deal with.
Right.
So in other words, they complain about abortion, but they won't address the fact that if black women aborted 20 million, that was 20 million derelict Negro males that did not want to commit or raise their children.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you can't put blame on one. Well, that's like wearing shoes, folks. You know who goes outside with one shoe on? There has to be a match to it. If you say all black women are foul for what they do, then you got to say all black men are foul for what they do. We absolutely know that's not correct. So, are there some parts of our society that we consider low-hanging fruit, that we consider ratchet? Of course it is. Now, instead of giving these ratchet women and these ratchet men that platform to where they can become more ratchetous and send that all out and broadcast that out everywhere, it's folks like us and it's folks like a few other folks that we heard earlier. You just got to put these fellas in check.
But you know what though? See, here's the cognitive dissonance, and I just have to point this out because no one does, right?
Sure.
So, okay, if women have babies out of wedlock, then we're celebrating ratchetry, blah blah blah. Okay, so death to single moms. All right. So if women have abortions, so they don't become single mothers, well then they're murderers, killing off our children. Okay. So then if they don't sleep with you though, they're frigid bitches. So explain to me how you win. No, like I don't understand. And in this day and age, how is a woman not going to be like a horrible person? Tell me. Yeah.
Listen. We can't allow Ruby to come on the panel too much more because she's talking too much truth there. Somebody might get mad at it.
They definitely get mad at it.
You're right, Ruby. You're absolutely right. If you're not giving up the rhythm, as they say, you're a frigid chick. Or if you're giving up the rhythm, but you're giving it up to the guy that that these other guys will say like, well, why is she giving it to him? It is what it is.
What it is that women just like what they like. This is what it is, right? They just like what they like, and what the derelict Negro male fails to come to terms with, right, is that women do just like what they like.
That's it.
And they're not on the menu that these women want to try.
And it doesn't take. Correct me again. We only have one woman on the panel, so correct me again if I'm wrong, Ruby. But it doesn't take a woman very long to decide whether she's going to sleep with you or not.
No, it doesn't. Now, whether or not she's going to sleep with you immediately, just because she's decided, that's another story, right? Like it takes me, and I know everyone goes, oh my God, it's so long. But like seriously, months, like maybe up to like 6 months before I will sleep with someone. But I know I'm going to sleep with you before the end of the date. I am positive I'm going to. I know you have all of the building blocks of someone I'm going to sleep with. But for me, there's more to it than that. We've got to build towards something now. And I got to make sure, for me, at least the emotional connections intact, the mental connections we're looking at the same future, all that stuff now. But I know I would sleep with you or not.
You do know that there's a actual psychological term for that. It's called mate guarding, right? When women find a dude that they really like, they do this thing called mate guarding. The derelict Negro male refers to it as nagging.
Okay. We might have to keep you off here too, man. Somebody gonna get mad at you.
But what's ruined, right? But see, here's where we have the whole Charlie Brown and the taking of the football when they go to kick it, right?
Oh,
is when one of their own, right, in their own camp, actually gets chosen. They turn on him like a rabid dog.
What?
Oh,
yes.
What did he do so good that I didn't do? Man,
like why is he
right? We was hanging out in the same spots.
You know something very funny that you mentioned that, Dre?
Yeah.
I played it. If you remember, I played the clip of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Right? He talked about this, why is he rejected? Right? And this was like, and what he said was, matter of fact, let me see if I can find the clip. And whenever I find the clip, whenever you hear it, you're like, wow.
Okay.
It was Jordan Peterson. He said, well, why is he rejected? Because Mother Nature that is in the guise of that specific woman, right, has told him that, well, you're not so bad as a friend, but by no means should your genetic material be propagated into the next generation. And that's,
Well, you know
that
what
really
though?
kind of sums it up.
I mean, and it does come down to when and I can look at it and I know it. It's true. Even there have been guys that I've slept with, right? I've dated for years and I slept with, and I've thought to myself, oh my God, please don't let me get pregnant by this man because we would make really ugly children. And I'm being real. It was like, even though I wasn't trying to have children right now in that moment, right? I really think about it, right? Like I thought he was attractive or whatever, but when I think about blending my face with his, it wouldn't work, right? And so these are all things, like it's not even just necessarily about your actual attractiveness, right? Because she's weighing the different features together, right? Women pay attention to the small details. She knows she's not going to create just a replica of her or a replica of you. You're going to be creating a mismatch of the two of you. It's going to have your eyes, my nose, da da da. Is that going to work, or is it going to be an epic disaster, right? Because you don't want to create a bunch of epic disaster children, because then you're creating a bunch of children who aren't going to be able to reproduce themselves because they aren't very pleasing to the eyes. You're not trying to create ugly children. You're not. You want to create children that their peers are going to find attractive, like. So
Go ahead. I mean, you're hearing it from a woman there, folks. You can't argue with it. I know I wouldn't. A woman telling you, I want pretty babies, and if it look like dealing with you, I might not get them. I might go try and find something else.
Yeah, and some women, again, they're very young minded, because just because a guy is very attractive looking does not mean that if you made children with him you would create an attractive child, because again, you're mixing features and whatever. But I wanted to say one more thing, going back to the point of they're going to turn on their friend if their friend finally gets selected. I want to say also, though, because I am not really the girl. I've never really picked the slick guy. I've always kind of picked, I don't know, I've been into like, some nerds and, whatever. It seems like every guy that I like tends to, be into computers and stuff and, anime and whatever. But what I've noticed is that they'll turn on me. So there's got to be something wrong with me. They will be so against me from day one. Right? These dysfunctional types. And they'll be sitting there trying to prove me a whore, trying to prove me a liar, trying to prove I don't really like him, trying to prove I'm trying to use him for something, right? They will try so much to create that narrative and turn him against me that eventually they win. Eventually they win and we end up breaking up, because they want us to break up just so that way he goes back to being single, hopefully single and bitter. Not because they think that they're not trying to protect their friend. They know I'm not doing anything. They know that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But if he really gets selected and he gets to marry, a good woman who's good looking and whatever, then they have to look at themselves and say, what the hell's wrong with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to welcome Shar to the panel. How you doing, Shar Willie? Good to see you as always.
Greetings, TGIF. I had just wanted to add one thing, and
Certainly.
greetings, Ceruleans. I had wanted to just add one thing. It's something that I always had in back of my mind as well, just like Ruby had. And my thing was, if a lot of the guys would say the women should have picked better, they love that particular talking point. And I always thought, I said, all right, so we were all 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You saw that family that was on the block and they were together, they went to family outings, they did whatever, they cooked and all of that. You saw that young lady that did all of that. But why you didn't pick her?
She was too boring.
You wanted submissiveness, all these things that you're saying that you wanted.
Nobody want no church. Nobody want no church going girl hanging out with the daddy all the time. I want me
Why
a
did
loose.
you? No. But you want her to pick different,
right?
But you didn't pick different,
right?
Well, you have to, you have to do the derelict translator, right? You say, you want women to pick better, right? What they're really saying is that she should have picked me.
Me.
That's what they're really saying.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like
And
these women, they're poor decisions, because he thinks he's the best decision, right? Well, even though that is a sign of delusionary narcissism, right? The delusion of grandeur. I'm the best possible choice. I'm the best pick. World revolves around me. If she didn't pick me, she's stupid. She's the stupid one. I don't have to self-improve anything, right? I don't
right.
have any burden of performance. Everything has to hinge on her deciding, and I am the smart choice. And so therefore, she doesn't choose me. That she's stupid. I'm the smart one, right?
So when does confidence override stupidity?
It's not even confidence. Because here's the problem, right? Because we forget this glaring fact, right? And I would just use Ruby as the example. How would Ruby know to pick you if she doesn't know that you exist in that wavelength because you never spoken to Ruby?
Right.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Right?
Is there, and not unless you're in physical eyesight of each other, you know, and the pheromones take over, you know, that invisible thing that we all have from time to time. But you know, just to say that I'm choosing you over all these guys over the internet, that would be kind of almost impossible, wouldn't it?
Well, it's just real life. Like, think about it like this, right? The symptom of the millennial is of what happened is, okay. Let's just say the guy's complaining about these women choose wrong. Okay, so what is your experience? Well, I had this chick, me and her was together, and then she cheated on me with this ain't shit ass dude over here, and she got pregnant. Okay, all right, cool. That's your experience. Got that. Okay, you guy over here. What's your experience? These chicks, I see these single mamas and whatever. Okay, what's your experience? Well, they wouldn't pick me. Well, did you talk to her? No, because she wouldn't come up to talk to me. Whoa.
She's supposed to know I'm the best choice.
Right. No, actually, I had this conversation. I literally had this conversation and I said exactly what you said because I said, listen, a bunch of these guys that I would have picked them, did not come and talk to me. And I'm not the woman who's going to go and talk to any guy first. So if you don't come and talk to me, you're never getting my number. We're never whatever. Right. Because they assume that I must want Mr. Slick Rick, even though I'm not over there talking to Mr. Slick Rick. I'm over here on this side of the bar sipping on my drink by myself, you know, and I caught your eye, gave you a friendly smile, which tells you at least you could approach and have a friendly conversation, but you decided I would reject you. So you decided not to come talk to me. Right? And then they say, well, it's reasonable for me to assume that you'd pick Slick Rick over me. And so blah, 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 blah. And I said, yeah, but see, you're screwing yourself out of a good deal. I didn't screw you out of a good deal. You screwed you out of a good deal. In fact, from what you're saying is you screwed me out of a good deal too. So how is that my fault? You didn't come and talk to me. Because if you're looking for a good submissive chick, that means you're looking for the kind of chick who would never approach you first. That means you have to approach her. That means you have to be okay with taking 100 no's for one yes. You have to. So you need to start getting, exactly as you said, DeAndre, it's not about confidence. Because if these guys had any confidence at all, they'd have those perfect wives because they'd be okay taking 100 no's for one yes or 1,000 no's for one yes. They just keep trying. Like every other guy.
And nothing beat a failure but a try.
That's it.
There you go.
Now, me speaking that from that side of the street, sometimes it's a hard thing to have you're in the clubs or you're in that social gathering and you got to take that walk of shame. It's all right. It happens.
Yeah.
You know, you go over to ask a woman to dance or you ask her for a phone number, you get no, accept it. That's no. Okay, she wasn't interested in me. No problem. But I'm not going to jump on the internet and bash her family, bash her cousins, bash anybody to come in contact with her.
And why are you angry at her? Because the other guys went up to her and she was interested.
Right.
They had something going on, they had an interesting conversation, whatever it was, but you didn't.
Something. It was something It's something that made that woman or that man choose that woman or that man over you at that point in time.
Right.
Don't get mad
about it. 50 guys tonight. You're just
Right,
one of the 50 guys. She only said yes to one person. It
right.
wasn't fine, but it wasn't 49 other people. Like, you can't just handle that.
Right, but if you see a woman in the club or the other surrounding someplace, and you see them saying no to 49 other men, and she chooses that one, pat yourself in the back a little bit because she's sure of what she's looking for.
Yeah, like why you?
Right.
And here's here's the problem with these guys is they are so scared of failure, right? Like their palms get sweaty, they get there, they get themselves together and whatever because they lost their social skills because they were too busy with their head in the books, right? You know what I mean? They're getting this fake ego boosted up, right? You know what I
Hmm.
mean? By the women in their family because they ain't gonna tell them the truth. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They're not gonna like the first thing. The first thing I was told by my uncle, right? Because I was trying to talk to this girl and stuff, and my uncle told me he's like, "Hey nephew, come here. Let me tell you something." I was like, "What's that?" He said, "There's a couple of ways you can attack this." He said, "What's that?" He said, "She's the prettiest girl in the neighborhood, right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay. How many dudes do you think are walking up to her and giving her compliments daily? She's numb to it. So
Mm-hmm.
you gotta come with a different approach,
Mm-hmm.
right? Do you look as good as the rest of these dudes in the neighborhood? I was like, not really, nah. He's like, you don't dress as good as these dudes in the neighborhood, right? He said, yeah. So wouldn't it be a little bit of a shock if you treated her like you would treat one of your friends that's walking around here like a regular person?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
He
Works
said,
for me. I
he
can
said,
tell you that right now. Works for me.
try it. He said, try it and see what it work. And I went over there and I just walked up to her, right? Everybody, like she had a whole crowd of dudes around her. He was like, man, it was just everybody was getting. She was over there just. It was some weird, like it was funny, right? And I'm just talking to her, hey, what's up? And just talking to her regularly, like a regular person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing all that. I liked her, but I would keep it to the point where I would just start joking on her, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's Sunday, but why you got the Wednesday Reps in your head, right? Like,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
just finding little things, not too much, but just to pick at her to bring her down 1,000, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we would talk and whatever. And then one day, a new girl moved into the neighborhood. And guess what? All of that admiration she was getting got shifted to the new girl. Because,
It's
like you
gone.
say, there's nothing. Hey, you know what's better than good pussy? New pussy.
No.
New pussy. Right? So,
Mm-hmm.
No.
and
Wait,
we're talking about 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds and stuff. Like they just shifted, right? You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's new, attack it, right? They gone, right? And she's sitting there on the step on the stoop by herself. No one's really paying her attention. And I walk up to her. I was like, hey, what's good? Right? And she's like, okay, cool, we talking. And I said, you know what? I actually kind of like you and this, that, the third. And did she like me because she liked me, or did she like me because she needed the attention and she was so used to it, right? So then you make that notation in yourself is like, as a dude, okay, I conquered this, right? But is it really worth it? Now, man, her was
No,
cool. It
no,
was
but you know
fun.
what, DeAndre? She did. You know how I know that she actually did like you. I mean, if you're saying that worked out, now y'all had your little dates and stuff, little kid dates, whatever. I'll tell you how you know she liked you. First of all, because that's actually your tactic is the tactic that works on me, right? Because 100 million people a day told me how beautiful I was. I don't care. It's not that interesting. It's not that interesting with or without the attention. So that wasn't my thing. But a guy who can make me laugh at myself because he's busy teasing me and make me go stop again and get that feeling inside. That's the
Yeah,
thing that I like. So someone who could tease me about myself and make me go shut up,
Right.
whatever, that's the thing I liked. So, but the reason why you know that she liked you is because when that attention left and shifted to the new girl, you came up to her now. She's not going to sit there and be like, well, fine, since this one guy wants to give me attention, then I guess I'll take that attention. Because if she didn't already like you, right? Then she would be sitting there paying attention to what all those other guys are looking at, paying attention to that other girl. She wouldn't have any time to pay attention to you because right now she has competition to get back the attention she actually wants, right? If she was able to sit there and just now focus on you, right? She doesn't have to bat away all the other attention. She just focuses on you and she's happy with that. That's how you know she actually liked you all along.
Right.
Yeah, you were interesting. You were
Right.
different.
With those
Exactly.
subtle words of you so crazy, fellas. Once you hear that, you might be in the front door.
Yeah, it might be.
Mm-hmm.
And but what it took was, okay, it's all these dudes competing, right? But if I would have went in there using the same game plan, I probably would have got drowned out in the Matrix, right?
Right.
But
Right.
it took a man to sit up there and give me the real. Look, man, this is what you gotta do, right? Here's the game plan, right? Because this ain't going to work. But that's where it comes where were the uncles, the big cousins, right? Because your father gives you the game plan, but he doesn't give you the game plan when it comes to that. You need that player uncle or that cousin that's the professional side dude to give you the rules of engagement, because he really can't do that because he don't want you to realize as a dad how much he was running around smashing all these chicks now because he wants that thought of your mother in your brain as the woman ever, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So this is where Cerulli was saying about that village of raising the child, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That other man, and what's happening is these millennials are getting that village thought process and that male validation and these tools and tutelage from a whole bunch of men that haven't made the right decisions and have failed and have not showed any proof of their success.
So, DeAndre, so basically what you're saying is they are listening to the village idiot instead of the village elders.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And because the village elders are doing what has been done to them over time, right? It's going to be all right. They're the problem, right? Like they're the issue. Like that daunting mother or that daunting you know what I'm saying, you know, that daunting a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, you know, you're the best child in the world. You're my baby. Like you know, you need that reality to understand that as a man, right? As a man, you have to challenge the environment. You have to fail. So when you succeed, you've conquered something. It makes it apparent. Like these guys talking, don't get married, don't do this. It's very seldom that you're going to be able to get that promotion unless you have a family to show for it.
Right.
They will give a promotion to a man that's divorced with a family before they give it to a single man.
Right.
But you know what the problem is, though? Is that, see, these guys don't want to be like the best them they could be. That is to say, they don't want to be the winner of their pack. And this is where now, you know, you throw away all the pieces of woman and whatever. And what it gets down to is they're upset that they're not that, you know, say the glorified alpha male or whatever it is, right? Whatever kind of guy that they're glorifying, they're mad that they're not that pack and that they can't be the winner in that pack. That they can't be the guy with the wife that is in, you know, he wants to be in the accounting department, not in the marketing department, right? So he doesn't care that he can get the promotion in the marketing department because he's looking at the hot shots in accounting and he's just sitting there jealous that he's not one of the hot shots in accounting. Right. And that's basically what these guys are doing their whole entire lives. Right. Is let's say life is built on all these different departments. They're in one department that they don't want to be in. And they're mad that no matter what they do in life, they cannot be an accountant. They can't. Doesn't matter what they do. You can't work on it.
As a matter of fact, I found the clip, by the way.
Okay.
This is what they're suffering from. This is why they're suffering.
There's nothing.
Oh, yeah, switch the audio. Okay, here we go.
That there's nothing that will make a man more self-conscious than being rejected. And why? Because why is he rejected? Well, obviously, Mother Nature, in the guise of that particular woman, has said, you're not so bad for a friend, but there's no reason that your genetic material should propagate itself into the future.
Yikes. Well, Ruby, I guess you were absolutely correct on that when you're on your statement then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Wow.
See, really, what you have with these actors in Black YouTube that are espousing all of this poison. What's really happening is that they are suffering from the trauma of rejection. And what they're trying to do is get all of these guys to think the same exact way so that they finally have an opportunity to compete.
Wow.
So if they bring down the market value of this guy who probably has a very moderate opinion of women in general, has been moderately successful with women in general, just had a couple of bad kind of breakups maybe, right? But it never stopped him from trying. Well, until he comes up onto a certain derelict Negro male's channel who's espousing this hate. Now, the more and more he listens to this, right, it begins to kill his self-confidence. But what the guy who's viewing this doesn't understand is that the guy who's espousing all this crap just wants the ability to compete with you, the viewer.
Right. Right.
See, because if everybody's on the same level, right? If everybody, it's kind of like boot camp. The reason why everybody goes to boot camp and gets their hair cut, right? It's so that nobody's self-conscious about their hair. The reason why we're all in uniform, so nobody gets self-conscious about the clothes.
Right, right.
It projects the fact that we're a unit. That's what they're trying to do with all of these dudes. They're trying to give them all haircuts, give them all a uniform. But this one is one of first self-hatred, self-loathing, and then lowering that man's self-confidence.
Right. So those are the standards that they need to join that club of, as I like to call it, and remember the Flintstones, the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a reason why that guy. There's a specific YouTuber that will tell other people in his audience, stop going over there dealing with those quote unquote strags, right? And then next thing you know, he pops up on those quote unquote strags panels, right?
Uh-oh.
See, him to stay away from.
Uh-oh. Some of us are trying to take a pause because we know who you're referring to on that. So I'm trying to hold my breath on that because I don't want anyone to listen to this later on and say, hey, you guys were singling me out. No, you just happened to be a part of a conversation. We didn't single you out.
Well, I'm gonna say this, music.
Go right ahead.
If hypocrisy is what you're doing, and I point it out,
don't be mad at it.
Accountable, right? Like you shouldn't be messing with these women, but you have one. You shouldn't be dealing with single mothers, but you are.
Right.
And you continue to do so.
Right. Right. And see, again,
the same guy, right? The same guy. How do we know that he's competing, right, for sexual access to these women he's telling his audience to stay away from? Well, one day he has a very short beard, and then the next week he popped up with a full face of beard. It looks like he just went into the local barbershop and grabbed up all the scraps off the floor and put a beard piece together and just pasted it onto his face.
Okay.
And then not only that, but he blackened it with kiwi shoe polish so that made his face look younger.
All right, folks. So let me take a pause at this because this I've been saving this for the last year. So we're going to go right into this clip now. Some of you folks will probably know this person's voice when you hear it. But like I said, the hardest thing for some of these guys to understand is that there are some women that are smarter than you. There are some women that are greater than you. And sometimes you run across these women that don't mind telling you exactly what they think of you, whether it be with nicety or with nastiness. Well, one of these guys got a taste of how nasty some of these women can be that they're talking about. Now, I'm going to play this clip again. You know, you guys are in my chat, so if somebody comes at you a little bit later on saying, hey, how dare you be over the music chat talking about me, send them to me. Like I said at the beginning of my show, I'm a tooth chipper. It might hurt you, and it might help you. But the reality of it is, if this is, be careful who you talk to, and be careful who you assault, because they might get the better of you. Listen to this clip.
That's motherfucking emotional, bitch. You the bitch.
Oh, really?
Come on, y'all. I'm supposed to be emotional, nigga. I'm supposed to bleed you.
Really? Really? Really?
I'm supposed to bleed,
I'm the emotional one right now, right?
Pussy bloody bitch.
I'm the emotional one right now, right?
I'm supposed to be because I'm a
Exactly.
bitch ass nigga.
Exactly.
You a bitch ass nigga.
Shame intact.
What doing with a bitch? Real nigga.
Come on now. Come on.
I know you an old guy.
Shame and tactics. Shame and tactics don't work on me,
So
sweetheart.
if you act like the masculine motherfucker
Calm
like
your
that,
ass
that's
down.
how a real nigga do.
Calm your happy ass down. That's all you gotta do.
Fuck up.
Calm the fuck down.
Fuck up.
Calm your stupid ass down.
Fuck up.
You don't even know how the fucking economy works.
You don't
even know how the goddamn economy works.
question
You
about
don't even know how the economy works.
Cause you drive a foreign car, bitch. So shut the fuck up.
I drive a fucking Chevy Impala, you stupid bitch.
Just like niggas do. You ain't got no money, just like niggas. So shut the fuck up. You ain't got no money like bitch. I know why you act the way you act. You a hood
bitch. You a stupid ass bitch.
There's nobody in my neighborhood.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
I know you
goddamn. I'll tell you what. Turn on the
goddamn. You deal with hood nigga.
That was just a little sample of it there, folks. That went on for quite some time. Now, if you was the referee in that bout, who won?
Well, isn't it obvious? The female won.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to say it. You know, this is not a female solidarity thing, but to me, it was the point where he actually said something about what kind of car he was driving. Like he thought, boom, I made a point, not realize he walked right into the trap. No
He set himself up, didn't he, Ruby?
Yeah,
right.
No
he set himself up for the okey-doke.
Yeah,
she was ready. And then, wait a minute. Not only do you bring out a card of no disrespect, but if you're gonna talk about your car, at least let it be something.
Yeah.
My mother before she passed had an Impala.
Right?
But see, she was actually giving him a compliment, right? Right? She like, you think you something with your Ford car, right? And he replied, I got an Impala, you stupid bitch. I was like, wait a minute. She said, you think you're something with your Ford car. We're talking about a BMW. We're talking about a Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
Audi, shit, at the very least, a Volvo, right? At the very least, right? The Volvos are really good cars, right? But when you said I got an Impala, right?
Right.
You outweighed yourself.
Right. Did you not take yourself down? I lie sometime, man.
Like you could have just let it ride and kept it moving. Then you called her stupid, called her bitch, and then told her, I'm going to downgrade myself and I'm going to show you, but no one really knew what you drove. Right?
But wait, because the chick wasn't actually lying, right? The
That's the point.
Is a foreign car by all intents and purposes.
That's the point.
It's assembled
in the United States, but a lot of the parts are made in Mexico, Japan, Korea, Germany. So actually, it's assembled in the United States, but it's not made in the United States because we get the different parts from all over the world.
Mm.
And then until the other point, it's not even designed by an American.
But see, she knew he was going to correct her, and you can tell. That's why I said I know she won, because she did it on purpose. Because when men reveal themselves, you remember, women have been battling with words for 20,000 years. They'll win. So they're going to be like, oh, I know. So you're in the game of correcting me. I'm going to make you correct yourself in such a way that makes you look dumb as fuck. And that's what she did. And that's what happened. Right? Like,
I have to say she's absolutely right, folks. And I'm going to play just a little bit more sample more of the clip again, not to pick, but to point out that sometimes you just can't go around trying to blow people up because it can backfire. Now, when I say she was laying it on him, I mean she laid it on him with a ton of bricks. But the thing about it is, it didn't have to be that way. But that's how you approach this woman. So when you poke a stick at a mean dog, what do you think gonna happen?
True.
Hey.
What's that old saying? A hit dog will holler. Well, she hollered a lot. Here we go. Let's listen to a few more of this clip there, folks. I'll be right back.
Before you go
You must have a single man. This is the single mother nigga. This nigga ain't had no daddy in his life.
On the fucking camera and show your band.
This is a motherfucker that came from a single mammy.
Turn on the camera.
Single mammy. Your mama a single mammy. Single mammy. This is the having single mothers.
This is what we
raising their son. They act like they bleeding on the full moon, nigga. It is a full moon.
This is why we don't need in this sector.
Bleeding, bitch.
This is what we don't need in this sector.
You bleeding.
You see
drip, drop.
That's the point that I wanted you folks to hear. That okay, he now realizes this chick is getting the best of me. Fellas, help me out. Let's throw her out the room.
Yeah.
And see, here's the thing that I don't understand, right? Because what sector? Like, right. What sector are you pertaining to? Because if your platform is your own community, right? So the community guidelines goes on your platform. Are you on your platform? Because if you was on your platform, you'd have just ejected her out.
Right.
But if you came over there, that's not your sector. That's not your house. That's like everybody's getting along in a party, right?
Right.
Then a person walks into the party, right? They never met this person. They start having a problem with the person. And then they're telling the person that's hosting the party to throw that person out where everybody gets along.
Right.
So where in my mind will I not throw your ass out of my house for causing problems?
Right. Exactly. Absolutely.
But the interesting thing is, right? I noticed that. Okay, he starts up this rebel, this rabble rousing with her, initiating with bitch, right? But it wasn't until she starts calling him a bitch ass nigga and be like, oh, well, hold up. Where was the hold up whenever the disrespect was thrown her way?
Well,
I'm waiting. Anybody?
Oh no, that's a rhetorical question.
That's a rhetorical question, right? So, in other words, this guy says, "Well, we don't need them in this sector." Well, why do you keep going into the sector where they are?
And that's the question I was waiting for someone to answer. Why would someone to put the two together? Why would you come to my house, create an incident, and don't expect me to throw you out, along with the other person that's creating the incident? But you initiated this, so I'm letting you get what you came here for.
Yeah.
You came here for drama, so I'm gonna release the beast on you. Lady, go ahead, get him.
Yeah. Yeah. Get him, right? But here's the other thing, right? The first thing that should have happened when the conversation got to that, and then okay, y'all can go back and forth. But when the trigger word, we all know as men, if you want to take this to the point of no return, call a woman you don't know. Shoot, call a woman you know a bitch.
Biatch. What?
It's over. Gloves.
It's over.
It's over. It's over, right? So
you can just about call a woman anything under the sun, but once you call her a bitch,
it's over.
It's over.
Right?
It's over. She coming with both barrels at you. I don't know what it is about that word that especially black women, they don't get along with. And as soon as you throw it at them, buddy, they're coming at you with both barrels. I know. I've been there.
So it's like that's so now the issue is, and this is me. Why didn't the host step in like, yo, y'all can do that, but yo, you took it too far on that one.
Well, at some point in time, I gotta defend the host on this one. At some point in time, he did try to curtail it, but it just got out of hand.
Yeah, okay. But that word was triggered. That
right.
Every man knows she didn't say anything like that to him, right?
That's what I was going to ask you, because I was going to say, and here's the thing though, right? To me, overall, and I'm just being real. I'm just going to be real with this 100%. Now, I listened to the first part of this clip, right? Right, and what I hear are people throwing insults back and forth, right, and the name calling back and forth and whatever. And see, that's to me where I draw the line personally as an adult and as a woman, especially when I'm speaking to adult men. That's just me, right? So unless I am intentionally trying to make this a complete shit show, I'm not throwing in the occasional dumbass or whatever up in there, right? I'm not, especially not as a woman, because I understand that even if two men are saying that and they're not reacting to that because it's men, when I say it coming from me, it's going to feel more disrespectful to a man, right? And so I'm now, again, we're taking this conversation out of context, so I'm going to look at it and I'm going to say, listen, it takes two to tango here. And so I'm going to say, listen, for her part, because trust me, I've been in these spaces, and I've been in these spaces with these angry ass men. I didn't do nothing to them, and they came for me, and they came for me hard, and they stayed coming for me hard, and I still haven't done anything to them. But at the same time, when you allow people to bring you down into the muck, then now you have to take a piece of that and say, yeah, shit, I looked shitty by doing that too. Right. So I do want to point out that point, because, listen, you don't have to make it worse. You don't. You could sit there and just be like, yo, you at that point, if she had stayed classy and she said, yo, talk to your friend, because I don't understand why he's coming for me like this. At that point, that man looks crazy. Right. At that point, that man just looks like, yo, he's hurt. He's in his feelings because he's wrong. Oh, and now he's acting like a little bitch, yelling and screaming and throwing a tantrum, right? Like, I mean, that's how it would look, but she decided to allow herself to be triggered by childish tactics. So
see, at the same time, right? You get what you ask for, right? Like he was obviously asking for confrontation,
and he got it.
He got it.
He got it. He got just what he asked for. Right.
It's true, and I'll say this. Men are leaders, though, right? Also, which in and of itself, so if a man can calm down a conversation and a woman quickly, they can, if they choose to, right? Because that male energy, if a man can get in control of himself, by changing his energy, he can change her energy, like this.
Right.
So,
right. I agree. Yeah. 2 words to stop an argument every time. You right.
Well, I'm gonna say like this is like this, right? Is when you understand, like, we all know what it is, right? And we're not mentioning people's names, but everybody kind of knows what happened in the instance, right? But what it is a setup of an ambush tactic to ambush women, right? It's lull them to sleep, think everything's fine, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, coming up there and throwing chairs, right? Even the energy was different, right? So no matter what this woman did, right, it would have been okay, yada yada yada, whoopie whoop. Even if she would have did what Ruby said, right? How many other women has been up on these spaces or in these panels, and they done did this ambush tactic and did what Ruby did, right? Even acquiesced so they could just calm down the foolishness because they didn't come up there for that. How did it get here, right? But no, she was with the
No,
shit.
she can't win. No, she can't win. And that's why I said, I don't win. Y'all know me. I don't call names. I don't do any of that. I still can't win. So, no, she couldn't have won.
She would have won, but she did. Because you know why? They ran up on her, and for that day, she was with the shits. Right?
Yep, she handed them their ass to kiss, and that's what they got.
And look, and it was so bad. And you know that she won because they had to go bitch about it in their space.
Right. They had to go to the low. Okay, I tell you what, that didn't work. So let me resort to this. Put yourself on the let me put yourself on the screen so let me see what you look like so I can get at you on that angle. Maybe I can find something wrong with you the way you look.
That's a female tactic.
Guards.
Guards. Seize him.
No, that's a feminine tactic, right? Because see, now if we're going to talk about, because they like to talk a lot about the fact that women don't have, like, they literally don't possess logic. So with that being said, though, men are all defined by logic, right? So if there's an argument here by words and by reasoning, and then you're going to default to, let me look at you so I can make fun of your appearance and use that as a weapon. Who does that? Women do that. That's a female tactic. That's a feminine-minded tactic. And that's not something that you would expect that a man would be resorting to first.
I'm not going to let you get that one off, Ruby. I'm not going to let you get that one off. That is not a feminine tactic. That would be an insult to women. That is a
okay.
female tactic.
It's no, you know why I say it's a female tactic, because I think about high school, right? And this is why girls in high school, this is girl world. I'm talking about girl world in high school, not women, really. So I'm talking about girls, honestly. Right? But that's what girls do to each other.
I can't let you get that one off either.
Hey, what's going on? I want to say hello to a few folks that just dropped in to the chat room. Hope I'm saying I'm bad with name, folks. I apologize. Asmir, welcome to the chat room. I'm getting
Asmir.
Yeah, where's that echo?
What is that?
Oh, that might be my mic here.
Yeah, her name is Rice, and she has a channel that has the ASMR. So you just call her Rice.
No. The echo is too much.
Am I correct in saying that we all started echoing at the same time?
Oh, no, it's better now. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Thank you for fixing it, Cerulean. I don't know what was, but that was something else.
Nice. All right.
Jordan Peterson clip, I had to switch over the audio, and I forgot to turn it off. And greetings, esteemed Lady Rice.
Right, thank you. Enjoy the conversation. Go right ahead, man.
But I can't let you get that one off because if a 12-year-old girl's in high school, right, are not doing that. Okay, they're not doing that. They're not carrying on some banter conversation like that. They'll clown them on things like his shoes. Because boys are more sensitive and self-conscious.
Mm-hmm. Our egos are quite fragile, boys and men.
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I was even talking about this a couple of weeks ago, right? Like with women have a higher propensity to endure pain. The kind of pain that women are sensitive towards is mental. Men very sensitive towards physical pain. And
I would agree with that.
And even more so, it's easier to bruise the ego of a man.
True. Much easier. Much easier.
That's why women's voices are high pitched. Well, you can never win an argument.
You can't win. I'm sorry.
Soprano's gonna drown out a baritone. Okay. It's what it is.
I'm reading what Rice said down in the chat room. But anyway, folks, again, I know we seem to have singled some folks out, and it's not done intentionally. It's just part of the conversation that we started this day off with. As I always say that, and that some of the other panelists have pointed out, if you don't want to be put on the spotlight, if you don't want to have someone address something that you said, especially when it's derogatory comments leading towards our people, then by all means, don't leave those comments in anyone's chat room, because once you make your comments or your thoughts or your things public, you can't determine or you can't discern how someone is going to react to that. You can't tell somebody, well, I said this about you, so the only thing you can say is something about my tennis shoes or my hair color.
But
can't do that.
But see, here's the thing that I don't understand, right? Is not only do they go on these panels and they ambush these women, but then when they go back to their space and talk about it for that news cycle, they remove the video and don't stand on their disrespect.
That was my next question. Why do they do that? Why would you get on, create a video, not unless it's a test video that you're just seeing if your equipment works, and then be on the YouTube for 4.5, 5 hours, 6 hours, an hour, whatever, and then delete it?
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, right?
Come on with it.
The person that you attack can flag your video, and it's so egregious that YouTube would take your channel, which is your money source. Then when the person can't find the video or they just heard about it, they'll make a statement on their channel. Then you can fray and you can look and you can see and you can say, right, this one thing. See, they don't act right, because if you listen to that clip entirely, you will hear him do the trigger word. Then she gets triggered. Then he says, let's look at this woman. Look, this is your example of black women. No. You started it off by coming in with that energy. We're not stupid, but majority of the people that are watching you support this. Now, once she was giving him that work, I noticed all of them dudes disappeared.
They sure did. Sure did. They sure did. They bailed out, didn't they? Let me get the hell out of here. I don't want to be the next one. And again, you're absolutely right, DeAndre, because just in this one of these things that I went into just a couple of days ago, the guys were in there screaming and yelling and bantering back and forth. A big shout out to Jay Shine. I see you down in the chat room over there. Welcome to. But all these guys were, they were in this chat room, again, arguing and screaming and yelling back and forth at each other. And then when I stepped in and I started to speak my piece, and when I explained to them, from the outside looking in, you guys are acting like a bunch of women. All of a sudden, the whole room went silent.
Yeah.
So in this case, it's like when you tell somebody, people don't hear you sometimes until you scream at them.
Well, it's because, and see, this is why they don't like certain men, because certain men are making them feel the way they should feel about their behavior and their rhetoric and their mindsets, right? But that's why they don't go and try to look for those men. They go and they try to find like minds, and they all congregate in their little groups, so that way they can all be intervalidated for their behavior and for their mindsets, right? Like, they cannot stand, like listen, every word that Cerulean has coined, okay, and put forth, it drives them to the point damn near of lunacy. Okay, this is how upsetting they find dishwasher, right? Derelict, right?
Big word.
They can't live when they hear it. Like, it angers them, it upsets them. Why? Because a man is calling them out, and they can't stand it. They cannot stand the fact that Jay Shine gets respect for women. They can't stand it. They can't. They can't even focus to the point where Jay Shine was invited to a debate, and for 3 hours, the person he was debating on just focused on not just ratchet women, focused on the fact that Jay Shine had women in his chat. Women talk to him. Women show him respect. Women are attracted to him. He gets women. Women. Right? Like it's how dare you act like a woman, a man, and
How
actually,
dare you be better than me?
Right.
yeah,
Wait a
exactly.
minute. Right. How dare you? Again, we're not trying to lift anybody up, but an example of good is an example of good, and I'm glad you brought it up because I did happen to frequent that one channel that you were just speaking of, the young man that you were just speaking of. The brother had his stuff together. But it seems to me, as I was scrolling through the comments there, every once in a while there would be a point of I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I don't like using it, but who does nigga think he is?
Exactly.
Nah, I can't say the word. Darn.
Yeah. How dare DeAndre be a
Be
man,
charismatic.
right?
Charismatic. Got it.
From the opposite sex.
They
Right.
can't stand it. They can't stand
Right.
it. Men who are married, who are good fathers, who actually have custody of their children, taking care of their children, taking care of their responsibilities, focused on it within the community, not focused on making women, not saying, well, if a woman would only let me lead, right? The women won't let me lead. The women won't let me be a man. They're not saying that because that's the most ridiculous, contradictory statement on the face of the planet. Because if a woman
How
is
can it?
letting you do something, then by definition, you aren't leading it, are you? Right? But
Anyway,
What about
anyway, how can a woman let me do anything? I'm sorry, but we have in a relationship you have teamwork. Now, if my woman was to come at me, I tell you what, you better be home at 11 o'clock, huh? I'm gonna stay up till 12 just cause. Let you know.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Now, I wasn't doing anything, but I'm gonna let you know here, Miss Lady. There are some things that you run, but you don't run me.
No, no.
Mhm.
What happens with them is that if she said be home at 11 o'clock, the 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 problem is the boomers would be there, right, at
Mm-hmm.
10:30, right, and bitch about it to their homeboys in the barbershop, right. The Generation Xers will be there at 10:45, and they'll be walking around the house stomping, and then they'll turn on the internet and bitch about it, right.
Right. My point
The
exactly.
boomers would bitch about they wish it could happen to them because they don't have any women.
Hmm.
See,
No, you know what it is,
you-
DeAndre? This is what it comes down to. We need to realize that grown ass men don't need to be told things like come home at a reasonable hour because we have an early morning tomorrow. We've got the kids and this and that. And but grown ass men don't need to be told things like that, right? Because they actually conduct themselves in such a way that obviously they would do that. What's happening is
Say
you
that
have a
again.
bunch of grown
Say,
grown
say,
ass
say that
men
again, Ruby.
grown ass men do not need to be
Mhm.
told to conduct themselves in a reasonable, responsible way. They don't.
That's right.
And
That's right, because we
what's
already know.
exactly, but what's happening is these
Are you
women that they're with realize that they're grown ass children. And so these grown ass children who are acting like, yay, I'm at home without mama. What are they doing? They're going out till 6 o'clock in the morning every day. They're disappearing altogether. They don't take care of their responsibilities. They go, I don't give a fuck. No one can tell me what to do. Right?
well
So she's
I just say to the drip drop, the dribby to the dribby to the dribby drip drop to the to the drip drop, the dribby to the dribby to the dribby to the beats. Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
I was about to
maybe.
say, Mr. Gray, the music police gonna come get you for that, okay? It sounds a little like Sugar Hill and some few other things you kind of put together over there. Music police don't like that too much. I have fair warning.
But now I'm gonna say this, right? With all of this and how this transpired is that I told I taught my son certain things, right? He went out, right? He was out, and he came in the house, and it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? And I was sitting at the front, in my chair with my coffee, right? And when he shut the door quietly behind him, he had his key, and he looked up and he saw me.
Mhm.
And he stood there, right? And he's about to take his shoes off. I said, nope, don't take your shoes off. He said, huh? I said, look, check this out, man. Yes, you pay rent in here. Yes, you have an area of the house that doesn't disturb the rest of the house because you have your own room and your own area, right? He said, yes. I said, have you ever seen me come through this door at 5 o'clock in the morning without your mama? He was like, no. I said, you know why? He said, why is that? He said, because, see, if I was single, I could come in the house any time that I want to, but since I decided to have a family, I don't do that. You know why I don't do that? He said, why? Because it's very disrespectful. Now, I do stay out past that time, but I come in the house at 8 o'clock. See, you don't know if I came in the house at that time, but you know I don't come in here around 5 o'clock. I come in here at a certain time because you don't know, was I out taking out the trash? Was I out doing this or out doing that? The reason why I do that is because it's called people seeing and perceiving something and protecting the sanctity of your household and the reputation of the women that you're with. Do you understand? He's like, yeah. So if I own said house, paid said most of bills, because even if you do pay the rent, you're not paying rent. I'm just training you how to pay your bills first. You know, like nothing that you pay me in this house can pay for any bill in here. Even you being here, breathing my air, right? But I'm just telling you this because if I do not crack that door seal without the other person that helps pay bills in this house by myself, who is you to do said thing in said house?
Right. There's a level of respect that I have for my woman, and regardless of whether you like it or not, that same level of respect I expect out of you.
Exactly. So what I told him is, now what you're going to do is you're going to walk out of the door, right? And you're going to walk around the corner, and it's 5 o'clock. So you're going to stay at McDonald's that's around the corner because that's the only thing that's open until 8 o'clock. And you're going to come back and here's some money and bring you back a McGriddle. Thank you. And I went back and sat down, right? Like, and I went in the room and I waited for him to come through the door at 8 o'clock. He brought me my McGriddle and he learned his lesson. There was no yelling and screaming, punching people in the face. But guess what? Wherever he was at, he would hit us up. Hey, mom, dad, I'm over my friend's house. I'll be back in the morning. Cool, no problem. Do you, right? You teach. See, and this is where it comes in an important time of a learning moment of teaching young men properly certain etiquettes and things. I can do what I want, but I ask my wife certain things. Hey, is there anything that you have planned or you would like to do or have going on? She's like, no, okay, I'm going to be doing this.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now that she comes, well, I want to do, nope, I just asked you a question. It's over. Like,
now, would you like to be a part of what I'm doing?
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't let her, there is no up to conjuncture, right? Because I will tell her, hey, this is a fella's thing that we doing over here. That means that already tells her you're not invited.
Right.
This is not a time for you to be here to inject yourself, and she understands that. The problem with these guys is that, and sorry to say this, but and this comes back to our problem as a community, and this is the effects of the men being removed from the household. That's not the fault of the woman, it's the fault of policy. Because what you're noticing, all this feminine behavior, is because the men are not in the community to counteract this feminine behavior. And it didn't start at the millennials, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right, it didn't.
It didn't. So, and Generation X grew up with it, right? But it started in generations before that, right? But we didn't see the effects up until now, right? It's like, if this started in the 60s and it's the 2020s, come on now. It takes time for you to see that this is bad. So how do we Like I've never in my life seen a group of young men stomp out a helpless girl.
I saw that on the internet the other day.
Yeah, I
There's
saw that.
a circle of 15 of them little bastards. They
Stomping
jump on one, right, stomping the girl.
But
What did they get from her?
What they was talking about a phone, but guess what? Did we not see 3 years prior? A girl was fighting for her life in a McDonald's with 15 girls jumping her, and all the men were sitting around recording it, and no one tried to break it up.
No one. Right.
Right?
No one.
Now,
No
it
one.
wasn't just young men in there, it was elders. No one called the police. No one from the manager didn't jump from behind. Did we see in the McDonald's that a woman threw something at the McDonald's worker, tried to jump over the counter, and he had to beat her down with something from the back?
Something.
But
Right.
none of the co-workers tried to help him, right?
Right.
And he would have to, or let's talk about the lady that hit the lady in the head with the cash register at the thing. She could have, right?
And see that here's another example of it. I'm sure this is one of my favorite clips on YouTube. I'm sorry, but we all remember the Cleveland bus driver that uppercutted the girl.
Oh, the uppercut.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's my guy.
Right now, the whole time that woman was messing with that man, was arguing with that man, spat on that man, slapped that man. Nobody on the bus had anything to say until he cleaned her clock, knocked her ponytail flat off.
Yeah,
then all of a sudden, she's a girl. I'm a girl. That's a girl. That's a female. If she won't act like a man, I'm gonna treat her like a man. That was his response.
Well, here's the thing, right? No one did anything, but he was driving the bus. So if he would have gotten into an accident, y'all would have got hurt too.
Okay, think about that.
Right?
It was okay for him. It was okay for this woman, this young girl, to harass that bus driver to the fact that maybe he could have had an accident. Maybe he could have not paying attention, ran into the back of somebody. No one spoke up then. But as soon as he parked that bus and delivered that blow from Mississippi, everybody was in uproar.
But you know what my grandmother used to say?
I think that thing came from Antarctica.
Yeah. Like, see, what my grandmother used to say, she said, you can learn as I whip you behind, or life can whip you behind. The difference is I actually love you. Life don't care about it, right? See, and this is the reason why having men in the community, they don't necessarily have to be in the home, right? They have to be in the community and they have to be well respected. And then, and because think about it, right? Because the second that you bring them to task, right? Because there was a brother running around here in the comment section talking about you should kill black women and stuff and all this other stuff. Take it a step further. And then once you try to say, yo, look what he's saying. Oh, he ain't with us. No. You get up here every day on your soapbox and basically call black women this, that, the third, right? You said they lower than life forms. They parasites. They this, they that, they third. They're not human. And then you're going to say, oh, we didn't say that, because he's coming out and directly saying what you really feel, but you ain't got the balls enough to say it. But then when you come to class, you try to throw them away because you're worried about your subscribers and your views.
Right.
Stand on your disrespect. Stand on it, right?
Stand on it. Exactly.
Because if he goes out here and smacks one of the women upside the head and point to your rhetoric and to your videos, ain't nothing going to save you. Because even if you put it on private, right? Even if you delete the video, a court order will have Google pull that from the cloud. If you don't believe me, where all them white big tile channels at? They're gone.
Okay.
For that reason. Even the feminist channels, you don't see them anymore, do you?
Right. Ask Ari Shafir when he spoke bad ill of Kobe Bryant. What happened to his channels?
Gone. Listen, you know the stick is so good is when Alex Jones went at Hillary Clinton, and they blocked him off of Twitter. Next thing you know, he popping up doing a conversation at an interview with Louis Farrakhan.
Farrakhan, okay. I got to get back in somehow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. You saw how much weight he lost. I didn't recognize him. He looked like the Subway guy.
And we know what the Subway guy got convicted of for.
No. The Subway guy about to get off.
Huh?
Yeah.
Get out of here. You mean Jared, the guy that they caught him with pictures though.
Yeah, they caught him with pictures, but here's the thing, right? They did something illegal in the proceedings to catch him, so he's about to get off of that.
Tragic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wiretapping and monitoring digital spaces without a warrant. Yeah, they were sloppy with that investigation.
Yeah, but see, like I tell people like this, right? Even with the Bill Cosby and the R. Kelly stuff, the Harvey Weinstein stuff, right? I guarantee you, he going to do an appeal, is going to get rejected, and he going to end up miraculously dying in jail very quickly, right? Right. Like I tell everybody, yes, he did what he did, but the only women that came after him was the women that didn't make it in the industry. They were failures. They did everything he told them to do, because the women that did what he told them to do, they got Oscars and they millionaires. Think about that for 5 seconds.
No. Say that again. Say that whole sentence again.
Right.
The only women that came after them was who?
The only women that they got sitting up there on the witness stand are the women that did what he told them to do, but they didn't make it. He never lied to none of these women, right? He said, if you do this, you will make it. You will have a job. They did it. They got jobs. They got Oscars. They got millions. They got careers. They even, when they see him, they kiss him on the cheek. They take pictures with him, right? The only women that you see are what? Look at the women with Bill Cosby, right? Look at them.
Has-beens, washed-ups, never-beens.
Well, let me ask you this question. If a black man back in the day was looking at a white woman and he would be hung from a tree, or he would be underneath a jail, or he would be this, no matter how much money he got, why was Bill Cosby allowed to get away with that for so long?
For so long.
Right? I'm going to tell you why. You notice all these dudes that getting popped for all of this stuff came out, right, after Hugh Hefner died.
Right. He's a ringleader of that. He's a ringleader of that whole clique of folks. Let's go to the Playboy Mansion. We know what's going on over there. They run around in bikinis, or however they call it, strings, playing volleyball.
Well, it's not even that. It's that he's the keeper of the secrets, right? Right? Like, think about it. How did John F. Kennedy meet Marilyn Monroe? At the Playboy Mansion.
At the Playboy Mansion.
Right? Mostly they stopped going to the Playboy. All the presidents stopped publicly going to the Playboy Mansion after JFK.
Right. So let me ask you this, my man. Do you think Harvey Weinstein, the guy that killed himself in jail, do you think he was on the same level with Hugh Hefner, but just a quiet version of it?
No. He was. See, what people don't understand is, okay, Hugh Hefner was an actor, was he not? Okay. Hugh Hefner got the Playboy Mansion, right? The Playboy Mansion was backed by every major outlet, everything like that, right? You had the Playboy Buddy. It was like, it's a gentleman's magazine, right?
Right.
Now, that's what you call a grooming area, right? You group these chicks, go and groom, right? Pamela Anderson was what? A Playboy centerfold, right?
Yeah,
right?
she was.
Crawford even did some stuff. Matter of fact, as a woman back in those days, like up into the 2000s, to show your beauty, you had to grace the cover of the major magazine. Playboy, Cosmo, Metropolitan, Maximum came out later, right? But guess what?
Until Vanessa Williams did it. Oh, wait a minute.
until Vanessa Williams did it. But here's the thing, right? Maximum, Cosmo, and all of those magazines are under the Playboy Mansion umbrella.
Mm.
Right? Now, here's the funny part. You know who's the new keeper of secrets?
The guy, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. The guy that owns that trash newspaper. What's his name?
Oh, you said no, not him. The new keeper of secrets is actually Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
Speak on it.
Remember that stand up that Cat Williams did, and he was talking about he was in those mansion parties and he did that little side eye like looking in the room, but he was insinuating something. Next thing you know, Cat Williams gets smacked. He can't get nothing. They on his butt, making him look like a crackhead, all types of stuff, right? And then Cat Williams apologizes in a subliminal way. Next thing you know, he gets an Oscar and he's back in the good graces. He was talking about Cat Williams only has access to certain places, and Jamie Foxx's mansion parties are famous to the point where Jay-Z and P. Diddy has to talk to Jamie Foxx when they go to California to get the cosign.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, see again, I know Jamie Foxx had some great parties because I've of course running around through YouTube I've heard a few of the celebrities speaking about it, but I didn't know to the fact of he was the keeper of the new secrets.
Yeah,
sure didn't.
He was, and you know who taught him how to do it?
Come on with it.
Hugh Hefner. He passed the torch down to Jamie Foxx, right? He passed it down, right? And Jamie Foxx, like Jamie Foxx is what's the brother on the Breakfast Club? He was talking about it. He played in the Next Friday movie. Funny dude. He was supposed to play Richard Pryor. He was supposed to play Richard Pryor. What's his name?
Mike Epps.
Mike Epps. Yeah. Mike Epps was on Hot 97 talking about the gatekeepers. Right? The gatekeepers, right? Like R. Kelly was a groomer. He get these young girls and he would get them in these compounds and he would groom them, right? And then they would be sent out to the industry to do whatever. And people just think black girls. No, it was white girls in there. It was all types of girls going through that stable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't even know a lot of these Disney Channel stars that these kids are watching. It was groomed by R. Kelly. He wrote a lot of their music for the Disney Channel. He's making a lot of money, right? Like you don't understand how the music industry or the entertainment industry actually works. What you see, Harvey Weinstein was pretty much probably told to do something. His conscience probably got to him because when you get later in life, your conscience mess with you, try to whatever, and he didn't want to play ball, and they threw him underneath the bus. Like that other guy that Epstein got. They probably wanted him to do something that he didn't want to do, and guess what? Miraculously, something happened, right? It happens a lot with these people that are the keeper of secrets and stuff like that. Like you have to, like, if you understand how the way the world works, what controls the masses? People, right? People control the masses, but a select group of people that's put in front of you to understand. Like Anderson Cooper, right? He's on CNN, right? You watch CNN. Why did he come out and say that he was gay? Right? Well, he came out and said he was gay because now the gay people that have the pull and the media stuff and the influence, right? They're tired of these flamboyantly gay people running around. They need more conservative.
Right.
Right?
Don Lemon as well. Don Lemon as well.
Exactly, right? People don't know that, right? You wouldn't know that unless it was brought up. But because they don't do the stereotypical thing that's been put out there on the media over these, they're changing the narrative, right? If you have control of the entertainment and the media and the subversion, you have power. Just like we have to sit up here and combat these guys throwing black women underneath the bus because it's dangerous, because you're going to have some 15-year-olds stomping a girl out that looks like them and think it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Words matter, folks. That's what this panel is about. And for those panels that we're discussing directly, your words do matter. Your words may incite someone to do something that you may not agree with, but you are culpable.
Yeah, and a lot of them are running around here trying to excuse themselves of accountability by saying things like, "Oh, it's just entertainment."
Right.
Yep.
As if it makes that any less
Like
egregious.
that makes it right, and it makes a difference. Listen, folks, I need to shut down here for a little bit. I got to go get some grub and take some medication. But again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. This is kind of like the first time that I really did such a thing like this. So again, it's overwhelming and a surprise to see all you folks coming in to join me. For those of you who are making comments, especially for those of you down in the chat room, I'll run around the box a little bit, and anybody that has some more parting words, we'll do that, and then I'll say good night to everybody. So let's see. Let's start with just DeAndre. Go right ahead, my man.
Oh man, pleasure. Don't even worry about the flak back. You know what I mean? We got your back. People run around with these shields. These shields ain't just for decoration. So don't even worry about it. Call them out.
Gotcha.
Indeed.
Sure, go right ahead.
Hope to see you on the Just Ask Shar Advice channel on YouTube at 9:30 p.m. Central, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
And that's tonight, sure.
That is tonight.
Alrighty. And Mr. Gray?
Indeed. Gratitude for letting me up here. Pleasure to meet you the first time. Very productive conversation. We are the Gray Regime. That's what these shields are. We just launched Gray Regime GrayRegime.tv. It also goes live on Twitch. The site itself is a site to where I like positivity. Sometimes I have to unplug from YouTube. So on the page, what I like to do is highlight the positive images of our online presence.
Absolutely. And we do have that. We do have that online presence, don't we, Cerulean? We do have that, and unfortunately, we have to. Again, I'll use that old adage. Sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees, so we have these warriors out here, like you, like myself, yourself, DeAndre, and a few of the other brothers. I got to mention them, Jay Shine, because I've listened to you, and you got to hold these men accountable for the stuff that they've said. And last but I'm getting a little echo from somebody. Feedback.
Oh.
And
Echo. That's so weird. Okay, we still good. No, still got the echo. Well, either way. Oh, good. Okay, it's gone. Either way, thank you very much for having me, DJ Music. Definitely an amazing live. I love when we can get some positive people together to just speak about these topics, not just positively, but honestly. And I think that, that's going to be the key to all of this is, can we be honest about ourselves and about others, even if we don't like what that honest truth really says about us or says about others, says about our groups, because you can't fix a problem until you can identify it. You can't identify it unless you're willing to say, oh shoot, oops, I'm part of the problem. So
absolutely.
So thank you for having me here. Glad that I got this to uplift my spirits today amongst the COVID-19 pandemic that launched today. So it was a great Friday, great way to kick off my Friday night.
Right. And again, I want to thank everybody that dropped in and tuned in for a little bit. Rice, I say you like to chop heads off. So I tell you what, when we need an official head chopper, we're going to come look for you. All right. Yeah.
Thank all you folks that tune in. I tell you what, I had a blast. And if you like listening to music, folks, or if you like to hear more of our conversations that we have, we do, myself and Shar, we do a show every Wednesday on my radio station, the GSRN Radio. Drop in on Sundays. I do a pretty good, I would have to say, pretty good old school show. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a mixture of some great music that you can actually understand what the folks are saying and singing about. So by all means, go and check that out, and make sure you go out and support these folks. Go right ahead, there, Mr. Gray.
He's trying to get his audio together.
I have to figure out this audio interface thing.
There you go.
Yeah, I was just sitting over here playing with the settings, but yeah, what I actually had to say is like kind of like after show. Yes, I'm so coded that I don't think that everything should be on airwaves. Some things must remain in private circles.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. There's some things, we as men and those as ladies, they need their own circle. They need to talk about it in their own space. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's some things, we as men need to speak about without our as we call them, our better halves being in the presence of it. That's to take it back to the old school. I know when my pops used to have friends coming over to the house, two things my mom would ask: you guys need anything? No? Okay. Or yes, you can go and get it. And then once that, she's out of the way because she already understands. And this again, not being disrespectful to any woman, but there's some things that we as men like to talk about, or vice versa, you as women like to talk about, that it has no bearing on us. So
I mean, it stands to reason that there's definitely some kind of new mental pathology that some of the guys coming up now have, to where you'll have women in other sectors, right, that talk about their issues and some of their issues in intel involvement with men, right? And it's got to be some kind of mental thing with a guy that wants to sit up in these women's faces while they're talking about things that only pertain to them. There's got to be some kind of mental thing. I haven't figured it out yet. When I do, I'll keep everybody posted as usual.
Please do let us know.
Hey, music. I think this new generation, I think they got a hold of one of them old James Brown songs, and they trying to imitate them, but not give them credit.
Right. That was another conversation that we had before too. There, the guys was on there. They were talking about old music, and one of the last things that we'll cover is, they were trying to say that the older generations of musicians were the Scat Brothers, and the new generation, the mumble rap kind of guys, are those that put black music on the map. And my answer to that was, you're out your fucking mind.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? And that's where the disconnect, because it's this whole thing where, and I actually caught that stream, right? And you being a DJ and stuff like that, being in the music industry, I work in the music industry, right?
Right.
And the thing that I like, the thing, I wanted to get up there on the panel, but I saw who was up there, right? And I could just debunk their arguments if we were having a debate, but it was a belief. I don't debate a belief.
Right.
When we start having a conversation and a person says, "Hey, I believe," oh, you believe? Oh, okay. So you believe? Yeah. All right, no problem. And I won't say anything. Well, what do you got to say? Well, this is your belief. If I come to you with logic and facts and you change your belief, then you really didn't believe in it as wholeheartedly as you thought.
Actually.
Right? So then I don't respect your belief. But if you stand on your soapbox, right, and you say I don't care, then I have to respect your belief. Now, if we're talking about facts, then you have to move or readjust your position as the debunking of whatever you have to say by presenting said facts. So I'm not going to debate your belief, because if I respect you, I'm not trying to bend you to my will. Right? If I don't respect you, then I'm trying to subvert you. So we're not having a debate once again over belief.
Yeah.
And that's what you're talking with. That's what you're dealing with, is a belief in ignorance. And if that is what they believe, you're just wasting your breath talking. So what I do is, when I get on those panels, I don't talk to them. I talk to the audience.
Right.
I talk through them to the audience, because talking to you is a waste of time, because you're pushing out this narrative, because I see that these guys are running what we would call the greatest business, the greatest and the most detrimental business in the black community isn't drugs, but it's religion.
Right, it is, and that's that's funny. That was the next thing, that next topic on my agenda. Again, it's going to make a whole lot of people upset, but it is what it is. You get your truth is truth, reality is reality, and just to speak on that just a little bit, there's too many of us that use religion as a crutch.
Yeah, it's religion. Not even we're not going to talk about spirituality, because that's a whole different ballgame.
Whole different thing, isn't it?
It's a whole different thing. But religion, and the way they're running, do you notice how the way they're running is like a church, right?
No.
It's a church, right?
Yeah.
It's a church. I'm gonna say whatever I'm gonna say, right? I'm gonna give you some feel good. If you don't support the building fund, hit the link, the Cash App, the Super Chat.
Right.
Then I'm gonna damn you to hell, right? Any one of you decide that you don't want to be here no more, or try to hold me accountable, like Jimmy Swagger, I have sinned, we're going to banish you to the land of the Sodomites, chase you around, right? Execute you like this is an inquisition, right? Because the crowd needs to be entertained. Because are they paying to get better, or they're paying to be entertained?
Seems like that's the church of the poison mind, then.
Exactly. And that's all it is. That's all it is. If you look at it, if you listen to like the loss of reason and logic, the blatant hypocrisy, right? The blatant hypocrisy, right? Like, you're not living the lifestyle. It's facts. You're telling us about it. You'll say one thing one day and switch to something totally different the next day. Anybody that calls you out on it, you're hiding the truth. And as long as we hit the link, you'll dance to the dance of whatever. I'm gonna tell you this. Watch this, right? Watch this. They're going to start being pro-black in April.
In April?
Yeah, because pumpkin season is over.
He put a time in the month on it there, folks.
It's already happening. It's already happening because
warmer weather brings out better people, DeAndre?
No, cuffing season is over with. You didn't get picked for the sundress season, right? Some hormones, right? But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, music, right? With this is that when this happens, right? We're not going to be surprised. You're not surprised because you already see it. Because first it was all black women ain't shit. Now they take you a passport and get you a black Latina, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? Because she's not a black woman, but she's a black woman, right? You know what I'm saying? I get it. Get you a Becky or Ling Ling, but get you a black Latina. So just in case when you come back over here, you got her, you can pass her off as a black woman. Right? You know what I'm saying? And that way, if because this rhetoric is anti-black, right? So once the conscious community people start seeing a rise in this, we'll be excommunicated so we can jump back across the fence. Because we saw what happened to Phil from the Advice show. All that stuff for black folk, because let his wife been a darker shade woman, like 4 shades darker, nobody would have had an issue with it. You couldn't even point that out. But because she's Latina and she's more on the white side of it, right? Everybody throw them underneath the bus.
Hey, you know, they sure did. Even so much though that he actually changed the name of his channel, didn't he?
Yo, well, listen. But guess what? When you look at Phil from the Advice Show channel, right, they came out of this sector, right?
Mm-hmm.
CNN, Young Turks, Fox News on YouTube. He's got 1 million subs. You just ran out actual money out of your community, out of your space in YouTube. He's generating a platform where he doesn't ask for donations.
Right.
They can come in. People now for you to get his quote unquote content, you have to join. You have to be a member on YouTube for you even to see it. And here's the problem: where are all those funds going? Oh, they're in Africa because that's where he stays at most of the time. So he's giving it to that community. He's not even giving it to the black people he came from no more because you ran them out.
Say that again. Again, folks, be careful what you ask for. You just might get it.
You ran them out, but hey, you know, and that there's a lot of things for us to unpack and call to the table and have a conversation about this because, you know, yeah, we got on these guys, but we got to bring everything to the task because we need to understand because I get tired of people saying black YouTube. Okay, it's YouTube. The difference between this sector of YouTube and another sector of YouTube is that they content creators stay in code, and if they don't like each other, they don't work with each other and they shut their mouth.
Right.
They don't mess with each other's money. Everybody's acting like we don't share the same audience. Like this person will be in this chat room talking, but because they kind of like what this person's saying, they make a troll account and listen to them with this other persona so they don't get excommunicated from each other, from this person's platform, like pick a side or something like that.
Got it. Wow. You know, again, if you have to go to that level, and then something should automatically should start ringing some bells for you somewhere. If you got to go to a channel to where you know that you have to change your persona in order for people to accept you, ask yourself what you're doing there.
What it is tribalism. What the brother Jay Sean used to say a lot, and he says it's still rugged individualism, right? But even if you're talking about this so-called idealistic individualism, you're not going to survive on your own with just sitting up here and nobody watching you and you just doing streams every day. Right. You need an audience, right?
You need an audience, right?
But this is where we need to get to. We need to turn the corner. If these brothers and sisters want to argue and put their hurt out there and do all of that, then you can only call them to task because they're not going to change. What's going to change is that you force the environment to change. And what does that is that you provide a place for people to come to and nest in and get away from that foolishness. And
absolutely.
And they'll cut it off.
You're absolutely right. Because if there's only one club in town, everybody's going to go to that club.
And if you have a platform where the women can come and then they decided, as soon as they step over here, we're going to attack them over here. Oh, you can't attack over here. Right? Because one thing we all know, men will go where the women are, just like the women will go where the men at. And if all the women on one side and they're protected by a group of men that are stand up, man, well, we want some chicks too. Well, you can get some chicks, but you got to act this type of way.
Right, you got to take a dose of this act, get a dose of this act right. Right, again, folks. By no stretch of the imagination, I want anyone to think that I created this channel to get women. If that was the case, I'd have my face and have my whole identity plastered all over YouTube or Facebook. You can choose from there. But there's only two things coming to my radio station or this YouTube channel that you could argue with. Is the words that I say and the content that's posted. You can't argue. You can't argue anything else. You can't bring me personally into it. because you don't know me personally. A lot of people will say, well, why don't you put your face up there? Because that gives you ammunition. You might not like the way I look today. And that'll be the basis of your whole conversation. You may not look like the way this chick looked today, and that's the basis of your whole conversation. We got it completely away from why I'm here or why you're here.
Yeah, you're right. And
so,
yeah, you're right.
Again, go ahead.
Yeah, and just close it up. Like I have a channel. I vlog. Right? The way I talk on platforms versus my channel is night and day because my channel isn't for that. My channel is for vlogging. I show people what it's like to live in another country, and I just happen to be a black person. I'm not promoting. I'm black and I'm over it. No, it's a black person, and I'm walking around just like everybody else, having a good time and being myself. Right? I do little stuff that black people would do in certain situations. Right? Because I'm not acting, I'm being myself. Now, what does that do? That generates black people to want to travel. And I've got inboxes from people. Hey man, how do I get to Japan? How did you get there? I was in the military, but you ain't got to do that. You got a degree? Yeah, I got a degree. I just got out of college, man. Okay, this is how you do it. Let me turn you over to somebody that I'm real close with. And if you follow these steps, you can get here. And we've helped many people bring their butts over here. They're here. We got 3 people. They're going somewhere else because Japan wasn't for them. They liked it for what it was, but they like being overseas. So they're going somewhere else, right? But we don't beat our chest about it, right? But when I go meet up with these people and have a conversation with them and ask them, hey, would you like to get on camera or do an interview or something like that, let them tell it. Let them say it, right? But that's what it's for. I believe black people need to at least travel out of the United States at least once.
At least once in your lifetime, folks.
Right?
At least once.
And Jamaica doesn't count.
No, no,
right?
Right. There's black folks there already. We know they're there.
Yeah, go to another country where it's like it's some Asian folk or some white folk and feel I call it the actual vacation. See, white folk can go on a vacation and be on vacation. Black folk, when we go on a vacation, we just taking a break from work. We still stressed.
Right. We invented the word staycation. What you doing? I'm staying at home. What you on vacation for then? That's a staycation, man. I'm staying at home.
Yeah, because this is the only place that I feel comfortable enough to not be stressed out. Right? Because if I go outside or go somewhere, I got to worry about the police. I got to worry about if they're going to serve me. I got to worry about because I'm black. I got to worry about all this extra stuff. But when you leave the country and you go to a country and you are a black person because you are an endangered species because they don't see you. They only see you on TV, right? So when they see you and they find out that you are a black American, that you're treated differently, but you're treated like a regular person within the confines of that country just for that limited time of you being there, and you actually know what it feels like to be treated like a regular person.
Exactly.
And then when you go back, you have this feeling of putrid vitriol to your current plight and situation. And what you do is you work harder to get that feeling again. It's like a high of feeling like a human being.
Absolutely. And if you again, to use that old adage, you say like a crack addict, they keep going back for they get that first taste of it and they keep going back and they keep going back and they keep going back until that gets satisfied with it.
Yeah. But that's all I got to say. I know you got to roll brother music. I appreciate it. Appreciate you letting me on here with the Star and Cerulli and Class of Ruby. She left, but I know she was busy. She had to do something.
But it's always a pleasure again, speaking with like-minded folks and understand that there are some folks out there that, you can learn from, whether you're younger or older. We all can sit down and have meaningful conversation, minus Rice over there. When you're ready to chop somebody's head off, let us know. and Shar and different folks like that. But again, it takes a village to raise a child. So that's basically what I consider it as we're a village and we have a platform. So we all can combine our platforms together, and who knows, we might just change one person's way of thinking about our community, and that's all it takes for one person, at least that.
Indeed. Well, salute to the nation. It's about that time for me as well.
Yeah.
Right.
It's again, folks, it's been a pleasure, but I got to get out here because I heard my stomach growling there a little bit. Time to put some grub in the tub. Best to,
all right.
One of those things about being single, you got to cook for your damn self.
All right.
All right.
See you guys later, and thank you so much.
See you guys later on. Have a great day.
You too.